Liege getting a chance again.
Hello.
Yeah, he hasn't bored a little bit. Been tested too much so far, but rising to the occasion here, ladies and gents. Hat trick from Mr. Liege.
Hello.
Precise couple of headshots to kick things off.
Today we got the Complexity SteelSeries and the Big OG, which are some not mediocre games, but just not as exciting as some of the other series that we've had earlier this week.
A little bit of an easier ace to pick up, and you know we'll credit him nonetheless. That's really cool, and it's something you'd hate to see if you're on a Charlotte side. You don't want a Liege warmed up at all.
Not so early on your map pick as well, with overpass, waiting in the doldrums as well, Anders. That is a big deal. Like, they've proven themselves to be a real potent force on that map. That was really nice, I think, wasn't it? This was the ace. Like, sure, it's against the eco, but you're right. A statement round, showing the kind of form.
Statement round, still a statement round.
Ready to start firing on all cylinders.
It's the kind of scoreboard that I want to see out of Complexity. Floppy Grim and Liege, top ranking. That's perfect. It couldn't get any better than that. Buzz trying to sneak through, but Floppy's there to catch him, unfortunately, so no entrance. And now this A-ramp push has to work pretty quickly because they lost control of the entire other side of the map. So either they punch through this wall, or they're in a really bad spot.
Well, Complexity have done a great job so far. Opening pick, applying a lot of pressure with the utility as well. Stifling presence towards short here at the A-bomb site. You can see Liege not giving it up for free either. Another incendiary deployed, and that should have been a kill. Liege lucky to be alive as well. Fumbled it somewhat, but still alive. Everything okay. See the perfect incendiary. They flushed them out, and now Grim with the backstab as well. Probably not looking out for these. He's found the bomb as well. Oh, that's so unfortunate on the timing.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, it's a bit of a knife's edge when you're doing this kind of pushes. Are you so slow you don't have an impact, or are you so quick that you run into something like that? And now there's a real opening. Device somehow finds the headshot on Floppy in the back there with the deagle. Now it's a 3-on-3. The bomb has made its way to the bomb site. Liege in a good position in the spray. It looks solid as he takes down Device. Still blame it from Boroba on the other side. And this could be a one round for Astralis. And no, oh my god, the boost up on top. They know someone else is there. They're going to smoke it up again.
Well, this round has collapsed. XD with the opening 2 kills, a 5-on-3 in their favor. A little bit too much aggression has led them to a 2-on-2 where they don't actually have the advantage anymore. Halsey will bring it back to a 1 versus 1. Needs to operate quickly here. He does so, and very precisely as well, Anders. That is a beautiful little sequence. Thanks his lucky stars. As he uses the bomb as well.
That was good, just a little 2K.
The kit, 3 kills in total. And 100 HP to boot as well. 7-2 as Complexity steal the round away once again.
Sick move from Borb to walk through the smoke, obviously, but also just too much to deal with in the round.
Yeah, well, Device did a nice shot here with the Desert Eagle. Like we said, a 5-on-3. They brought it right back to the 1 versus 1, but Horzak finding that strong form we know him for. A little bit quiet to run in the tournament, but this is looking great now. 7-2. Bomb planted. Lost bonus, fully online as well. So they do have AKs across the board here. In terms of frag distribution for Astralis, at the top it's going to be Device 7 and 8. At the bottom is Stare Still with 1 and 8. So individuals haven't really turned up just yet. 2 rounds to their name after losing the pistol. Early days, they could still win the half, technically, so we'll give them some time.
Does feel like there's something rotten in the state of Denmark at the moment.
Yes, suppose you
getting that rare Counter-Strike and Shakespeare crossover that we're all looking for, Henry, in the morning, you know. So round number 10 that we're looking
Here it
at.
is.
Yeah, this is there's not much to criticize about Complexity. They're doing all the work that you would want. Occasionally they're losing maybe a little bit of mid-control, but it hasn't been too devastating. They make up for it. A-ramp looks really solid. They've got nice B-holds. And they're also, I guess they're more on the B-bomb side that you normally see. This double setup, a lot of the time you're playing solo B when you're anchoring the site and you know, the other player is in the middle somewhere, but they seem to be doing just fine. Grim will get the opening. Good little return for Borup, and he sees an opportunity. He wants to see if he can really open this up. If he can get the kill, Holzerk is the only other player that's nearby in the middle, and there's Borup. Nicely done. Double kill for him. Oh, but Holzer, just as the smoke popped, going to be able to take him down.
Finally, Astralis have a man advantage here and time to work with. A minute on the clock. Silver smoke and a flash available to them. Stare. Hold patiently towards Xbox. They should have the kill on a leash. How's he hit that? That's sick. And he brings it back to a 2-on-2.
Elige is absolutely locked into this game. That's a big problem for Astralis. No question about it. He's ready for another one there.
Oh, but he's not.
He should have had that kill probably easier than the other one that he picked up. But Device just somehow a little bit too quick on the trigger. And now it's Holzer. Flick doesn't connect. Device lucky to be alive. The Molotov might just get rid of him. Oh, but lands another headshot. Disgusting sequence for Device.
Well, that's what it takes to get around on the board. Absolutely everything they had in the tank, but they get it over the line. Third round established. Astralis will force a pause out of complexity at the very least. I love that little move from Grim being flashed in by Floppy. Only good with a single trade, and Borup as well. Spotted the gap, saw the grenades being deployed from the default area, and managed to get a very important frag in towards that B-bomb site. Gave him the advantage. And I'm seeing something interesting here. Borup's gone for the MP7 in round number 11 here. Definitely had enough to purchase more.
It's a rare sight.
And I guess we've talked about helmets all week long, or day night. I believe that. Yeah, helmets are the first thing to go, and money's slightly tight. You're taking a timeout, discussing your options. So they've got two players. There were three. Two players of our helmets. So that's going to be Grim and JT. So look out for their interactions with Borup. MP7, not a very popular weapon, but a few players use it, and it has the same sort of run and gun potential to Mac 10 with a bit more damage behind it. Lower rate of fire.
Yeah, Nuts, someone that will pick it up more often than most. But yeah, I can't think of too many other players that really will favor
Chris
it.
J loved it.
Chris J used to love it, yeah?
Yeah.
Good point. That almost is the list, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we'll see what he does. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt and see if he can find an entry. In the middle he goes, putting a lot of pressure on. Either way, this is just, it's still good T-side, you know, laying the groundwork of putting the CTs a little bit on edge.
So this is the Molotov towards short. Flushes any CTs out just before you start working your way out towards the ramp. Also with the one way down at the sandbags position. So Borup waiting for the call. Molotov goes down, and here we go. The Q to slowly but surely push through. Playmath, all the meanwhile, will be finding a pick. An important one in the form of a lead. That's a 5-on-4. Another opening frag here. 40 seconds. Looks likely to be the A finish, and they're going to be committing right here, right now.
Also, oh wow, he's not even ready. He did not see that coming. Device charges through, pierces the bomb site, and there's nothing left.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Not giving them the telegraph cues of the execution. The smoke's going down first. The Molotovs just utilizing the fact they've got a 5-on-4. Rotations will be clambering around the map. Walk up together, trade out, and find an exposed bomb site there. So beautiful stuff there from Device. Great crosshair placement, and a great round overall. It all started with a Blame F pick towards middle, so just slowing it right down, and didn't really take any damage en route. Two players that survived though, Floppy and Grim.
I think it was quite the plan for Complexity, because they weren't just pushing middle with the leash, they were also pushing out of the B bomb site with Floppy and Grim. So I think they made a call across the team saying just hold back on A, we'll try and push mid and B, and then we'll find out what's happening. And it could have actually worked.
I don't know what the fuck is Shit King every time I move my light.
Onto the A bomb site before anyone even finds out anything, and obviously Elige dies in the middle. But I still think
unless it's the
I
monitor.
do like the idea of having a more
it's the monitor.
CT side here, or rather than just sitting back at the back.
Found it.
So I don't really mind Complexity trying this. Sometimes it'll blow up in your face, but I still think it's a good idea.
So, 2 saved M4s, but a conservative round otherwise. They don't really invest anything in round number 12. Building the funds and resources for the future. Just a P2000 for a lead here. Census. A lot of the Astralis players on the other side here be right in thinking, so Molotovs being deployed. Vaulting up and towards the crane. Stare would be very happy to receive these eco frags if possible. So far so good, but then Floppy arrives at M4. Makes things a little bit more uncomfortable. There's Grim as well, he drops the bomb. A 2-on-2 ensues. Grim, smoke M4 and armor. Full Zerg, full eco. Bomb recovered and the round resets.
See, Device, it took an extra second to line up the shot and he still missed it. Oh my god. He's moving. That is a good flick on a whole zone. Not that he had much to fight back with, really. I think he just had a pistol. It's on Grim. I would say Grim has the kind of skills that could definitely win around like this, but he's got to be real careful. Buzz is there. Just edges him out. Shallow peek, if I've ever seen one. And now it's Borup on the other side. And how pressured is he feeling? Grim is hoping that he feels stressed enough that he's going to go and take a look on that side, but he's just fallen back. He's actually slipped the net, and now I think Borup is in a much better position.
Yeah, Borup wins this 9 times out of 10.
Grim, checking.
You got the health, the angle.
There's the lineup for it. Borup able to take him down.
If Borup loses there, I give out 1,000 shekels to every viewer.
Borup's playing these sort of situations to perfection. We heard in the interviews that Device, BlameF were excited to have him in. They rate him highly as a player, and yeah, I can see the potential. He's not new to the scene, of course. Previously part of Heroic, wasn't one of the household names, I would say. We all knew he was there, but didn't really talk about him too much back in the day.
Is it Covenant of Flames later on, I think?
Yes, exactly.
Before they folded.
But yeah, from what I'm seeing, the internal clock, the understanding of these clutch scenarios, how to thread the needle, puncture a bomb site, like he's been doing some great work out there. So, round 13.
Round 13. A question to everybody who want to hurt me, please. Round 13.
Slowly but surely, this was the attempt of Floppy there. Down, beautiful shot from Buzz. And then Borup coming out on top. And the 1 versus 1. Speaking of Borup, he's going to try his luck once again towards B. Trade for now as BlameF will
ooh, a 2 for 1, but with 2 players, 3 players sub 15, so that's low. 3, 2.5.
I guess they definitely know that Stair is low because he would have seen the dink there, Elige. It's always fun if you have a grenade or something, but Charlottes have called for a freeze across the map. They really don't want to be losing any more players here, and I think that's wise when you've got this much time on the clock. You don't have to rush anything. You can just wait around and see if the CTs are going to be showing up, and it feels like at least JT is feeling curious for the moment. It's been a bit of a rough start for JT, but in the past complexity games, he actually has had a lot of impact, I would say.
Yeah, his individual form, honestly, has been very impressive. I really enjoyed his contributions. We'll see if he can do anything about this. It was actually not a bad position, to be honest with you. Maybe he could get a couple of frags considering how low they were, but that should be the round. Bulls are in a position to sabotage their efforts.
Oh, fucking
come at him one by one, you never know, and yeah, they're trying to make sure they don't give anything away here.
Yeah, okay.
A sigh of relief for Astralis. Hulzerk, the way he's playing right now, certainly had the potential to win that round, but he is silenced early on.
And I think good, fundamental Counter-Strike theory coming out from Astralis. And they're going back to that.
Charger stopped working last night. I'm like, what am I to do?
Player to find out whether now he does live. I don't even know how he lived through JT's FAMAS. But obviously, if there is some kind of wild setup, if there's an AWP waiting with Hulzerk, why would you sacrifice one of the 2 players you have left with 100 HP? Send in a low health player, find out what's going on. That's what they did. So, good stuff.
So, another eco for complexity, focusing their efforts towards middle this time, and it might be onto something. This couple of kills could be going in their favor. Well, apparently not. BlameF is there to pick up the pieces. There was a moment, an opportunity to find the first couple of kills there, but the aim punch, a brutal spray, it will be BlameF to pretty much secure the round. I say pretty much because this one does have some potential to get a little bit wacky. Not anymore. JT has been found out. Floppy remains, and he's on the wrong side of the map.
Yep.
He must have been spotted from the second player deeper on the ramp. I felt like they suddenly realized there's a moment there where maybe it could have turned out differently. Floppy is alone. What are your thoughts on the P2000, Henry? I think Elige was using it.
It's not as popular as it used to be. Never was.
Is there a good reason why?
I guess it's just a silencer, right? Like, it's just too powerful. Like,
it really is audio equipped. Same thing with the A4A1S one. They were same price. Yeah, they were like relatively up. Like there was damage updates and speed reads and which gun you would prefer. But I mean, most people are choosing, hey, I need the silencer. I don't need a silencer. I'm gonna spray through smoke, so I'm gonna play Anchor. I'm playing all around, so they don't really need to know where I'm playing at one particular moment in time. There's a lot of reasons.
But round 15, ladies and gentlemen, it was looking so good for Complexity. They were up 7-2, but they've now sacrificed 5 rounds in a row. Flame F entering the A-bomb side with emphatic pace here. Spots one towards the crane, and he is not slowing down for anyone. Deploying the initial utility as he opens up that first frag. Astralis on top, but not for long. Ozark steals one away, but it's back to a 3-on-3. And that should reset the round as Borup will try his luck towards
No.
That's a very quick trade back and forth. Just 4 people dying on that A ramp, and yeah, leaves it in a curious position here. Floppy been good on the defense so far, but he's not ready for this one. Doesn't even get a chance to fire the gun. He's going to be out of it. Device sneaking in on the other side. Also, he could have been dead, but instead he gets it back. The bomb is making its way there because that B-bomb's actually being held. Buzz is already just holding this position, so Borup can get a clean bomb plant, and it's going to be a tough retake. But Complexity have no choice, right? It's the 15th round, so obviously they're going to go for it. And they do have some grenades.
welcomed grenades for sure. Final round, 2-on-2. Ozark AWP, 2 his name so far.
I think this is completely on Buzz. Right now they have a trade set up. They're both gonna go heaven.
That might be enough for it. Actually, it's pretty good. Buzz a little bit panicked.
Yeah.
Orb comes in to help out. The spray on the follow-up is great.
So it doesn't even need to get to Buzz. Just bait him out.
6 in a row at the end of it. That might just be enough to win the map. We'll find out after this.
Yeah, I'll show you guys what
I like watching if I can learn something from CS.
Yeah, man.
My favorite Counter-Strike player to watch, like anyone in my role, obviously, but I'd have to say like someone like Robs. I love him since I was playing in Argo back then. We have the same initials, we look similar, and we have the same roles, and we play the same res, and so it's like, it's someone definitely I look up to is Robs. Shox was a player that his playstyle really inspired me, and I really wanted to be that player that could play everything, every role. And yeah, he was a huge inspiration.
Probably Div actually, it's pretty biased, but I also played a lot of Faceit with him. He can not touch the game for 3 weeks and still be good. Like, it's like he has some special talent.
I think my favorite Counter-Strike player to watch is Simple. There's like something about him where it feels like he can always just win a certain situation, and he always has those like flashy plays, you know.
Obviously Simple because he's like doing very crazy things, Zaiwu because he's also incredible.
If I had to pick one, I would pick Zaiwu at the moment. He's so capable of doing everything, pistol, AK, M4. He's like an all-round really strong player.
Paula from Alpharia. When I started becoming an AWPer, he was like the AWPer to look at, and I just think he is a really good role model, both inside and outside the game.
Bitch, how did I even...
Just because his aim is very insane and it's always satisfying to watch.
I could probably name my teammates, especially Tapson, obviously, is like a legend of the German scene, and we have Primbo, he's like the most fun player to watch, but he's my teammate. So if I have to say one more player, like from other teams, I would probably say Electronic, because he's such a great rifle and he took on the bird.
Fucking A, bro. It's been a minute since I was on this app.
Like really interesting.
Device, because he was close to my playstyle, and I really like how he played with Xtrfy. So I think my favorite player was Device.
Of course, Device. That's like my main inspiration.
I would answer Simple because in game he always playing very great. You like cannot predict him. I originally was playing Counter-Strike Source, so I was very invested into the French scene with a lot of their players. You know, Existence, RPK, NBK Smith, Shox. I think later on down the line, you know, I learned from like a lot of other players that I love to watch in terms of some play styles playing slower, in terms of like Coldzera for his fearless personality, his consistency, and all that was a huge inspiration for me to, you know, kind of be that player. And I'd say, yeah, those players.
It's kind of crazy how they literally pulled out their hands at the same time. Just weird. Damn, if I got this chick turning away just a little bit before.
Dead ladder. Cat. One more cat. 5v2 now. Second. One down.
I have a flash.
I'm back.
Okay, they got ladder.
On side one. How can I jump into flash to hold for John? Yeah. Alright, wait. Flash down. I'm gonna go through left, John.
Aye.
In the smoke, dead. Upper.
I'm peeking wood. 3, 2,
Double.
Nice. There we go.
Just need help.
Go, guys.
Oh, we have one.
Nice job, John.
That's nice.
Good job. Hey, guys.
Honestly, he just f***ed up hard. The stair guy's really nervous.
It's okay.
I'll take it. I like it. I like it. Makes it easier. I like you.
I like you.
It's just
I like
work
you
again.
guys.
Just work again.
Not really sure what to make of that, but Anders, I like you as well. I think it's good to remind your workmates, your colleagues, what they mean to you in general.
I've spent more time with with the people that we travel around with than anyone else in like 10 years, Henry. So it means a lot. It does mean a lot to me, Henry. I like you as well. What a great way to spend a Friday. It's beautiful. He called him that stair guy and said that he was nervous. Now, first of all, I like that they call him a stair guy. Like, he doesn't even know who he is. Like, he's like, I don't care about this person at all. And he's nervous, and I'm going to take him down. He starts with device in this one, Elige. He's playing very well at the moment. He's got 13 kills, 12 of them in the first.
That was a mid take? Oh, that was a ramp. Oh, feels bad for Blame F and Boro. And just immediately into the A. Stair just saw all 4 of them.
This couldn't be going any better for Complexity if they tried. A 5-on-2. Lovely little mid-split there, a bit of a classic. A Molotov towards construction, smoke down CT spawn, a single flash required. Push through elevators, get that bomb down. Really difficult to manage with the USPs. And the Glocks come out on top. Trying to hold on to the little they have. The crumbs, as Stair will be, he's getting a frag here. Every kill he gets is $300, so that's what he can make of it, but ultimately Complexity tie things up. And bear in mind, they had the 7-2 lead in the first half of their CT campaign. They end up with just 7 in total. So giving up 6.
Oh wow, floppy.
Didn't feel good on their CT side, but winning the pistol here, a reset for them. And Complexity winning the pistol, of course, will be up against the Force Buy here. MP9s can be so deadly on Vertigo. Lots of narrow choke points and ratty angles. Couple of deagles otherwise. Still Complexity can make of it. They've got 3 rifles, a UMP, and a MAC-10.
I myself love a good rat position. There's nothing more satisfying than just finding the nerdiest angle you can come up with and getting one of those kills.
Yeah.
It makes it better for me if I know that the opponent's also a little bit tilted. By,
Oh yeah, you can make it a one-way
adds to the
smoke as well.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the way to do it. Take it under their skin. As we're boosting a player up here towards B. 4 players on this side of the map, and they'll be deploying the left and right smokes for generators, Molotov down. And bear in mind, with this Force Buy, they've opted for a bit of an A stack here. So this round's pretty much
done.
Over.
Yeah, call it quits. I don't even mind. Just don't even get in there with the deal. Why throw it away? You're not going to accomplish anything. So just start to fall back and see if you can do it again next round. And for Complexity, fair play. They find an empty bomb site. You've got to give them credit for that as well.
Yeah.
You've mentioned many times, we've been mostly impressed by their T-sides Complexity. So I guess in that light, maybe it's not such a bad scoreline.
It's just the way it went down. If it was like a really back and forth game, Knife's Edge, you'd be thinking, yeah, absolutely, that would be true. But it's 6 rounds in a row. Yeah. It felt like they just lost control of the game completely. But you're right, they are known for their T-side. They've got enough to work with here. Just considering the position they were in. It's just to note as well, it's the pick of a Strata. So the fact that they're making this one exciting, competitive game, you think the second map is locked in for them. Now let's just talk about that third map of Nuke as well. We saw in the veto. Yes. I'm not sure if you caught it, ladies and gents. Right?
Yeah, they were screaming, bro.
Blame F and the coach, whose name eludes me right now.
Castle, yes.
Castle, that's it. They jumped for joy when it was confirmed that Nuke was the map pick. Now,
they were very excited.
What do you take from that? Why would they be thinking, wow, that's the best news that's ever happened? We've got the anti-strat Complexity, if they worked out the ultimate battle plan against them.
I don't know, but I can only think of ways that it
They
can
look way
backfire.
too happy because like
One is, what if you never get there? You look like clown.
you don't even you get 2-0.
What if you get there and you lose it? You know, it's like so many. But I love it. I wish more teams would do something like, because it does make it very interesting to watch. You know, now everyone's a bit intrigued. So I'm all for it. I'm happy they did it. You know, maybe
You're
they
happy they celebrate.
Morning.
Yeah, happy.
Okay.
So, you know,
All right.
I want some more investment into it. I wish more teams would show up and
Yeah,
say, but-
emotional vetoes.
Yeah, exactly.
Could be the future.
emotional
Like
veto.
we've never really got anything out of them in the past. But let's see what Buzz can get out of this Desert Eagle. First shot won't connect. Maybe I went a bit too hard on that one. But it will be the opening kill. For Complexity, Astralis, this force by not going too well for them. And that's another open B bomb site.
Yeah,
It looks to be the same outcome here.
very similar experience. Probably thinking that if Buzz gets the first eagle shot on like a random person, then they won't think it's an A stack any longer. They go back and, you know, there's probably some mind game going on there, but it doesn't really matter now.
Oh, but a deja vu here. Feels like the exact same round with an early kill thrown in. So a save once more, I'm afraid. And that does make the situation a bit weird going forward, because it'll be round 3. They'll have money to buy, but they're going to have these MP9s in hand. So
Surely just hold on to them.
yeah, no, absolutely they will. It's just like you were actually saving. But the previous round, really, considering you still got the MP9s. But yeah, you're absolutely right. We'll take them. The Eagles as well. That's an interesting one. Device can probably get AWP. He'll get $2,900 on top of his 3.3k. So yeah, it'll just be an interesting round. It won't be playing like a default CT defensive. They go for a run boost.
Right as the bomb goes up, it's going to be action movie all the way here. Bomb on the horizon, MP9 just flies in there. I think they
Gets
deserve
one.
more than that. I think they deserve the double or the triple. That would have been beautiful. I like the idea.
If he gets a double kill, I think it makes it to Reddit.
Yeah, probably.
But just a single, maybe not. It was a cool idea though.
It's not bad. Not bad.
So that answers the question though. The MP9s no longer a consideration. We will have the M4s, a device, AWP as well as Complexity take the lead. They are the first to post double digits on their opponent's map pick here. First gun round and a probe in towards B. JT leading the charge. Frantic spray from Buzz. Lucky to even get one. He lost control of that.
I actually think that's such a dilemma that you have to deal with at, you know, you're playing Counter-Strike is how long do you commit to killing someone after a pop flash? And there is definitely a cutoff limit. You see it both with sprays like that, but you also see it when people try to like swing wide. It's like you swing a little bit, you almost maybe see someone, you keep swinging, and suddenly you're dead because you've way overstayed your welcome. And that felt like, I mean, he probably felt like he had him, and he did, but cost him his life and cost him the bomb site. Might have cost him the round as well, the way this is going. Floppy, Grim, and Holzerk are still left. Now, there is a kit on Borup. Not that many nades either on Astralis. This retake, even if they're a man up, is not going to be easy.
They should be winning it. Should being the operative word here. A decent flashbang through the smoke. Good utility deployment so far. Floppy with first contact.
So what a Molotov. Are they going to run into it? They might just step into their own Molotov there. Floppy gets the return, or gets the kill, but then gets returned.
That was just good from Device for shooting that shot off. I don't know if he necessarily meant for it to be like that, but it gave Floppy that confidence to peek Borup wide right. Yeah, they don't have time. And Device dies here.
No. They might have had time otherwise, but they just couldn't quite get it. And Complexity, they win that 3 versus 4 in the afterplan.
That should have been the round.
Yes, it should.
Should have been the chance for Astralis to enter this second half, but that's now 4 in a row of Complexity. You said it was going to be a difficult retake here. It all started with this equal trade. But then at that point, it was the 4-on-3 advantage. The retake was looking promising. They even had the kit, but there's no time available. And it will be 11-8.
Yeah. I think that was a world, if he sort of has the perfect pathing, he like backpedals into the kit and just starts defusing, he probably could have had it, but
yeah,
we'll never know. And backseat Counter-Strike is always a bit easier than actually playing the game, you know.
Yeah, in the heat of the moment, and you've got 3 or 4 different people trying to get the information, like telling you where the kit is, and it can get very chaotic very quickly. Let us set it though towards middle from Blame F. That will stack in towards the boosted boxes there, and they've actually got the man advantage once again. Didn't help them out in the previous round. We'll see if they can convert this. Looking for their first round in the second half. It's Buzz posted at the back of the B bomb site here will have to extinguish the Molotov. That's fine though, you can use it to retreat if required, but it's time to fall apart once again. Now they're aware of the potential of Buzz, trying to lock him in with the Molotovs. When the smoke fades, he'll have no cover.
You can wallbang that with the AWP back there, and Holzerk knows it as well. You gotta be careful, Buzz. Smoke fades. Holzerk's not ready. He wasn't expecting.
Oh, Buzz with just a nice double kill.
From Buzz, and he's feeling so inspired by himself that he was ready to go for that one as well. Big device to pick him off, but there's the round that they needed. They do get to keep 3 people alive, including the AWP. They steal 2 AKs, and it's a 9-11 scoreline. So anything can still happen.
Love the ingenuity of the boost at the start, knowing they needed an opening pick and maybe getting a little bit too comfortable in the middle. Beating the tower, the stack, got that man advantage, this time converting as well. Lovely work from Buzz, I have to say. A lot of tenacity. Didn't get a boatload of frags, but he certainly delayed them, denied access towards the bomb site itself, and money starting to become a bit of a question mark for Complexity. 2 Galils entering round number 21 here. Device, a trademark position from these back walls of the A round.
Surely in a grander scheme for Astralis, a lot of this is about getting Stare and Buzz reps in on land. I think Borb is a little bit more experienced.
True.
It's at a slightly lower level. I still think he's got a little bit more experience, but I would say those 2 need to start to feel more comfortable in the team. I'm actually much less worried about Borb overall in terms of also because I think he's going to be fitting more of a utility role anyway, and I think he's going to do fine in that role. I think it's the other 2 that need to feel comfortable to be able to stand up to some of these more experienced teams, really. Nice nade. Puts him on that funny number again.
Yeah, we haven't seen it for a few days. Always a welcomed addition to the broadcast.
It makes people smile. Chip spams in the chat, I'm sure. Something to be able to do.
So, Complexity with a contact play in towards B. It's Buzz once again, the same position, trying to stay alive as long as possible. Did an excellent job before and fights back once again. Does well to even get a single frag there. The grenade though, that could be enough for a kill. 1 HP on Floppy. Avoids it for now, trying to stay at the back of the pack as the bomb is planted.
I thought that grenade was going to get Floppy, but smart play from him to stay out of the range of it. And they're sending Grim with the bomb plant.
A massive round here, Anders, for both teams. Fully invested, lost bonus on the line.
How much can Floppy do with 1 point of health?
He just gets a single kill, that's it. That's enough.
That's all you need? Well, let's see. They might call up his number here. No, there's a nade. They're going to find him. What a start to a retake. Device will follow it up. And now smoke on top of that looks so clean. And this time, they don't have any problems with finding kits or anything else. They go straight for it.
This one is under control. A sigh of relief for Astralis fans here. This one was starting to spiral at one point when they were 7-2 down, but starting to wake up in the second half as well. A very efficient and well done retake there on the bomb site. It all started with the stair pick as well, just as the smoke went down as well. He swings on a leash. Managed to get that lovely grenade as well on a 1 HP Floppy. And yeah, it can't ask much more than this. Perfectly done. Device with the double spray down at the end. And as mentioned, that was a huge round with financial ramifications attached to it. Desert Eagles across the board for Complexity. Just Grim with some Kevlar here. And just going to try and slow things right down. Try and work picks to offer themselves up. Well, it's going to be a Liege first. Down at the A ramp. Device finds the first frag.
And also, Astralis surviving with 3 members. It doesn't explode the economy on their side, but it does mean they're at least building in the positive direction.
Right.
Which, if you're dreaming of a comeback here for Astralis, that's something to look forward to. But yeah, you're right. That has a huge amount of ramification going forward. A little bit of a nade landing. Tags up Holzerg only the tiniest bit. 1 round lead for Complexity, but presumably after this round, it's going to be all tied up. Floppy getting tapped away by Buzz.
Yeah, Buzz is impressing me in this B-bomb side. Up against the pistols for now, but
JT just straight up walked into that.
As we'll see them just locking them out, running the clock down, removing players, denying access. This is pretty perfect so far. All they can really do is boost on the other side of the smoke and just hope they can find a kill here. 25 seconds now. Smoke goes down, but 3 CTs lying in wait. They would do very well to get close to this one.
Just absolutely shutting it down. You're right. 3 people showing up to defend. That ties up the game, and you know, now we have to revisit that problem of Complexity losing 6 rounds in a row at the end of the first half. Yeah, they do good to start the second half with, but now Astralis is starting to wake up a little bit more. Complexity having to struggle for the money. This is starting to look not exactly ideal for the last hope of North America.
The last hope.
The
What
only
about
hope.
EG? They're still in the tournament.
What about EG?
They're still in the tournament. Go on, say it.
Listen, I don't have to say it, Henry.
You don't. Yeah, you don't want to say it. Just scared to say it.
You
You want to
just
talk. You want
ass.
to talk shit, but you won't actually say it. That's your problem.
Listen, EG who? I don't even know who they are. I don't even know who's on the lineup, Henry.
It's working.
They're not even in my...
Well, that's the thing, though. Just to note as well, that we are in the knockout round at this stage. So even with losing the opening 2 games, like EG did, if they win their 2 next ones, they can still make it to the top 6. So lots of CS still to be played here. We're up to day 9.
That would prove a lot. If EG could do that, I'd be very excited.
That would be unbelievable. Oh, hold on.
What the fuck was that speed run?
Nice little run boost. Device getting himself ready for the opening frag once again. Found him more often than not. And a rare miss.
Rare miss. That's Stare engaged in some spam on the sandbag side there, hoping to get somebody absolutely taken down. So it's not for Complexity. This is what you want to see.
Absolutely, considering how Device set himself up there, the run boost, the open shot, but Borup will pick up the pieces here. That's towards short, through the smoke.
JT's at 4 kills, and he just got down in this round. Now it's a little bit of an issue, I would say. Might need him to find a couple of lucky rounds for himself. Grim should have lost that fight. Buzz definitely had the advantage, but it's going to go the other way, and that makes it a 4 versus 3. And they're so far away. I don't even think Astralis will think about getting close to this one. They're probably going to want to save the money and just try and play for the next round.
Well, Complexity, I dare say, are quite lucky to win that round. Like I said, a rare miss from Device. That's a sort of shot he normally nails.
Yeah.
That was a bit of a, by his standards, not saying it's an easy shot for all, but by his standards, he normally hits those. He doesn't. Opening frag was found. They give one over in the form of JT, and you're right to kind of mention his name. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not a hater. I'm a JT fan. This game is not going well for him. He's 4 and 16. Next on the scoreboard is 16 and 12. So does need to definitely wake up if he could find some form here. Doesn't matter at what stage in the map it comes in, but if we can find a couple of rounds where he could find an impact from frag, that could be enough because it's still competitive. It's still 1 round in this. He can just hold his nerve.
That is the mentality that you probably have at a pro level, is even if it's been an awful game for me personally, I just really need the 1 round where I make the difference, and we can, it's all good, you know. I've had the impact that I need to have. And this is, yeah, I would say probably Buzz wins that fight against Grim almost every single of the time, because I don't think Grim's spray was even necessarily that impressive, but we'll see.
So, Ozark boosted up to throw out specific smoke.
There we go. Put out, I think, to put some pressure on the A side of the map.
That lands in elevators. From T-Spawn, that's ridiculous.
Oh my gosh, the fucking double stack. Wow, the double stack on B.
The kind of things that are just fun to find and fun to look at. Nade down there, I think it goes a little bit too deep, unfortunately. 1 point of damage onto Elige. Classic boost over on this side. They're actually, look at the defense. They're pushed out of the B bomb side. This is wild for Astralis. They're hoping for a mid take for Complexity so that they can shoot them. Oh, now they're pushing forward. This is a very unorthodox approach to how to defend the site. Oh, the spray! Stare! He was set up for a massive multi-kill. JT practically dies in the middle of it, and now Buzz is going to show up and shoot them in the back. It's a 3-man flank. You will never expect it. You're not ready for this. They're going to get the one.
Here we go!
JT! That's the round. He's still going to be going down, unfortunately. Because, again, you're not thinking there's going to be 3. The fact that he even looked for the second is a little bit surprising. But JT nearly won the round for his team.
That was the moment. The one we were just discussing, Andy. If he somehow wins that round for them, all is forgiven. The quiet performance is forgotten. And this is how they open things up. This boost towards B enables you to look for any mid players walking out there. You're vulnerable, of course. It's nice to have a player towards the B steps, but when it works out, it feels so damn good. And I think it has to be Eco at this stage. We will see an AK-47 in the hands of Floppy, trying to be the hero they need. He's a top fragger, 18 and 16. But Astralis have tied things up here, the boost. Floppy can get the opening frag. He did spot a player there, but still comes out on top. He did very well to recover that one.
Yeah, Buzz. He's got some backup now coming in. I think Blamer from the middle. Don't want to be fighting this too much on your own and wait for the flashbang, and I appreciate it. One thing you have to not do there is swing for the follow-up fight and get yourself killed for no reason. Keep it cool.
Oh, I'm so fucking sus right now.
I'm guessing it's up on top of the stairs somewhere.
It's like,
hard for them to pick up, unfortunately.
Yeah, he was quite committed. There it is. Oh, nice.
A little thief.
We'll take that. Snatched away. And 1 minute left on the clock. Device will give himself a one-way at the A ramp. Excuse me.
Bless you, Henry.
Yeah, thank you for saying bless you. I never really got that concept. What does it even mean? I never say bless you to anyone and they get annoyed by it.
Well, we'll dive into that later. JT goes down, Stair there to help out. Blame
oh.
Whole trio defending the B bomb side, and it's worked out pretty well. 25 seconds here for Grim.
This is just unfortunate.
Feel like it was ever going to happen. Device will be taking him down at the end. And now
you can buy here, but then would you rather just go into the 14th buy round or full equip? Or would you rather force here?
6 rounds in a row for Astralis after recovering that 7-2 deficit. Sure, they lost the pistol in the first 4 rounds, but they've seemed like the better unit overall here. You can see where they picked the map. They've got some nice little setups, some set pieces, some lovely stacks we've seen on the CT side especially, and the absent JT, unfortunately, I think that's the difference maker for them. Such a close game. You got one player who's 6 and 18. Like, he could just find a little bit more impact. I think they'd probably be winning this, but just not seeing it right now.
Yeah, he almost had that one round, but I don't think you're wrong. Sometimes it really can come down to a little bit more output in some of these rounds, and maybe it'll make a difference.
Oh, Galil for Floppy this time. Utility deployed towards B. Looks at that mid split we talked about before. Nice HE there. Lots of damage done. JT takes a lot at the start, but continues his push. It'll be Floppy taken out of the equation first, and now JT trying to thread the needle towards CT spawn here. Good position, but his teammates are dropping.
Yes, they most certainly are. Buzz, double kill. Bomb drop a little bit further behind Liege. I think just his little boots showing there. He's going to go down eventually, so now they have to go back to the stairs to pick up the bomb. I don't really need to get there at all. Just great defense being put up here. Everyone from Astralis really chiming in. Buzz with the early double kill making a big difference, but Astralis at 14 rounds, proving and showing why they picked this map.
Absolutely. They've picked up 6 rounds out of the last 7. They've got the one-way smokes. They've got the crossfires. They seem to have just a great understanding here. You can see why they have picked Barrett to go today, even with the impressive T sides we know Complexity normally deliver. They're not breaking through whatsoever here after winning the pistol. The first gun round due to compromised resources. It's been one-way traffic. We are going to see Device once again. Another grenade deployed perfectly down towards the Liege. He's got 40 points of health. The incendiary comes down as well. And it's going from bad to worse. This is the half buy as map point is on the table here for Astralis.
They've been bullying Elise in some of these rounds. He's had, on the second half, a much tougher time at finding any kind of an impact. Another set of nades landing to force them back into the waiting arms of the AWP or the AK in this case. Grim. That's range with the Tech 9. I don't really know how he wins that fight. It is just Floppy back there, and Device is dancing to try and get out of that one. He's going to hit the shot, no problem.
To get out of that, he's like, I'll even reload in front of him. Let's just get this round over with. And there it is, map point for Astralis. 3 opportunities to close things out in regulation. It feels like they're going to do so. They're not really giving up much at all here. Complexity are shrinking round by round. and not feeling great for their chances here around number 28. But you never know. 3 in a row could happen, might happen.
Device on 25 kills.
That's what you'll have to see.
I won't lie, when he was off,
Yeah.
you know, after
25.
the affair was going on, Counter-Strike didn't feel quite the same. Something was missing.
Certainly.
And now that he's back, I feel more at home again. It does feel like we've really been missing his influence on the game. And the fact that he's even able to come back and play this level is... There are not many players in the world that could do that.
Not many. Just a select few. And Device certainly is in that conversation. He will be finding the second frag as they look certain to close things out here, Anders. Their map pick. So far, so good. 2 kills remain as this in cruise control right now. Complexity, a good showing in the opening stages. 7-2 up. Looked like it was going to be their map. A chance of a 2-0 with Overpass up next as well. But sure, it's a close game, but the way they kind of rolled over in the second half, it's worrying as well. And with the in-game leader unable to frag in this particular showing, they're going to have quite the conversation in the pause between the second map here.
Which will be on Overpass, which we know that they're going to be pretty good on Complexity. So obviously we all want to see Nuke, given the way that the Vita worked out. So maybe we will get there. Grim and JT trying to salvage this particular round. It looks like it's absolutely impossible. JT put all the way down with that shot, and Buzz will close it out. Astralis picking up the vertical.
That's just a rough first series. That is just rough. Alright, we're just gonna put some audio in the end. Oh, we have a good video to watch. The finale.
The Moist Meter is a proud partner of our comic book series Godslap and Plague Seeker. Both are available at badegg.co. Link in the description. This is going to come as a huge surprise. I am not the target audience for the new Barbie movie. That being said, I said, to hell with the rules. Damn them. I'm going to see this movie anyway. So let's dive in a bit. The movie has a lot of charm to it. Surprisingly, like I thought it'd all be very formulaic, but they actually went very hard with the set design in Barbie Land. Barbie Land really does look like an actual play set come to life. It has a very interesting visual aesthetic to it that I thought was pretty cool. They put a lot of care into how Barbie Land looked, and I think they kind of fucking nailed it. And by far the best performance in this movie comes from Ryan Gosling as Kin. I'm a Ryan Gosling fan. I think most of the roles he chooses, he's very good in. And here he lets his acting chops get a little wacky. Even when I think he's working with pretty weak material, like there is absolutely just some throwaway lines in here that's supposed to be like low-hanging fruit gags. Ryan Gosling like brings a certain amount of pizzazz to and makes it more enjoyable than it has any right to be. Also, speaking of the comedy, this movie is pretty much a full-blown comedy, though it does want to deliver a message, and it spends a lot of time developing and delivering that message. But the focal point is on the comedy, and in our
I'm sure it is with a cast and crew like it has.
Overflowing with human beings here, which I did not expect. I didn't know this movie was going to be this big. There was many times that jokes just went to pure fucking silence, like actual church mouse shit. A joke would be told in the movie, not a single giggle. Not even like a pity fart out of uncomfortableness. Nothing. Pure silence, like a sensory deprivation tank. There were some jokes that completely missed. But you expect that in a comedy. Not every joke's going to be a heater, but I was pretty surprised at how many didn't land at all. But then there were some that landed in a big way where the theater lost their fucking mind. So it had some high highs and low lows when it comes to its comedy here. And the common thread was the ones that were landing were ones that had Ryan Gosling kind of at the forefront as either the butt of the joke or the one delivering the joke. I just really think Kin was a surprise superstar here. Everyone knew Margot Robbie was going to be a good Barbie, and she is. I think she does a great job in this role here. I think she absolutely fucking nails it. She captures both that, like, living the perfect life thing as well as also starting to open up to like what it means to be human. I think she really captures both super well, which is really important since it's a big narrative point in the film about Barbie going from the perfect life, every day being her best day, to now humanity has fucking infiltrated her soul out of nowhere, and it's scaring her, and she doesn't understand it. She wants everything to be perfect, but starts to come to terms with, you know what? Maybe things are better when they're not all perfect. I thought this was going to be mainly for like young girls and like in general a younger audience, but a lot of the jokes were a lot more mature themed.
Yeah, I'm sure
I would expect for a kid-focused demographic. There was a lot of like actually
It's literally just a
mature jokes in
Pixar.
here. She blatantly just drops the word vagina when talking to some dudes, and then Ken's talking about his wiener. Like, it is PG-13 rated, but I think that was kind of just for show. But no, I was wrong. They really do have a lot more like older themed jokes in here, I guess mainly for the children's parents that got roped into bringing them so they're not bored out of their fucking mind watching the Barbie movie. I suppose that would be the play here. One thing I also really didn't understand about this film is it's very clear that the focal point is on Barbie and Ken, in particular Barbie Land, and also the big difference between Barbie Land and the real world when they do eventually cross over to the real world. That's one of the core narrative points. You know, Barbie's starting to experience emotions which she's never experienced before, so her and Ken come to the real world to get to the bottom of it because they speculate that there must be a little girl out there who's playing with a Barbie right now that's going through a tough time, and it's making Barbie and Barbie Land feel those things, and she wants to fix it. So they go to the real world, and everything's different in the real world. It's a huge fucking shock to both of them, and they both deal with it very differently. And while they're in the real world, this is when Will Ferrell's character comes in, as well as the entire Mattel board. And this, I feel, was such a complete useless thing to even have in here. Will Ferrell does nothing. The entire Mattel board does nothing. If they weren't in this film, nothing would change. They have no impact on the plot. They have no impact on anything. And they don't even really have many scenes to begin with. There's like one like Scooby-Doo chase scene where they're chasing Barbie around the office and it's very cartoonish. But aside from that, like they don't even really do anything, so I don't know why they're here. Like I feel like they...
Yeah, I don't want to hear all of that yet. I want to watch Barbie, actually. I've been trying to...
Summer League means absolutely nothing. Others depend on it for their projection of what's ahead. Regardless of where you stand, let's take a look at how every first round pick from the most recent 2023 NBA draft performed at this year's Summer League. With the very last selection of the first round, we saw the Los Angeles Clippers go with Missouri 6'7" forward Kobe Brown, someone that had a pretty solid Summer League, especially beyond the perimeter, as he averaged 15 and 7, shooting 43% from 3 at decent volume. He's really shaping up to be a solid depth addition for this Clippers group, or at least a more valuable trade piece in a deal such as the rumored Harden one. Then we reach the Nuggets with their singular first round selection, another 6'7" forward that's coming off being one of the top names in college basketball, Gonzaga's Julian Strawther, someone who clearly hasn't shied away from the moment so far. He averaged 18 and 5. It was on just 40-34 splits, but you're going to see that's really not that bad for this year's rookie class. Now, it's also worth mentioning just how promising this summer league was for the Nuggets as a whole. Their second rounder out of Clemson, Hunter Tyson, was legitimately one of the best players. He averaged 21 and 6, shooting a ridiculous 54% from the field and 50% from 3 on over 7 attempts a game. A real case can be made he was the top rookie performer we saw out there. It didn't just stop at him. Their late first rounder from last season, Peyton Watson, was averaging an efficient 19. Their other second round pick this year, Jalen, from last season, top rookie performer we saw out there. It didn't just stop at him. Their late first rounder from last season, Peyton Watson, was averaging an efficient 19. Their other second round pick this year, Jalen Pickett, averaged 12, 4, and 6 on grade splits. This is really scary for the rest of the league. They are retaining their entire starting lineup. Throughout the playoffs, we really only saw 3 main pieces off the bench: Bruce Brown, Jeff Green, and Christian Brown. They lost Bruce Brown and Jeff Green to free agency, undoubtedly big losses, but we saw a ton of good things from Christian Brown, especially down the stretch, where he was playing himself onto the court more and more. But they still had avoided those other 2 spots in the rotation, so they aggressively picked up late draft capital. They weren't searching for upside, they were looking for players to put on the court as a part of a contending group, something we don't typically see this late in the draft. But with what we saw in the Summer League, there's a lot of room to be confident they won't lose a step this season. 28 was made by the Utah Jazz, who selected Bryce Sensabaugh, who didn't participate as he's still recovering from injury. 27 was the Hornets with their second selection of the first round, where they took a shot on some of the most upside in the entire draft: Arkansas 2 guard Nick Smith Jr., someone that a year ago most projected as a top 5 pick in the draft. He was coming out of high school as the #1 guard in the country, but after a disappointing freshman season, really slowed down by injuries, he fell down to 27. His summer league had its ups and downs. Charlotte would leave winless, including their stints in both Sacramento and Las Vegas. In Sacramento, he averaged 13-4-4 on pretty poor efficiency. In Vegas, he managed to up that to 15 on slightly better efficiency, but this is heavily inflated by one singular outing. Against the Blazers, he managed 33 points on incredible shooting from the field, a performance defined by his clear shot-creating talent. This performance really embodies what we've seen from him this past year. There's no question about the talent, there's no question about the potential. We've seen performances like this, but it's what we see before and after these outings that have many concerned. Now, on top of getting the top guard from last year's recruiting class, they also walked away from the draft with the second-rate guard, who they selected in the second round out of UCLA, Amari Bailey. His summer league wasn't all that notable, but not necessarily concerning. He averaged 8 points, shooting 37% from beyond the arc. At 26, we also saw the Pacers have their second selection of the night, where they would take someone that really climbed up the board during the pre-draft process, Belmont wing Ben Shepherd. His draft stock is really not hard to track down. A 6'6" wing that shot nearly 42% from 3 as a senior. Unsurprisingly, that's the skill set he displayed during the summer league. He averaged 11 points, pretty much exclusively scoring from beyond the arc, where he shot 39%. The 25th overall pick made its way to Detroit, who would end up selecting Houston guard Marcus Sasser. What a weird week he had. For most of his time in Las Vegas, things were not going great. His first 4 games saw him averaging less than 10 points on terrible 33-16 splits. In his final game, things started off much the same. He had 9 points at the half. He had shot just 3 for 11 from the field. But then he did this. He proceeds to go 13 for 14 in the second half, finishing the night with 40 points on the dot to go along with 5 assists to just 1 turnover. It's moments like this that make the Summer League so special. Many were probably starting to write off Sasser, but in just one half, that all changed. The 24th overall pick ended up in the hands of the Dallas Mavericks after a draft night trade where they would select combine standout and Marquette forward Olivier Max Prosper. Prosper played all 5 games, averaging 13 and 5, shooting 44% from the field and just 24% from 3. Not too terrible considering most of his value at this point surrounds his ability on the other end of the court. 23 to the Blazers was the twin brother of last year's 4th overall pick and Summer League MVP Keegan Murray, someone that actually played a couple Summer League games this year where it was just unfair. He averaged 31 points on ridiculous splits. His brother Chris hasn't quite gotten off to that same hot start. In his 5 games, we saw him averaging 10 points and 4 rebounds on 43-32 splits. 22 was Duke wing Derek Whitehead, who didn't play due to injury, but we did see the first of Brooklyn's back-to-back selections take the court. Alabama big Noah Clowney, who, well, struggled. His 5 games saw him averaging less than 5 points and 5 rebounds, shooting less than 23% from the field and just over 23% from 3. Oof. It was really their second round selection stealing the show. One of the top names in college this past year, Kansas forward Jalen Wilson. He was averaging 18 and 8, shooting 46% from 3. With the 20th pick, we would see the Houston Rockets become a part of one of the biggest surprises of the draft, maybe even draft history. They ended up selecting Cam Whitmore, someone that just days before the draft, odds makers thought had a really solid chance to go as high as the 4th overall pick. Going into draft night, many didn't see a world where he would be on the board long after that. But due to reasons that are still somewhat mysterious to this day, especially with him making it very clear there's no injury, he falls all the way down to 20. Not just falls, but falls to the team that those odd makers thought might select him at 4. There's now a clear chip on his shoulder, and he was determined to show that in the Summer League. Whitmore ended up bringing home the MVP. He played a massive role in them going all the way to the Summer League championship game. He averaged over 19, 5, and 2, shooting 45% from the field and 29% from 3. That efficiency really doesn't even tell the full story. His first and championship games are really bringing that down quite a bit. In those middle 4 games, the amount that most of these rookies played, he was on a tear. In some stretches on both sides of the ball as well, he racked up 8 steals in the Rockets semifinal game. Now, I definitely think there were some concerning shot selection moments. I'm not sure the Rockets have a role for him on day 1 as a high volume creator, but at the very least, it's clear that draft night fall hasn't wavered his confidence one bit. He was also far from the only positive thing to come out of this Summer League for the Rockets. Both Tari Eason and Jabari Smith, their first rounders from last season, looked absolutely unstoppable. And we haven't even gotten to their most recent top selection. But speaking of that championship game, it's worth mentioning the team they matched up with, as they don't actually have a first rounder this year. The Cleveland Cavaliers, the 2023 Summer League champions. They had a key contributor, especially down the stretch, that was one of the biggest names in the entire Summer League. The recent second round selection and former #1 recruit in the country, Imani Bates. I saw him play multiple times out in Las Vegas, and while there's concerns about his size and length, He does not look small out there. He's a legit 6'9" with guard-like skills that made him one of the most sought-after prospects in the country at one point. It's really wild to think there was a time where we were envisioning Imani Bates and Wembanyama at the top of the draft. But since leaving high school, Imani's stock just continued to slide and slide. He goes to Memphis, struggles, goes to a small program in Eastern Michigan where he gets to put up crazy numbers, but on not so great efficiency. During this time, we also saw him deal with issues off the court. All this led to many seeing him going undrafted in this most recent draft. But after going to the combine, really impressing, absolutely dominating in the shooting drills, things finally started to uptrend for him. And the Cleveland Cavaliers decided to take a chance in the second round, a chance that right now seems well worth it. He just averaged 17 and 6, shooting 44% from the field,
Hey, we're about to be
40%
right back,
from three on over 7 attempts a game. He looks like the real deal. The only concern going forward is actually getting the opportunity. We know he doesn't bring defense. He's a scorer through and through. It's tough to envision the Cavs looking for that in their rotation, especially at the wing, after bringing in both Bruce and Ian. But whether it's with the main roster or even their G League team, his future just got a lot more interesting. The Cavaliers also had more than just Bates to get excited about. Sam Merrill,
it's like
a second-round selection a few years ago, just might have been the best player in Las Vegas, at least out of those players that played more than 2 games. He averaged over 20 points, but almost his entire production, 11 of his 13 shots a game, were coming beyond the arc, where he shot 45%. Insane. Just look at these clips. His release is lightning quick, and you're rarely seeing him even touch the rim. Now, what's so interesting, where he shot 45%. Insane. Just look at these clips. His release is lightning quick, and you're rarely seeing him even touch the rim. Now, what's so interesting here is he's not just some Summer League warrior about to get swooped up by another team. After a 10-day contract this past year, the Cavaliers signed him to a multi-year deal. We also saw Evan Mobley's brother Isaiah have a really good run. Between these three, Cleveland's definitely added some really interesting young pieces at the end of their bench. I really hope we see some experimenting from them. The 19th selection to the Warriors was Brandon Pojemski, someone that a season ago couldn't even get on the court for Illinois.
Alright, we're officially on to map 2, boys. And Lady and
Stab. That should have been his. He'll be dinged to kick things off, but the bomb has been spotted. First frag for Astralis as they mow them down towards short. That's a beautiful stop.
What a difference it would have made if Elige actually got the full 100 damage onto Stair.
Right.
That would have focused their attention somewhere else, but instead they get locked in the tunnel. Nobody wants. You don't want to be backpedaling through that tunnel. Open, but they're well aware that someone could be up. Buzz will find another shot, make it a triple for himself. And they're hunting down JT. He's not going to get a chance. Nobody dies on the Astralis side as they win the pistol. Having a great time.
Nice to see a big smile on Device's face. Lord knows it's been a while.
True. I think he had 27 kills at the end of Vertigo.
That's quite impressive. I didn't actually notice that. But this is a great pistol. Astralis with the boost, taking the aggro from the short push, finding 3 kills.
It's just
as
high
Device
energy.
and Buzz get 5 between them. No force buy, no bomb planted. So, full eco here.
Can I get a replay of that jump from like a bird's eye view? You understand what he wanted. He wanted to do the parkour HE grenade. Flame F on for the ace. Henry, he's hunting for it.
Another ace.
There, he's got the Glock, surely.
Yeah, eco. Eco on A1S.
Isn't it? Oh, Device.
And Device.
Stolen the back end.
Oh, God. That's a bit rough.
Although maybe psychologically,
Might need to pause after that one.
You keep Blame F hungry. We know he does like the, he likes the kills. You keep him hungry for another race.
I asked
1,
Blame F and
2,
his
3.
copy with Henry interviews.
Oh, Alpha,
Some of his diets and approach.
He's just
and
there
I heard
getting
a
lucky
rumor
on that.
once that he used to eat 1 cake a day, like a full birthday cake, to maintain his macros.
Wow.
He said that wasn't necessarily true, but it wasn't false either. He said at some point he was eating a lot of cakes in his life just to kind of get the calories in, you know?
Yeah. That's gonna be my claim in the future. When people catch me eating cake, Henry, I'm gonna say I'm following the Blame F diet.
I'm bulking.
I'm on the Blame F diet. Turns out I've been on that for a while.
It's a cake every.
I've been on that diet my whole life, bro.
Grotesque human being.
So, a little bit of kerfuffle towards middle, some damage exchanged. And Liege and Hulzerg taking the brunt of it. Elsewhere on the map, CTs have planted their flag towards short here. This is actually quite a compelling setup, all things considered. They've got the SMGs in a prime position here. Two of them, the MP7 focusing towards connector, Buzz's MP9 working the short area, but it's Monster. The main area of contention here is Stair to defend. Good flashbang as you might expect, and he just about gets away.
Oh, this is what worked for Complexity the last go-around. They were so good at attacking the bomb side, but this time Astralis actually holding on to it.
Oh
JT's
my
gonna get shot down,
gosh.
and Holzerk 1 versus 3. The bomb is dropped real far away from him, and he's got 30 seconds. This is where Astralis don't need to fight at all, but they will catch Holzerk out in the open. They could have definitely also played it slower and
It was
waited
just
for
bad
attempt to bomb.
organized.
I don't really mind either
Bad
way, but it's a
organized
good
play.
defense.
It was
But
a
this
good
is the
setup.
exact formula where Complexity over and over again last time they were on overpass just ran down their opponents, and it was so efficient. You know, Jacob was saying in the pregame during the analyst segment, was talking about how he felt probably Astralis will have had enough time to adjust to this and be ready.
Well, they're looking like they've got a firm understanding of how to shut it down. Deny them any access towards B by having playing territory outside the bomb site. Take down the numbers there. Don't allow them to execute with their full potential. So far, so good. 3-0 for the Danes. Lost bonus racking up will be a maximum into the next round, so they can justify a half buy here. Desert Eagles working towards long. Run boost to try and avert the gaze of Device, but doesn't have to commit to this fight, and he'll just be peeling off.
Did he fire the Eagle before he landed? I think he
Yeah,
possibly.
before he landed.
It's a quick way to make the history books if you made that work.
That's true.
At range, mid-air, run boosted out. Feeling a bit adventurous, perhaps.
Oh, Anders. Always knowing about the Bucks.
A lot of openings because they're so far back on the map.
Kind of.
Probably good news.
It's crazy. This man always talks about just the most unorthodox strat that you would never want to pull off in game, but if you pull off in game and he sends to Anders, you'll probably get an award.
Could still, I guess, BB, but it looks like they're sort of gravitating towards the side of the map. They've got one smoke, one flash that they just put out to run right through. Oh, it's actually a very good flashbang. Hold on. This is a bit interesting now. Blameth, front and center. He's going to get a couple of kills. Dualies are back out, and he gets the triple. Hungry for more. He's denied the ace earlier, and I don't think he got a chance this time because Stair's been showing up to help out.
Well, it was looking like that one could have collapsed for Astralis there, but Blameth saving the day. Buzz will be removed, and so will Floppy eventually. 4-0 for Astralis. An opening pick found for the North Americans there, but unable to capitalize as the captain mows them down. Holds strong, denies a plant as well. And the perfect start here. They're known for their T-side performances so far. Able to post a single round, so getting to round number 5 here. This is where the AWP come up for Hulzerg, yet to post a frag. AWP device as well, Anders, and we've got Blameth, who's 9-0 right now, yet to die.
And he's paired with Device, and he always has been on this map ever since Device joined the team. The two of them are playing this duo on the A side of the map, and it's very hard to break through. Nobody wants to be up against that. The Device and Blameth duo, I think, is probably not talked about too much because we haven't seen the success out of Astralis yet, but I imagine it's going to go on to be quite a hard duo to play against.
Just a note as well, they haven't won a single series yet, but Blameth is still in the top 5 performers at the group stages here in Copenhagen. So yeah, he's had some great form, but it might be enough again for Complexity, Anders. They've been absolutely wrecked at the start of the round. The active nature of this Astralis CT side is proving very difficult to deal with, and once again, they've got nothing to do.
They have 4 kills in total, Henry, on the Complexity side.
That's a good point.
It's not ideal.
It's not where you want to be. That's fair to say. Their map pick, they're yet to even commit to an execution or even get some key territory on the map. Like, they have not even got bathrooms control yet.
Yeah, but this exact kind of push, right, is something that we didn't see out of Astralis last time, right? They didn't have those kind of forward, aggression to stop. Because the problem is, Complexity proved in the last go-around that they are able to take control outside of B and then execute into the B bomb side. And once they get that stage, once they can throw the flashbangs, once they can send someone through the tunnel, they have a lot of really cool ideas for that. I think Danny was talking about, I think Mahone in the Mahone zone was talking about the Molotov that's actually landing right, I think, where Borb is playing on that ramp.
Yes, exactly. Yep.
And then the flashes to come through, like how you can do it. So like they have a lot of tricks, complexity to do this with, but they haven't been allowed to really do them yet.
Yeah, certainly not. They don't even really get anything done this round. They just have to give up the ghost. 2 players survive in team spawn, but again, Astralis finding all of the kills before they've even committed towards a bomb site there. And starting to rack up a lot of cash here as well. It's pushing off towards the short position. The nade has blown off the door. You can see that they're trying their best to answer back here, but they're scrambling into these positions. And it will be a tactical timeout now. Still have the maximum loss bonus, but they are yet to plant the bomb. With 5 rounds in, they haven't even come close to planting the bomb. Bear in mind how the pistol went down as well. Didn't even find a single kill.
Yeah.
So even on those sort of rounds, everything is falling apart from them left, right, and center. TC will be joining the comms. See what he can muster up here, because Elige, even with the maximum loss bonus, has 3,500. Grim 38. So Galil will have to be purchased regardless. It's deciding who will be operating with it.
Start is not ideal for complexity, we can all agree.
So this is weird. So they've gone for Hulzerg AWP. JT, who is having a very quiet series, he's got the AK, and it's a half buy elsewhere. So the 2 saved weapons, hoping they can cause a dent here. I thought, like, considering the maximum loss bonus, they'd probably try and invest a bit more into this one. This is absolutely fine. We'll see if they can crack things open. Waiting towards shore here. Now the CTs have conditioned them with all this aggression. They've taken a tactical timeout. You would assume they're probably going to be conditioned at this point. They're going to be very aware, and at this point, Astralis not giving them anything. Denying any sort of contact towards shore, knowing there's an orb still up and about.
I mean, that's scary, isn't it? Pick the right way, maybe. You could have got the kill right then and there. Device lucky to be alive, I dare say. Outside of B on Hulzerg, who I think he wanted to peek through and catch someone jumping, but they got Molotov and smoked off, so they just couldn't do anything.
So at least they've got positional control to go for this B execution. They've only got a couple of flashes now, so it just have to be the contact play-anders.
Oh, this is huge though. Speaking of contacts, they're really deep on the site. Unfortunately, they lose the first kill. Borb just lands it on JT. Frobby's going down next. And now a little bit of a shot for the smoke. They're really being slow. I don't like this complexity. I feel like they need to kill these people on the B bomb site before Mount Backup starts to show up. They're not going to be possible. They get wiped out. No casualties on Astralis. 6-0, and they're still at those 4 kills.
You're joking.
I think so.
No, you're not. Yeah, it's correct information. 4 kills after 6 rounds total, and it's JT at the top of 2. So that's about the worst news you could possibly imagine after the first map, and the way it went down. The scoreline's a little bit misleading.
Alright, we're gonna have to do a little bit of changing to our setup. Minimal changes, just so that we can maximize, optimize our space.
Barely giving up any kills here. This can still fall apart. The job is not done yet, but
that's why.
Comes the grenade from Device. Doesn't connect this time. It's going to be evacuating the area, adjusting the setup.
Frustration on a whole circuit at the end of the last round.
Well, my phone almost literally just slid off my desk.
I think they're right to be frustrated.
I hope that
bear in mind, this is the game that really does matter. This is the knockout stage, round 1, right? So lose this best of 3, you are going to the showdown. You win it. You're not guaranteed the arena yet, but you're 1 stage closer.
Yeah, you can keep it alive. Showdown is a brutal format, and so it takes up sort of a week that maybe you could use to prepare for something else.
Absolutely,
you could boot camp a different way. It's definitely risky to end up there.
Inconvenient, for sure. So Borab, this position is always like, you would think, oh, it's so common. It'll be checked, but it's just so powerful, especially these smokes coming down.
That smoke timing.
That's they're just going for the B collapse.
It's going to be 20 seconds, I think, when the smoke fades. If you wait that long, it's very, very risky. And they're thinking about it, going through Borobot close. He's so flashed. It's a great flashbang and a good follow-up stare, though, with the multi-spray down. 15 seconds, and the bomb has dropped. The Liege is real far away. He was hoping to catch rotations for when the eventual bomb plant happens, but it never does.
Oh, that's the best chance they've had, Anders.
Yes, it is.
And there's no plant again. That kind of says it all. That's the best round they've possibly had, and they've run out of time, but nowhere near a plant. Suggests it didn't actually go too well at all. Stare, delivering the goods. Big spray down there. His teammates dropped. They were in the right position, but flashbang called them. You could see he actually was looking pretty good for complexity. Then Stare, prime position. There was no utility left. He had some open runway. Mows them down. AK-47 in hand as well. That was the best opportunity they've had so far. TC, he knows this one is spiraling. The boys looking frustrated. Zerk will run the gauntlet through the flames, trying to find the first pick, and there might be one available. But
I think Device gets the first pick here. Yeah.
Himself towards long, and he's got a prime angle as well. Looks like he might be good for his first frag once again. The flashbang catches him.
Yeah, Holzerk is just...
Are they going to expect this? Is this such an off angle with an AWP? The flashes, you would have thought it's already in.
Oh, wow. Fucking Playmath, bro.
They flashed their way in to check it. They had the idea, but Device was just playing such a slippery angle that they never really found him. And now he's even moving forward, looking for more. JT with a good long headshot. It will not make a difference in the end. 8-0 for Astralis.
They are playing the perfect game so far. BlameF has only died once. The mixture of the aggression, the passive crossfires, Device changing position every round, seems to just have such a perfect read of every situation, Anders. Like his teammate gets the aggro towards playground, or party I should say. At that moment, the moment he swings, and you can see how frustrated Horzek is. He's getting the information. There's 2 kills available in the middle. Swing now, we can get these frags. He leaves long for a millisecond. That's when Device commits. And he goes down. You can see it's getting the better of him. Horzek 0 and 7. Every time he gets an AWP, he has been removed. He's had 0 impact. And they're 8-0 down, second map, and tournament life is on the line.
It's brutal, isn't it? I'm not surprised to see Device feeling this at home. I remember one of the first conversations that really happened about like how much you could anti-strat an individual was actually Device anti-stratting Fallen specifically on this map and just breaking Fallen down at a point where he was, you know, at a really high point in his career with the AWP. But Device was one of the 3 where they just studied him so hard. They knew every tendency that Fallen had, and Device has that kind of work ethic, I'm sure, still. I'm not surprised that you can see him. He's just slipping the net. He's not quite getting flashed. He's just at an angle that Holzerk's not peeking. He goes down again. The frustration continues. It's going to be so heartbreaking. He's 0-8 right now, Henry. You just can't find anything.
Nothing.
The mollies at the start.
It's just
absolutely push forward into playground there. So unless you extinguish, the CTs will punish in that manner. So BlameF can't believe his luck.
Oh my
god. He's taking damage as well as we get the 5-on-4 advantage.
I think Device knows that they're there because they fell off the boost. So inside of the B bomb site, they will have heard
take the 16-0.
So he's
at least that way. This is one of those games that you just can't even like
they don't even
watch back. It's just what were you guys doing wrong? What were they doing right?
It's another flawless round. It's a 9-0
It's just everything that Australis has decided to do. They are just winning at.
Not anymore.
Can't do anything.
Well, apparently not. We've been talking about the T sides non-stop, how good they've looked. And like I said, they didn't extinguish that second Molotov, so he knew he could get through, make a lot of noise, and Horzek just didn't see it coming at all. And that's another huge round. Have they even planted the bomb yet? No, and with 9 rounds to play, the bomb has not even become close to going down. So, they've actually
this is
found
Complexity's
a gap
pick,
here.
bro.
Device scrambling. Hits the first shot. They will
Has to
bust
be Holzer.
Yeah, so that's actually not a bad play.
Has to be Holzer.
BlameF though.
He's thinking about it. Grim had the right idea.
As the
smart play, yeah, he knows, but BlameF hard to kill at the moment. Finally will. JT able to catch him, but that slows it down, and it still brings it into a 3. We'll say that. 2 versus 2. JT trying to make up for it. He's up to 6 kills, and he's brought them into one of the better positions they've been in yet. Complexity. 2 versus 2 here. Floppy. My god, it was close to him getting that kill. I think Buzz almost walked into it.
Yeah, Buzz thinking better of it. Using the shelf instead. It's a strong position. What's their next move? They have a JT AWP. Floppy on the M4. An HE, a smoke, and a flash. It's just like a kill for JT. Oh, how is that gone down?
You thought it'd be a kill for GT.
Bomb has been dropped, flashbang over.
And they're not, he's not all ready for this Bora play.
100 HP, and surely the kill, and it doesn't go in his favor. I look to get a chance there, Anders. That was the best opportunity they've had, but once again, the bomb doesn't go down. There's barely a fist bump in the Astralis camp. They are in cruise control right now, 10-0.
Yeah, relentless.
Has also got a kill yet? No, 0-9. God damn.
He's the first casualty in so many of these rounds. It's obviously super frustrating to have a match like this. Generally, I would say he's been playing very well throughout the tournament so far, but
yes,
you would save as well. If they won that round, it's 9-1. Someone could bring a speech to the table, be like, "Come on, lads, we can get the rest of these now. This isn't done. Let's get 9-6. Go, let's go." But then you lose that round as well. Now it's 10-0, and you've got a technical pause just to stew over the absolute abomination that is this T-side star for complexity. This just couldn't be any worse for them. They've just got to sit there in silence now and accept them.
This is where I feel like sometimes it can be very helpful to have someone who is a funny person on a team. So like, because this kind of silence is obviously super dreadful.
Yeah,
it's nice to have someone who's a little bit of a comedian. Say something funny, say something offensive, anything to get people.
Not too offensive. They are being recorded right now live.
Well, you know, within the realms of, you know.
Sure, I know what you mean.
Keep it cool.
Yeah. Well, bear in mind, we heard the comms in the first map.
Yes.
And things were looking pretty good. They had a couple of rounds going in their favor, and they were like saying, "Oh, I like you," you know. It was jovial.
It was jovial.
I can imagine the comms aren't like that anymore.
I don't like you anymore.
Yeah, that would be the next insight we get.
Oh no.
But if you are just joining us, if you are seeing the insane scoreline in HL TV, wondering what the hell's going on, what does this all mean? This format can be confusing for some if you're not following the entire tournament. This is the knockout stage. So we're in the second map right now. Astralis did win their map pick of Vertigo. Overpass is where we thought Complexity would do a lot of their heavy lifting, but so far not so good. 0 rounds posted, tournament life on the line, you're down and out. You go into the showdown if you lose this series, and they are yet to plant a bomb as we enter round number 11. Same sort of approach from Blame F. That second incendiary gives him access to the playground, Anders, and he's got the opening frag again. I can't believe it.
Doesn't even see him. He just starts to spam, and it's a kill. Elige out Holzerg is next.
Oh, I can't believe Holzerg's died as well. You need to go somewhere else. Stop going to the playground and start, bro. It's not working out. Maybe they can find some success in towards B, though, making a lot of sound, and, well, buzz will be dropped. This is the chance for the bomb to be planted for once, though. Yeah, it's looking good.
It is looking good.
I dare say they win this round.
This is what they need. Floppy, good shot. Something to bring them back. Don't get completely blanked here in the opening half. Blame F and Device, they are the two heavy hitters, but smoked off once again is Blame F. And even if they won a bunch of rounds here, there's no real point in throwing a lot away. Unless you feel like you can get a kill right now, they're going to run out of time anyway. I think they might just settle for trying to lock them in.
They don't commit to a retake here or anything like that. They'll try and stay alive, not necessarily safe. Just try and do as much damage on the exits here to Complexity. They can take 2 of the AKs away, means compromise buys in the future. That's exactly what Blame F's going to go for here, trying to lock them in. Ducking and weaving, knowing they could be low on the other side. The bomb is going to hurt them as well. Floppy will be dropped, so there's the 2 guns.
And he wanted to throw the Molotov.
Exactly, so he knew he could actually potentially get the last kill as well, but that would do. They saved the AWP, they managed to only allow Complexity to take a single rifle out of this one, but there's the first round for the North Americans here.
Not worth it. Just lose.
Deep, but it has finally arrived.
Just lose.
Yeah, as mentioned, with one player actually living to tell the tale will make things complicated going forward. A Galil for Elige, and they need to start converting some rounds here, some convincing ones, because top of middle has been an absolute nightmare for them. Blame F.
Top of middle has been absolutely annihilating them.
Shot for Device. Reposition for him. He's not been there with the AWP before, so I like the change of defense. And Floppy will go down early. Buzz finding his 11th kill. He's doing quite well down to the B-bomb side. And the nightmare might just continue here for Complexity.
Could do. It's going to be a B finish Two players towards short. Grim and Hulzerg with the bomb. Hulzerg yet to frag. There's that Molotov we were discussing. Flashes to go over, and that's presumably the full commitment here. Back and forth we go, still with a man advantage. The double spray down is on.
JT solo, and they know where he is. Stair already realized he really got the tag on him earlier. Gonna go and take him down. Hulzerg finding the first kill, the second now of the map for himself, and he needs 2 more to be the hero. That would really bring it back, but he's now locked in behind the box. The AWP is right up there waiting for him, and Device will not even give him a chance, but at least he's on the board now. 11-1 though.
Yeah, he's on the board, but they are 11-1 down, Anders. That is a good point. $2,900 per player as well. No bomb planted again. Not even close to picking that one up. Nice shot from Device as well. Barely saw him. And it'll have to be the tactical timeout called by, you guessed it, Complexity. TC trying to chime in, save the day here. A rescue mission of sorts. Need to find some morale here. Something to grasp onto. Do they take the eco? A half buy. They're averaging $3,000 per player.
I feel like surely you go for it.
I don't know. It's kind of pick your poison time. Half buy would be too much. A full buy might not be enough.
Yeah.
And we've got the full buy coming through. So 3 Galils, a Desert Eagle, and an AK-47. It's enough to win a round, but what we've seen so far, like, I think they need to do set pieces from the get-go, Anders. Like, these defaults aren't working. They're getting decapitated in terms of map control. They can't hold on to anywhere. So I would like to see a set piece. That time will tell. They're going to be combative towards middle once again, extinguishing the initial smoke, but losing 2 frags to blame after kick things off. They don't even see anyone.
He's 18-3 behind that one.
They've tried to counter it now. They've tried to extinguish the smoke and push through, but he's just jumped up on top of the smoke. He hasn't committed to the push, and he mows 2 of them down. And yeah, what do you even do? You have to keep going. Use your Galils and hope for the best here. No one will be too confident in the prospects of round number 13. Halftime coming up soon. If they can find 3 rounds, I mean, it's the absolute bare minimum. But it doesn't start well here. 12-1 looks almost locked in. A perfect setup here for BlameF and Device. Spot 1 gets the bomb as well, and even commits to a little bit more of a peak.
It's got to be some frustrating playing as BlameF. He's got that multi-kill potential, but he's also, you know, keeping himself alive a lot. He's, you know, he's not over-aggressing. You see him there. He probably could have crouched in for the shot against Hulzerg, but he's like, nah, I'm cool. I'm just going to hang around.
It's just one of those rounds, like, when they're in this mindset as well, that they've lost hope. They're going to be going with some more audacious picks. Like, these rounds can spiral. Like, Hulzerg will just be all guns blazing right now. Fighting. Looking to get any sort of point of access, but we'll see if he can get one. 30 seconds here, but unfortunately Device will be ready and waiting to pick up his second kill of the round. 3 for the big man in the middle. BlameF, who is his 19th flag, has only died 3 times as we go to round number 14. And that was the force by Anders again. No bomb planted, 2 frags given away at the start.
Clearly,
yeah,
he's really too cake day this one, Henry.
He must have been stacking them up today. Extra icing. And yeah, Device doesn't really have to work too hard here. Very relaxing scene for Astralis. A half buy is called. Scouts, Eagles. 13-1 looking likely back towards middle. You very brave here, lads.
Well, they forced in the last round. It didn't really work out. You did say it could have been a warning. You know, you go for that force up. Maybe it's not enough firepower. And now you're in a really weird position.
Yeah, these are must-win rounds. Even with maximum loss bonus, you just have nothing to work with because you're not planting the bomb. They barely even got flashes to access the long area. Yeah, thankfully a missed shot comes in from Device. It's not that he can really capitalize upon it though. What do you do with this now? He's having a field day, but Grim, nice free firing towards the connector, will find BlameF, who's been potent to say the least. It looks like BlameF will lead towards the demise of Device. Here we go. A man advantage. I don't think I've said that too often, but they're walking into Borov's aim. 2v1.
That could have been throwing the round away. Good conversion for Grim. You want to see that kind of thing happen. Yeah, swap it out. He's low health. Maybe try and see if you can send him to find information. Stair very often has been playing down to the B bomb site, so that's why they're a bit paranoid that he still might be down here. And Grim, look at it, he's just taking a task. He's saying, I will run in and check everything. If he's here, we're going to find out. Corsair holding the back line. Stairs walking in, and Corsair to get that kill every single time. So 12-2. Second round complexity is very much late in the hour to try and start to make a comeback, but you know, you have to try.
Well, that's all you can do. Like we said, tournament life on the line here. No more chances after this one. Already a map down. Sure, it couldn't be going worse for you, but like I said, 12-3. That's not outside the realms of possibility. Sure, it doesn't look great. It's likely you lose, but it's not impossible. But hold yourself together here. Try and keep in the game.
Yes. Somebody.
Here we go.
Get him in this.
They've got a response now.
Yes, they do.
But
And
he's
he's surely dead, Device. There's no way to live through this one.
Yeah.
Thank goodness. So greedy with it, but he's gonna get traded out in the open again.
So you can see now, like, sure, it costs you a lot of your resources. 2 smokes at the start, but at least it denies access to the party position. Like that was overwhelming for them. They had no idea how to stop him once he got in toward that spot. They were losing every duel. Just have to give up the smokes.
Look at this. Astralis sort of taking a page out of Heroic's book. You rotate 3 to the A bomb site, but you don't just defend it. You're pushing forward to try and catch the T's, and it actually could work. Stairs there. Oh, and the timing, it could have been better. Spray's not really perfect, but it doesn't matter. No one's looking.
It's the bomb as well he finds.
Oh
my god, the grenade does max damage. Elige is in a lot of trouble. I'm surprised he survives to tell the tale. 2 points of health. Back to a 3-on-3. All of a sudden, this round is possible. Beautiful shot from Floppy.
I still basically a 2-on-2, you know? Like, you're not really getting much from Elige except for, well, now you got the
entire tournament, really. 9 kills on him right now.
We said 12-3 was the absolute bare minimum in terms of.
Well, this is a full commit here.
This game take us to a 3rd map, and maybe they can do it. Bore up to defend.
Blame rough takes. Blame
that HE could do a lot of damage to Elige. He's gonna get the kill anyway, and yeah, blame if.
Oh my gosh.
Right on top, but not enough for the kill on Floppy.
Oh, he didn't plant. Oh, he did.
Oh, he did. Yeah, I thought for a second. I was like, wait a minute. Well, let's see what Blame F could do. He's only got 4 deaths. Might be given his 5th right here in the 1 versus 3 to try and steal a round back. It'd be heartbreaking for Complexity. This is the most winnable round that they've had yet. This one is essentially locked in, but Blame F is looking to see if he can just get it open again. Yeah, the smoke, there's a massive gap, but they're going to be a little bit panicked, aren't they? He does have a kit. They should be peeking. They're not peeking yet, and there's Elige. I don't know how he lives through the round. He gets a quad kill at the end. 3 rounds on the board. It's not nearly enough, but we'll see if Complexity has the strength at the end of it. Second half is right up.
Yeah. Something, man.
Hey guys, Floppy here from Complexity CSGO. Today we're going to be looking at just 1 round. Let's begin. Starting off with Nuke. I see my teammates have a full buy. He threw a flash. This is before they could drop nades back then, maybe. He's starting towards upper. He's not pre-nading or pre-mauling HUD. His teammate's probably mauling door. Dropping down insta. Just spamming the vent a little bit. You can obviously see a gap in that. Yeah, there's a molly in front of the door vent, so they can't go out, lurk out door there. I think at this point right now, if you're not anti, you're probably gonna get pop flashed. But I think he's just looking at the gap instead. Because a lot of teams like to upper pop in general with that smoke just to kill this guy who's not playing anti. And now he's at the CT vent, just nading door. I don't really know how I feel about that, just random nade. Right now, I feel like I would get popped on upper like this whole time. I'd rather go into the CT vent and actually just chill, or at least play up close to it in case I do get blind and can hide. Right now, he's basically still away. If he gets popped on, he's kind of lost. He needs to smoke door a little bit earlier, but there already is a smoke, so maybe his teammate threw that already. I don't know, he's just chilling at the CT vent. Maybe a re-smoke door. If there's no re-smoke door, he's probably gonna get walked out on. That's what a lot of these teams like to do. But yeah, so now he probably hears the mini smoke bouncing off the wall, so then that's his cue to peek door, because someone's probably already out to the Tetris box. So that was pretty good actually, because by the time you hear the mini smoke bounce, there's probably going to be a molly CT vent as well. So that was actually pretty good. Now 5v1, easy cleanup. Wasn't too bad. I think playing anti would be a bit better at the start of the round, just to prevent the pop. He was holding an AK with electronic stickers. I don't want to say this was an official match or not. It's just to make fun of anyone, but yeah, I wouldn't say it was like too good in my opinion. Don't know if I can guess who's playing because I feel like it doesn't look too good to me. Because it might be an older demo, maybe. I'm not too sure when this was played, but yeah, I have no idea who would be playing this right now. Envy, on the CT or the so Envy was Cloud9 in 2020, so that must have been me. It's me. It's me the whole time. Holy shit, that is embarrassing. Because I have the knife, but no gloves, which I didn't have back then. What am I doing at upper, man? That's embarrassing. What are we doing? I don't even know what to say.
So yeah, they all just watch one round of themselves. That's just the whole stipulation of it. All right.
Things do change, Floppy, but maybe not for the best. They find themselves at the bottom of the barrel here. 12-3 deficit as they switch over to the CT side here. We've been talking about how commendable the terrorist forces have been throughout this tournament, Anders, and just didn't turn up today. They get absolutely manhandled by Blame F.
It's been a bit of a shocking start, I must say. Although someone did see it coming. Jacob, Vinica was talking about it, saying, you know, he felt like Astralis would have adjusted. He's maybe more right than even he could have expected. This is wild what we're seeing here. First half, absolutely misery for Complexity. They need to have a strong start. They need to win the pistol, and then they need, I don't know, someone has to step it up in the
How's it going 10 to 5 and 12 is pretty good, you know?
Much more than that.
It's just a good
It's never over until it's over. 7 guns, more Complexity. Jeweler leads for Elysian Grim, and Device dissecting the map, making strides towards the A-bomb site, slowly but surely.
This is actually a style that Elige played last time. Remember how much Elige was infiltrating this A-bomb site by just taking his walk up long, and it worked really well?
If you can get him there all the way towards bank undetected, you don't even have to commit towards B just yet. You can just see what he can find. And so far, that might be exactly what's happening. So yeah, in towards bank, and they don't want to commit until he actually gets in position where he can find the kill. Then they want to start creeping their way in. Well, they're aware of it. God damn, how's JT done that?
That's massive. So much time off the clock. Now Charlotte's like, well, there's no choice anymore. We just have to go for it. Hope that we get the openings because we've been completely called out. Good flash to set it up, and maybe they get the bomb plant. At least that would give them something. Grim is on a very long flank. And they're going to be boosting up on top behind the smoke. Oh, this is interesting. The round is still on, Henry.
Absolutely is. It all starts here. It's Stare to try and find the opening frag. That boosted Blame F is going to be a real nuisance now as the bomb is ticking at some pace, but handled. The Jeweler leads shining bright there, Anders. An interesting round. I can't believe JT had the presence of mind to be checking CT spawn, I guess.
It's quite weird.
It was just way too quiet.
If I do say so myself.
That the only hole they had on the map would have been long. And Device, yeah, he tried to puncture the backlines there, but JT just one step ahead of it. The big brain comes out on top, and Astralis still get the bomb down, Anders, but what a retake this was. Even with the boost up and towards heaven, they managed to come out on top. And that's the must-win pistol landing in their favor. Starting to believe now, knowing this is their map pick. And it should be for a reason. But the bomb was planted, so you would expect the potential at least for Galil to come out in the second round. You can buy in the third and maybe guarantee a round on the board, but if you're looking to steal one away, this is the time to buy. And I'm seeing a Galil for Blame F and Borup, so that seems to be the case. They'll take a tactical timeout, looking to close things out early if they can win this round. Job pretty much done, Anders. This would be an opportunity to find the win potentially right now.
Yeah, they must be feeling confident, Astralis, in terms of closing out the game, so that's probably also on their minds. It's just, you know, before Complexity gets to warm up too much, just see if you can close the book on them right away. But yeah, I mean, the fact that they realized that there was a flank coming in is definitely well done. I think probably Blame F could have played for the actual plant itself. I think he was looking a little bit deeper to try and catch
already got
someone.
a kill though, so they knew he was there.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't have really done too much for him, especially when they got the USPs. The bomb's not... Well, I could have was planted for him, to be fair. You're right, but I guess they knew of his position.
Yeah.
Trying to make it chaotic and actually find some manpower, but either way, they now know what they're up against. Galil's confirmed. And a bit of an exchange here towards Connector. I was going to say, Stare has an opportunity to strike towards that position. At least going to trade for now, and counter device, of course, it connects. It looked like he was done for. but they've got the man advantage, and Grim is tantalizingly low as well. Buzz can't make it happen in the B bomb side. That was a brave maneuver and one that doesn't work out for him.
They still have 50 seconds. We'll see if Complexity make a mistake in rotating towards the A bomb side. They're getting there. The bomb still on that side with Device and BlameF duoing up, although it's going to start to fall back a little bit, so you can tell what they're doing. How long before Complexity realize? Smoke to keep their attention towards the site. BlameF is out. He's still got a flashbang. Could also throw it down to the B bomb side from up here if he really wants to. But yeah, he's going to commit it here. Again, just about selling the idea. And it leaves just JT alone. If he goes down now, the round might be over, and he is going to go down. Borb sneaking through. It's a bit of a disaster.
Yeah, it couldn't really be worse for them now. The fake is perfect. It keeps 2 players towards the A side. JT overworked in the position, having to look towards Short and Monster. The moment he looks away, he's peaked. He even did well to do some damage there. It doesn't work out. That's the round done. And like I said, this one is pretty massive. It's the 4 spy of Astralis round number 2. Getting 13 rounds on the board, and you have to save now. You've got 2 M4s, so not all is lost, but most of it is. Loss bonus will not be there for you whatsoever. You're going to get $1,400 per player on top of the 0 you have right now, the 2 M4s. So a chance. Grim and Floppy can single-handedly win you the next round, but they're going to have to dig deeper than ever. As we go 13-4. 3 players survive for Astralis. 22 kills for BlameF, just to note that. Walzerk, who had the nightmare start, starting to wake up now. He's 7-14. It's Grim who hasn't been able to have any sort of input here. 4-13 for him.
This is not the Complexity that anyone was hoping for.
No, just how good they've looked in general. Like, they've always had, not necessarily winning all the maps, but their T sides have always looked fantastic. Like, in terms of execution and fundamentals, they've always seemed to have interesting ideas and a different approach to other teams. But this is an enviable spot. It's double scouts for tournament life.
Personally, big fan of the double scout, Henry.
Well, they fully invested as well, so they're all in.
There we go. It's the first tag. Give us another one, Holzog. You've got nothing left to lose. Just, oh. Is that it on Buzz? Yeah, I think so. A little bit more. Here's on the other side. Fair enough. Grim. There's a liege. He finds
That was just nice.
But a couple of people have been tagged up already on the Astralis side. The liege very, very active.
I'll never forget, bro. Detour is still an OG skin, bro.
Stand still if you buy the scout.
That's a good point.
Souvenir
I think
Detour.
they win this round, the CTs. I think the scouts have
Phantom
set up
like style,
very
bro.
positions here. The A bomb site. Oh, the flashes though are making things a bit more complicated. The Molotovs aren't bad as well. That's what might change the outcome of the round here. It was looking great for a second and now starting to shrink. Bomb planted. Just increases the chances here for Astralis. Borov chiming in as well. Now there's 2 saved M4s, and there's 14-4 is locked in, and now you just have to save. There's nothing you can do. And they're going to be getting $1,900 per player into the next round. So it'll be similar sort of territory. Like, you might as well buy.
Yes.
It can't be going away. We can't really justify saving any more weapons.
No, definitely not. Borb with 14 kills. Just talking about him, I think he had the start of his career in Trick. Then he was on North Academy at one point, and then shuffled around in a bunch of these tier 2 or 3 teams in Denmark for a long time. But when Copenhagen Flames went under, it, like, what a surreal experience for him. Like, the organization that you're in actually stops existing, and then you're on, you know, not that long after, you're on Astralis. Like, what a pickup.
I don't think many people would have predicted this move.
No.
Like, obviously, experts of the Danish scene would have had some insight as to what Borop was up to, who's playing with, and face it and stuff like that. But yeah, I didn't see this coming whatsoever. Like, it's a name we're all familiar with, but not a name you'd think would be in that conversation. But so far, so good. He hasn't had any crazy stand-up performances, but I'm noticing his fundamentals are fitting in well. He seems to be.
He's not there for those anyway, right?
Exactly,
like
right. He's not part of that fragging unit that we expect.
Let's see. 10-round lead, Astralis. Complexity actually not buying into this round that much.
I'm surprised at that. I get, like, it's literally like pick your poison. It doesn't right answer here, I'm afraid. But yeah, I would think you're not going to recover a 15-4 game. Like, you might be able to win a round of 2 M4s, and
Yes.
some deagles. You know, that's my thinking. But like I said,
would have been my approach as
there's
well.
no correct answer here.
No, not really. Yeah, either one is very unlikely. You know, you're either playing for overtime or you're hoping for a wild round and then a more comeback. You know, just to get 16 before the other team does. Either one is probably very unlikely. Floppy's out here, gonna run right into the M4 of Step, and that'll confirm that the B bomb side is empty.
Yeah, that's the problem. You think, oh, he's got a kill, maybe he can do something with it. No, unfortunately, that just gives up his position. It does some damage towards him. They know he's so far removed. That's series point complexity. I'm not going to be making it to the arena on this showing. This is them eliminated now.
But it was never like
showdown.
Expecting.
In terms of the run here, like, let's just talk about the context of this one. It's the first event with Elige.
Yes.
Everyone was super hyped about that prospect. In the first game, they came out all guns blazing. They had NIP.
And they really had NIP flopped.
Managed to get the best stats in the tournament after day one.
I know.
He was looking great. Moved into Vitality, 0-2, they got absolutely wrecked. Let's be honest, they didn't turn up. It was one of those games you're like, well, it's Vitality. Like,
sure.
You're probably going to lose that one, but bear in mind, NIP went on to beat Vitality.
I know.
So that's confusing. So kind of suggests that maybe Vitality weren't as strong as we thought, because they only really took down, what, EG, Complexity on routes, then lost to NIP.
Yeah, that's a good point. That is a bit confusing.
Right. So,
and now they're back.
Now you're like, you've just been owned by Astralis. Like, oh, what are you taking away from this event? Like, we've had some good showings. Our T-sides were decent, but overall, we couldn't keep up in the last couple of showings.
Queen's Club.
See, those inconsistencies can breed a lot of frustration. At individual moments, I think Elige definitely has been playing well. I think Grim overall has been pretty steady. I think Floppy's been the one that I feel like has been upgraded a little bit more from before this. And I have high expectations still of Floppy. I think he's still a really good player. So, yeah, I don't know what to say. I mean, I'm not necessarily heartbroken and completely in despair of Complexity. I think there's a lot of individual pieces that are looking good for them. But this kind of collapse is a little bit alarming. You don't want to see that, right?
You don't want to end your tournament on this note. You want that pick, 4 rounds, like, barely got the bomb planted on the T side, which is what you're supposed to be good at. That's your thing. That's the identity of this squad. It's the tactical prowess, the executions towards B, the understanding of the rotations and the timings, and it's all come crashing down to this moment. 11 rounds in a row required to keep the dream alive here. A chance at the Royal Arena.
I think Buzz might have spammed Borup with somebody else. But either way, Elige will certainly take full advantage. Headshot to bring him down is a good kill in the right direction here for them. Stairs gonna open
Unfortunate, just bad positioning. Here guess what, but he gets down. If he gets that monster guy, left side monster towards Toxic, he wins. I feel like he gives Complexity enough of an advantage. But here it's
the retake at that point in time. Bomb is
no
very
nades.
delayed right now. Astralis really want to know what's up. They finally go for it.
Frag flash, but it's not like he really got good positioning. You do know that there is one side pit, and yeah, now you know that he's folded.
He's a bit low, but he's on the right side, and they're not
and then Elige's flash just getting blinded his own teammate to not be able to see the cross hold anymore, so it's just like
here for Astralis as they managed to bring down Complexity with Blame F at 27-6, Henry.
Really strong performance there. Astralis turning this tournament around, and sadly we do say goodbye.
What's that Elige's flash?
Astralis.
I don't know.
Know what's up. They finally go for it, and they have identified. Blame F wanted to take that fight.
Oh, he's low.
And with the AWP.
Yeah, so they flash him, and then he flashes over to flash his teammate. Fucking A.
It's where they shine the brightest. It's where the tactics are displayed. It's where the individuals find their finest form. But yeah, disappointing way to close things out here in Copenhagen for them. A tournament they can learn a lot from, but won't be the fondest memories.
I agree, especially this last one's probably really hard to swallow. You get the map that you really wanted to play, and it turns
you just
out
get dogged on it.
Just madly adjusted, and they're super ready for it. So a bit of a rough time, but James is ready with Mr. Cake himself. Play map.
I've got a very happy Astralis and a big Blame F by the side of me. And Blame, I want to ask one thing. When we watched the vetoes going down, as the vetoes were happening, you were overexcited, you and Custer were just laughing. What was going on there? Was this just perfect prediction?
I mean, we predicted all 3 maps, but it was pretty easy veto to predict, honestly. So we're just like making fun because I think we love the guys in Complexity and they beat us some annoying times. So I think we're good friends with them. So we just made some fun with them, and yeah, I think they can take it. You know, it's not nothing. It wasn't trying to be BM or anything.
Okay. So just some fun before the game, but it was fun in the game for you as well. Now, Vertigo was a bit close. Was it closer than you expected?
I think it was close scoreline, but if you actually look at both the half, we came behind pretty big in both halves. I think we're like in the T half we're behind 6-2 in the beginning or something, 7-2 maybe, and the CT as well. We had a really bad start. So I think if you take away the first 5 rounds of each half, we actually won pretty dominantly. So yeah, I think we just had to like get going and like maybe get the jitters off, you know.
Get yourselves ready and up into it, and then it continued on Overpass. Here was absolute dominance from you guys. Was this maybe them being too predictable on it? We'd seen obviously their games against NIP, which they have mad confidence in this Overpass, but you guys just rolled over them.
I don't think it was them getting too confident in how they play. I think it was honestly just us. We haven't talked much seats before this game, but now we had like, I think we had 4 practice days between our last match and this one, and we've just been talking CT honestly almost every day, just sitting and watching demos and talking CT and just trying to get better on CT. So I'm really happy today that we showed that we can get more than 3 or 4 rounds on CT side Overpass. You know, that's really nice. So yeah, I think they're a great Overpass team, but I think it also showed that we had a great CT Overpass.
And now next up, right, to try and get yourselves over towards the full final, be facing Liquid. What do you make of them right now? Do you think you can do it and go all the way?
I definitely think we can, but I also think they've been looking pretty good with some of the teams they've been taking down. But it's just one of those things where like 2 new teams. I think both teams can win. They want to win, we want to win. It's just who's going to be better on the day, honestly.
We got a little bit of time to prep, so get to it. Thank you very much, Blair.
Thank you.
Well, Jacob, your suspicions were correct. Astralis clearly had done their homework. They dispatched of Complexity in a clinical 16-4 on their own map pick, no less. Unfortunately, Complexity, the end of the line here, they will be falling into the showdown. And Astralis, they got one more opportunity versus Liquid to make it to the full finals.
Very, very strong performance coming out of Astralis. They shot that game down from the first moment it even began. They had a clear game plan. They knew.
Here we are in our level. It is crazy to think that this is going to become the Simpsons hit and run. But anyways, I've got a huge plan for this first video. So let me show you what I want to do.
Oh wow, he's fully generated like locations for everything.
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to remaking The Simpsons Hit and Run. This is going to be the finale of remaking The Simpsons Hit and Run. I'm done. We have other games to remake, but this video is going to be more gameplay focused. I'm just going to show you actual gameplay from the game, because I haven't really shown a lot of pure gameplay. I also added this beautiful cinematic to the game, and they couldn't do a cinematic like this back in 2003 because it turns out that a RTX 3070 is actually more powerful than a PS2. Who would have thought? So I was able to add that, and oh, check this out. I do a seamless transition here into your character as well. Love how that turned out. But yeah, let me go ahead and show you guys some actual gameplay for the first time right after today's sponsor. I wonder who that is. So every single mission in this Hit and Run remake has been powered by my quest and dialogue tool Narrative, and if you're making a game with Unreal Engine, you will not regret trying this tool. And here's a little peek at the tutorial I just put up. This guide is going to take you from a total beginner with Narrative and give you the skills to make any mission or dialogue you can think of. We're going to start with the boring old third-person template project, enable Narrative, import some metahumans, learn to use the quest and dialogue editors, and even record our own facial animations. By the end of this tutorial, you will know how to make any quest or dialogue you can dream of. So that will be linked below, and put simply, Narrative lets indie or solo developers make much more ambitious games by handling all of the quests and dialogue for you. And if you want to learn how to make games, you can try my Make Games with Rubes course. That is only $19, and I give you everything you need, and you can learn how to make games with Unreal Engine, and that is over on the Patreon. The link is in the description.
It's pretty good. Pretty good.
Homie, somebody ate every dessert in the house. I need you to run to the store and pick up some of that ice cream with the miniature pies in it.
Well, must have been one of our kids. Probably Millhouse. I love to sit.
So, if you have not been following this series, this is not a mod of The Simpsons Hit and Run. What I have done is I have remade the entire game from scratch, figuring out how the original game was coded and remaking every little detail and feature in Unreal Engine 5.
This has been a very fun process to watch, especially from just like the basic functions of just getting the first map, the first mission, not map.
What happened to the ice cream with mini pies your wife bought this morning?
I probably ate it. I don't remember stuff too good.
It's insane, bro. Morning, nigga.
Go back home and talk to Mom to start the next mission.
Good afternoon.
One of the things we did for this
Good
video
brunch,
that you would have
nigga.
noticed already is we went through the effort of remaking the family car to be more consistent with Corylon's style. We were still using Billy's model. Shout out to Billy, by the way. He did a great job with that original model, but Corylon's just fit better with the art, so there it is.
Lisa left the school without her science project. Can you get it to her?
Oh, do I have to?
You can drop it off on the way to work.
And I have to go to work?
This is the first mission, SMRT, which is a reference to Season 3, Episode 5 of The Simpsons, Homer Goes to College, which is a great episode of The Simpsons, by the way. Highly recommend watching that. And you have to race Skinner to the school. Check out... Look at this. I coded the AI using relatively simple rules, but in practice they are actually so insane and maniacal. It's so funny to see how they behave. And this 2-minute mission is powered by my narrative quest and dialogue editor, which took me 3 years to make. So 3 years for a 2-minute long mission, which is pretty crazy. And the inside of the elementary school is unfortunately still untextured, but fear not, because Lisa looks just as terrifying as she did in 2003.
I got hungry and it was a pig.
It was modeling clay.
Oh.
By the way, Dad, Mom called. She said she needs to talk to you at home before you go to work.
So while Homer drives over to Mission 2, I just want to say thank you very much to Corylon. She's done basically all of the art in this remake, and she came into the Discord about 9 months ago and posted just that photo, and I saw that and I just knew that I had to hire her to work on this remake. Like, her art is just so incredible, and together we've remade a large amount of the game, and I'm convinced that this remake really wouldn't have been much without her. So thank you very much to Corylon. Her Instagram will be below.
Homer, go talk to Ned Flanders. He seems miffed and PO'd.
Why me? I'm the world's greatest neighbor. I even have a mug to that effect.
I'm all in a dither, Homer. So many of my possessions have disappeared. I called the police to find the culprit.
Culprit, eh?
My lawnmower, my cooler, my lawn chair, a family portrait.
I don't know why I got like significantly quieter.
Oh no, I borrowed all of Flanders' stuff. Quick, think of an excuse to get out of here. Excuse me, I think I have to go shuck some
Alright, this is my favorite mission in the game, Petty Theft Homer. It has the funniest dialogue, and obviously I look exactly like Ned Flanders, so I have a soft spot for him. I just think this mission is a taste of like what the game could have been in a lot of ways. The dialogue was so good. But I'm curious what your favorite mission is. You guys should leave a comment. Tell me what your favorite mission is.
Just a half hour of the actual mission game content itself. It's pretty good.
Number one fan. Our Father in heaven, bless this noble oath.
Stupid Flanders getting happiness from religion. Everyone sucks but me.
Homie, you're late for work. And today's your workplace evaluation with Mr. Smithers.
Ah, you'll buy my scorpion farm. Then where will my scorpions live? Only one person can help me. Lenny.
The mission you're about to see has 2 unique vehicles in it. It has the Plow King that you have to buy off Barney, and it also has Smithers' car. And so Corey Lon remade both of those. Originally we had just upscaled the old models, but they still really didn't look that great. And so Corey Lon did those, and she didn't know how to rig and animate them, and so my friend Sam came in and did the rigging and animating, so it was a real team effort to get those in, but I think they came out great.
I think they came out amazing. Alright, how much time do I have between this next set?
I think we have some great things coming up.
These are moments where they could peak. Pressure is going to be immense.
Nexa clean as he swipes away 3. Nexa puts together a classic.
Everyone is like really hungry. We have the greatest talents in Germany. Everyone wants to win.
Angle for Montu. Montu's dropping bombs. Simple gets blasted.
That's huge, man.
Last chance saloon for both Big and OG. Two squads have had their rosters shaken up coming into the new season. Now it is truly time to see what they are made of. Let's begin with the boys we see on our screen. The Big Clan coming into this. Jacob, I didn't really know where to place the identity of Big Clan because coming off the break, we now know they're communicating in English. They brought Mantu into the fray. Have you learned anything so far from what we've seen in Copenhagen?
Yes, I have. I have learned that they're building a new identity. I've learned that they've tried to revamp the roster, tried to revamp the way they do things. Tabson no longer the in-game leader. That's going to be Sin for the future. I think right now it's a joint role where Tabson, of course, is helping out. Sin is perhaps the biggest voice within the team, but Tabson will help out. Mantu as well, as you said, coming in now forces the team to communicate in English. Now, the way they played so far in this group stages have actually been all right, all things considered. The fact that Sin is the in-game leader, the fact that you're bringing in a new guy like Mantu, who hasn't played Tier 1 Counter-Strike in a very, very long time, I don't think my expectations were high for Big, and I think they've not necessarily exceeded my expectations, but they've at least made me somewhat happy watching them.
There is one thing that is worrying me or puzzling me just a little bit. I was looking at the numbers. Tabson is the one that has the biggest decrease between the last 3 months at this event. He's the one that's the most underperforming, if you will. So we're putting this story out there that him being relieved of some of that duty should help him be individually focused and be more sharp. I'm just wondering to what extent he's here a little bit lost in this new system. You have to imagine he's been the one voice, the one deciding factor for so long, and now he's having to mentor this new guy next to him who maybe has different ideas, maybe a different philosophy, a different view of some of these rounds, and it feels like Tabson still is in an adjustment period where he's maybe one step in the leadership, another step individually, doesn't really know how to dance, because I'm hoping to see more from him. I don't think these numbers are acceptable, not when you have his level.
Yeah, a bit of a topsy-turvy party from Tabson. I do want to bring Mantu into the equation, and I want to give Scrawny props for this narrative, because he pointed out very aptly, Mantu won't be in Cologne. We've obviously had to go with the logistics of it with Big Academy squad qualifying. There's a lot to move into there. Mantu won't be there. Is this going to be his time to shine and really, you know, show what he's made of?
I guess so. Like, the first-hand impression is important, and we all know that from all parts of life, I guess. But also for Mantu in Counter-Strike, you gotta get off with a good first-hand impression. I think so far in this tournament, we've seen some of his qualities. The reason why he was being booted away from OG back in the days were that, first and foremost, they could bring in Dexter, who at the time were one of the biggest talents with the AWP, and it was also given the explanation that he was a little bit too passive. They needed someone who could go in and can open the rounds and be a little bit more aggressive. Now, think of who Mantu is replacing within Big. Serson, who's also a very passive AWP player. So I think they got a replacement that not on the same level as Serson, but he has some of the same qualities. So what I've seen so far, I think Big should be satisfied with.
And I'm just thinking of the isolation that looms over Mantu potentially, right? Hear me out. I know that Big made an educated decision to bring in Mantu, and everybody on board is probably okay with the idea of speaking English, and we're gonna create this culture. Whether you want it or not, if the vast majority is German, everyone speaks German most of the time. I think if you're Mantu, you immediately have to leave a mark. You immediately have to have an impact to make sure that in nobody's head does the seed of doubt poke and be like, maybe, just maybe, we should actually go back to German. Like, I don't know if this guy makes the cut. Think about what we're losing. Think about the trade that we have to give up because he's with us, right? He has to make it clear that he is worth the hassle of being international, because he's got 4 Germans with him, and there are German players out there who could try and take his spot. So I would argue he's in danger from day one.
And they're going to play, I presume, in German in Cologne.
Yeah, they will.
Right? So, yeah, I don't know.
Hopefully
this
not.
Is looking
Hopefully not. No, they should stick to English. They should stick to the true nature of the team for the future as well. I don't hope they're switching over to German.
No, I hope
even though
not.
it probably would be, you know, convenient for them. But I also do think it's a realization from Big that if you look towards the German scene right now, who else could replace Mantu? If it's not Hype who did a decent job, then who else is it? So I think it's also trying to secure the future for Big, you know, having the talent pool being English.
Well, let's look towards a specific German. It's Process with James Banks.
Process, for you individually, it's been quite a tough event, so I just wanted to get your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I agree. It's been tough performance by myself. Like, I'm also disappointed, but I'm also like looking forward, like, to do the things that I like always done. Also like in the Big Academy team, right? And I know that I'm capable of doing it. It just needs some time, I think, and good preparation. I'm prepared like always, but I think I just need to like get him to my zone, like my comfort zone, right? And then things will work out, hopefully. Yeah, but I'm confident that I will do better in the next time, and also today probably, maybe, we'll see. Not gonna jinx it, but yeah.
You've had some very tough opponents, if you think of it, like Heroic, Na'Vi, this side of things. It's not easy games. Do you think, like, on OG side, you have more confidence just naturally going into a game like that for you personally?
I think playing against OG is it's like a match of honor also, because I also played with Kito in the team and also Regali back in the days, like in Fnatic Rising. So it's a different type of match, and I always like these matches, you know. It's like it's getting more intense, and just the things are more intense in every way. But I'm pretty confident today to play against them. Also, we are really prepared as always. Yeah.
Now, I want to ask about Kito specifically, because with him, he's been inside the big system, which is its own unique system. Yeah. Do you think there's information he can take from that and use to help OG today?
Yeah, probably he can, I think. Like, he's been so long and big, especially in the main team, right? He knows the philosophy, how we approach the game and think about it. So definitely he can know some things probably, but we are sure that it will work out for us, and we also know that, of course, that like he was in the team, right? Obviously, yeah. But we are pretty confident about it and have no fear at all.
In theory, the only way should be up for Process because he's been struggling so far this tournament.
I think he's one of the worst rated players in the entire event so far. So yeah, individual output has not really been great for Process or Sin for that matter. They're both down there. You can argue Sin is more focused on his in-game leading duties, so he has an excuse in that regard. But we need to see more from Process. The cool thing is he's going up against OG, and I think that's a great showcase of him. You know, there's no excuses. There's no like talk about OG have more player material or better players, or you're not going up against Device or Playmeth for that matter. So now you have a chance to put a mark on your foot, and here we go and take it.
Yeah, I think in terms of experience, right? These are obviously two of the least experienced players that we have on the server today. You can argue Regali is also here, is kind of new on the block. But I really think neither Process or Sin are used to play against top tier opposition. We're talking about individuals who think faster, move faster, aim better. So here, it's a bit more of a evenly matched up teams where they could shine and they could show us what they can do.
And I would argue that we're demanding even more from OG because we haven't even seen a single map win, let alone a series win, Jacob.
No, it's kind of weird because we have seen some maps where they played well, you know, where they gave us some glimpses. One map, you know, where they gave us a glimpse of what the future may hold. But I think we had that conversation already that a lot of the players they brought into the team, Kilo being one of them, Fasha being another one, it's players who didn't succeed in their respective teams before coming into OG. So there may also be a confidence issue coming into OG. You don't really have a player who's had a lot of success as of late. You have a lot of players who were in their respective teams, couldn't really find their footing, couldn't really find their role. Now they come into OG. So I think this is a project of time as well, where they need to find some confidence and they need to find it soon.
Yeah, and we have Nexa obviously returning to the active roster, returning to the in-game leadership role. So let's get a few words from him, courtesy of Banks.
Next, I want to start by looking at the fact you've just come back to CS, right? And I want to see on your individual level, do you feel like you're noticing a difference?
Yeah, obviously my individual level is not what it used to be. Yeah, I mean, obviously it happens when you haven't touched the game for quite some time, but I have no doubt that with enough time and just playing the game again, I'll get back there.
Are you putting some extra like personal, individual time in to grind away?
Yeah, of course, I still have a lot of catching up to do, and I'm doing everything that's in my power to do it as fast as possible.
Now, you've had two very tough games to start off the season, but you certainly try to put up a fight on it. But what have you managed to learn from these games?
I think the nice thing is that, like, yes, we played some of the strongest opponents here, but there's also a lot of data for us. I think we're in a learning period where we're getting to know how each of us likes to play the game. You know, we all play new positions that we didn't play in our previous teams. So yeah, it's basically just learning, adapting, and then figuring out stuff as we go.
And with that learning and adapting, it's something you guys have told me a lot throughout these interviews of like getting different positions, more positions that people are comfortable with. But is there still room for it to change potentially if you don't start to see things go your way?
Yeah, definitely. There's like a time period there. We'll go in this direction for now. And if people cannot find their groove or don't really feel comfortable, we're obviously gonna swap around roles and then figure out what fits best for the team.
And I also noticed as well that when it comes to the veto process, it's the coach and assistant coach that are there more often. How much input do you have in that?
Like, obviously I haven't been here for a while. I told them, you know, I'm fine with any map that they want to play. Like, I obviously need practice on all the maps, you know. But I think the idea is that they've done it previously while I was on like having my time off. They took reins and they did all the vetoes, all the preps, and everything. So that's like at least one thing that we can stay consistent on, seeing as like we basically brought everything else brand new.
Okay, we have seen some signs from OG, namely Regali, but we kind of ignored those in our unicorn predictions. We all went with big, No signs of hope for OG in this one, gents?
Now, I mean, I think everybody had a recency bias, which means
Sure.
that Big
Massive
did
one.
decently in the last series. They gave us signs of life. We had that really tough battle against Navi. We thought, damn, like, could be legitimate. Whereas OG pretty much existed 1 map out of 4 throughout the event. So I think this is what we go skew with.
Yeah, a little bit skew with indeed, but the playing field will be leveled out as one of these two teams will be progressing on forward in the Blast Fall groups, the other falling to the depths of the showdown. Let's get into it after this.
Good evening, everybody. Scrawny and Launders to bring you through the back half of this evening. We've got some knockout rounds going down here at the Blast Fall groups. We've got the Unicorn odds having this one pretty damn close. I know that personally myself, Mo, I'm a bit more inspired with what we saw out of Big. I think that Crimbo's swinging to be one of the better players in the server this evening, and I think it's an unfortunate reality that Prosus and Sin just haven't hit the ground running the way Big would have hoped.
It's a good point. I think that for Sin at least, you know, Prosus gets to focus on his crosshair, be a part of rounds. He's not going to be a carry player, but I think he'd be very smart. Sin, on the other hand, is the IGL. I think some rounds could be attributed to him. I think he's been actually doing a pretty good job as an IGL. Big were fighting like crazy versus Navi the other day. That was an interesting game. I have no expectations for either team in this matchup. I think they both know they can win. I think the odds are accurate and speak for themselves. And so it's really about seizing the day here for these two teams. They got to be happy at least that they're going up against each other. It's gonna be one of their better matchups. So I agree with you. Crimbo, probably the player to watch. And if we're gonna pick one from OG, let's call it Regali.
Yeah, shall we? the new Opper, meant to be the key to this team. Which rifler steps up alongside him? That is still the question everybody's wondering. And of course, the reward if you win this match, you get to play Vitality. It's a long road to the fall finals for one of these two teams. The showdown looms. Process taps 3 shots down range, connects with a kill. Montu out from the side of triple. Just can't get the one on Tetris or ramp, but it's okay. Process is here to help him, and I mean, this is an excellent pistol coming out of Big.
Oh, they stopped him in their tracks. Look at all the X's on the A ramp. That's pretty easy.
Who did you predict to win this one, Mohan?
Whoever you picked.
Yeah. See, third time's the charm. Proof is in the pudding.
He proved the tracking was good the first 2 times.
Yep. Warm-up shots. Got there in the end. Of course, it's a weird one, seeing as this is not the Big that we will get in Cologne next week. Obviously, Montu not a part of that roster, so...
And Gabi not a part of that roster.
Weird. Very weird. You know, obviously a result of a certain set of circumstances. Yep. They told me rules are meant to be broken. I feel like that set of rules...
Well, no, if I was Big, I'd be very careful because, you know, got to play Cologne.
That's fair. Just feels for the other players that qualified for Cologne through the Meisterschaft. Imagine, you know, every young German player's dream is to probably play Cologne. A lot of them have probably attended Cologne, been exposed to Tier 1 Counter-Strike in that way. And then you qualify for it, and Tabson says, yeah, that's my spot. Give me that. Whatever gives you the better chance to win. It's a cutthroat industry. And Sin cutting throats top mid. 3 down to the Famas. Sorry, OG. Nothing yet. 4 kills for Sin in the conversion. 0 kills to OG in the first 2 rounds.
Who are the better teams outside of Big in Germany? Do we even know?
I don't really know anymore, man. You know,
yeah, Germany's one of those regions that, like, it's great to have Big, and then it's great to have players like Tapson and Gabi on the roster.
I'm just going to say alternate attacks because that's a German org that I remember from 7 years ago. And
I wonder who's the best. Who's the best?
We've got the internet at our disposal. We can go looking.
Alternate attacks. That's the one with Oni Pixel on it.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Can't believe that poor guy opened 2 NIP Cato 14s.
Going out of his way to prove it's not rigged.
Yeah, right. Yeah. What a great service he provides, you know? Anti-gambling PSAs.
Well, he keeps Valve in business. We could such a good guy.
Honestly, decent caster. Mantu, he's gonna gun down Nexa, and Fiku trade frags up towards the A site. We'll get Crimbo just tucking in. No panic. You know, there's no flurry out of OG here with that one frag. We've just got Fasher kind of floating down bottom middle. We've got what's now left of OG starting to exit up the ramp. But Crimbo's stoic. He's waiting for you. He's not stressed. And I like that about Crimbo. Good in the clutch, good in the pressured situations. Still waiting and waiting and waiting. And he'll get his reward. 1 frag as Tapson topples 2.
I would say, if anything, if we go forward 6 months, I would say Big will be the better team in 6 months. So I'm not really high on OG's changes, and I feel like they need a little bit more. I'm really happy about Regali. And honestly, I've been kind of impressed with what they've been able to do with the players they have now. But it's been only hard matches for both Big and OG so far in the group, so not surprised it hasn't been all roses. But with Big, it's like when I see Gabi behind him, I see Crimbo as a pickup, I see Montu coming on the roster. I'm seeing like a lot more promise overall. And I find it very interesting, Sin storyline. Like, in a few years, are we going to be talking about Sin as a legendary IGL in Germany? Because he's got the right support system to create that for him, and he's already shown interest in becoming an IGL. It's not one of the roles that was forced onto him. He said, I want to be Tabson in a few years. You know, he wants to be that player, which is awesome. I think anytime anybody wants to become an IGL, like, they have that sort of urge in them. That's one of the rarer roles that I think people want to take on. So I think that's maybe a blessing for Big and for the German scene as a whole.
Yeah, because it really feels like it has just been tabsin for eternity, and it may have always only been tabsin, but for somebody to come out of the thick of it, the same goals and ambitions, we praise thee. Of course, you've got to add time. Very important variable. Frag grenade goes into the apartment. It's going to chip away Nexa, but this patient spot as Crimbo tears down Nexa gets Sin into the mix, and his A1S popping heads. 3 kills. He's cleaning up on these versus pistol rounds.
And we don't see the second op on Sin like we did. Like, I remember when we casted We Play, it was Hype's primary, and then Sin would be the second op, and they ended up double opping a lot on Mirage, was one of the things. But I don't think he's grabbing that at all. I just realized it's Keto versus Big. That didn't even occur to me. Wow.
Forgot the big man was in the server.
Yeah, something to try to show for here in this matchup.
4 rounds into the game, 1 kill for the OG camp. Let's hope guns can change that. Regali has shown us potential in their matches thus far in Copenhagen. Oof, but the poor guy's getting pelted by utility. Had to burn his own smoke.
Said find him and kill him.
Sending home the homing missiles.
And we're still, I think, on... Wait, there's still 3 smokes left over here for Big. No pressure on the map right now for OGs. They sit and wait to take over mid control. They have top boxes, that's one thing. But as we can see, with Big holding on to forward aggressive cat control and close connector play, they're ready to counterattack. And they're not even worried about the full B hit right now, so... Will this be too much patience out of OG is the question. Bomb is coming to mid as well at 50 seconds, and here is the counterattack.
Oof, they're right there in the open. Next peek knows it. Prosis drops bomb in the open. Keto trade frags. Fasher's going to come out from underpass, and the bomb gets picked up. Sin still sitting in cat.
Yes, this is the time to lead into B. I think, you know, if you're Fiku in this spot, as the bomb gets collected, because they did do the push off of cat.
Still not moving.
At least there's no one in sight here for Big, so it's still a good place to go.
That could start to change. Sin could come up from that cat peak. Now he's going to hear the util. But also Big sat still. They were happy to respond to what OG throw out. And now Sin is dangerously close to this bomb site. Going to make things very scary here for
great
Keto.
Smoke for him if he...
Keto watching it. Oh, he loses the duel.
God.
Fasher's going to have to show us some value. And he's been under a microscope for all the wrong reasons. He's at least slipped out past Van. I don't believe the drop was spotted by Sin.
Did his AK get spotted, though?
They may think that he was up top, but now he just Molotovs the bomb a little bit too early. Sin could still come in with the defuse. Fasher hanging on. 10 HP versus 7. Crimbo waits and waits, and now he presses in, and he'll come through with both the kill and the defuse.
Yeah, leave it to Crimbo in that situation to not get scared. A nice round out of him, but a great round out of Sin. Seriously. First of all, the timing as they were coming into B, I was thinking, oh, they're holding on to mid way too late here. We're at 20 seconds. Of course, the site's going to be picked, but he picks the perfect opportunity after Fico finishes clearing the second window, say, hey, I'm going to get into this fight. And the fact they held onto his smoke for so long, you could be tempted to throw a smoke at any part of that round just because, you know, and we see the value of it. It helps him scale onto cat. Uses the one-way, hits a great shot as well, even though he gets spotted. And his player model was obfuscated inside of that smoke, so it made it hard to hit him.
Oh, fast, I like it. Fasher looking for redemption, Nexa's with him. Matu could still seal this. The way of Big. Oh, ah! Scope back in. Oh, Fasher, poor guy, he's got nowhere to go. And even with that spam, Matu's sitting on a good amount of health. He's surviving. Fiku's gonna end him. Somebody finally puts the guy down. And Crimbo back into another clutch. But this was that fast mid-move with Fasher at the helm. Fiku 2 kills as well. Palace pressure pays off. But we do have OG kind of just hitting the brakes. And that could play into the hands of Crimbo.
I think they're worried about the A-Ram flank, so they're just sort of chilling for a second. Crimbo's taking the most natural rotation out of the site. No one off of cat, and surely no.
Regali could back up into his death.
Oh,
Crimbo
Yeah,
sees
there he
it.
spotted one.
Palace player still watching flank, so that's one dead. Crimbo's got the smoke. Trying to piece it all together. Goes back, grabs another frag grenade just in case there's somebody firebox. Again, going through the protocols with that extra time he has. Sensing these two positions. Doesn't know it, but I mean, he is not wrong.
Wow, he has a smoke as well. I'm surprised he doesn't try for something, and Nex is up very low on HP. But the round will be won here for OG. It's a fast call into mid, not an Nexa. And he's got the entries to do it. Really nice between him and Fiku. Or, sorry, Fasher, I think, and Fiku specifically to open things up. Montu makes it marginally close with his 2 answers back. I got to run twice. Fasher and Nexa to take out Connector and Cat respectively.
I'll put up. Nothing there. There's that fast mid play. That's how OG posts their first. Fiku looking animated there on the player cams as he gets up into apartments. Everybody floating around. No rush in round 7.
Yeah, there's just too much inactivity in these situations from OG, and I think that they knew about it last time, the round that Sin sort of made that smoke play and got back into B. The trades were still good for OG, which was the nice upside, but I just think that big know they can hold grenades for a long time versus this style of play. A quiet map can be good, but it can also be bad.
Crimbo close to Fiku.
And they're being very stingy with their utility, but this is the only grip on mid they have. Shoved back after 2 nades come into underpass.
Yep.
Up now off of Cat. No third rotation, however, towards B, so could still be a good site to hit. Comes a lot down to Crimbo.
Very much down to Fiku as well in the front of it. Here we go. Crimbo ready. It's Montu who actually gets the kill, so that's going to just draw a bunch of attention away because the op shot from Cat is what's got you distracted. Montu, it's a multi-kill. He's going to charge down the bomb, and Fasher is denied. No scope,
time.
Which means no plant, which means no consecutive round. Can he hang on? Oh,
no.
Okay. An op move forward by Regali, but it's Crimbo back on bench, and Montu's op off to a 12-3 start.
Yeah, it's nice. But you know what my criticism's already going to be. You know, we get this late in the rounds. We had nothing done from OG up until this point. And I feel like in terms of priorities, Nex is like, all right, make sure you don't die. Make sure you don't use too many grenades. Okay, boom. Those are 2 things done. But that's like fundamental basic things.
Yeah.
You still have to multiply your presence in the default. You still have to take map control. You still have to at least take connectors so they don't know if you're going to go up B or into A. You still have to do something to make it so that the other team uses grenades, makes a bad rotation. No, the map stayed the same from beginning to end for Big. They knew they didn't have to use too many grenades. They countered underpatch was the only spot that OG tried to breach that was even slightly CT controlled. And then they went into a B exec and lost. So
not the most inspiring.
Not the most inspiring, and it's just something that they could have done at any point in the round, I would say. There's nothing special about the time they attacked B. The only upside there for OG was that, yeah, Big stayed 2 on B, but they had an op and a rifle.
Grenades are going to scare him off the original boost. OG will come back and look at this ramp. And all of that was still without, like you alluded to, that 3rd person rotating over to the B site. Just the original defenders. Big didn't look stressed at all. And we've already seen versus, you know, the tougher opposition, Big have walked into every single round fired up, hungry, inspired to win something here at the groups. We used to say Big is best at Blast because they would always qualify for the finals of each season, dodging the showdown.
Wow.
But a showdown top middle is where Montu has thrived.
That's the bomb.
2 op shots, bomb down, total control of the situation, total control of the economy. They're like the 1%.
Yeah. Controlling 33% of all the wealth. And they haven't actually made that much money, so we can say OG brought some rounds close, but this might be where it begins. Still 5 alive here for Big Clan as they sit on the bomb and try to hunt down the 2 remaining OG players. And this was OG's map pick as well.
Damn, Mo, I gotta make it so bleak. Oof.
Yeah, my bad.
You got big on overpass after this. That's gotta be a scary idea. You're not even gonna hang on to your gun here, Keto. It's been taken from you. Repossessed. And then they sent a flash into Regali just to tell him, if we wanted you dead, you would be. Nobody even breaking a sweat so far from Big as they get that 7-1 lead. The op saved, though. Can Regali be the hero he was hired to be?
Montu shooting straight right now. That's a good sign. Everything from Big, it's all good. So the one thing that's nice for OG is their 1 round they won. Fast mid control. And again, talked about this. They've got interesting players because I don't think they still don't have those good defaulting players that Nexa was looking for in their last lineup. But they do have individuals who are oddly good at both opening and closing rounds.
All right.
So you have Fiku, who's actually a solid entry, but also very good in the clutch. Regali is the exact same way.
Putting Sin up, but smoke fades and nothing there. T's already pulled back. It's a run boost out middle with the smoke grenades. And no defenders here at all. Big pocket of control can be given over to OG, but it's going to take some Desert Eagle headshots to really make this round winnable. Or, again, that saved op. And at least with this mid control, you know, you're posting your op slowly up in through connector. He's trying to look towards A site. Of course, Big are very aware of this, and I think they've done a great job of playing positions where they won't get picked. Nobody in window, nobody on cat, nobody in con.
Yeah, and Tabson's just watching the back of window. I think Great was broken, surely. Yeah, pretty sure he walked out of there.
Yeah.
So that'll hold them for a sec, but you see he's leaning towards B, not A. Split's coming this way.
Feels like this truck position, Crimbo, that's
nice.
The only person who could have gotten picked. And with enough time, OG finally hone in on it. Tabson draws it back. Oh, but Sin out from apartments, can't control the weapon. Keto. Deagle! Oh! We love a Keto Deagle around here. And with it, a plant. The op of Regali unravels the B site, and Keto slots in to help him. Taking damage though, backbench. Spam coming through. Oh, and it just gets Montu into the op shot. Regali, your round to win. Looking for the third. Frag goes past him. Oh, and he's nailed it. Regali opens up. They gave a lot of space over to OG, and the only player who could have gotten picked because he wasn't hiding in a corner was Crimbo, and that opened the door to B.
And that's what I'm talking about with Regali. Good opener, great closer. Shows it all in this round right here, and they peruse the map supporting him. No lurkers in place, just making sure that he has pawns around him to trade out so he can hit his op shots. They manufacture an opening kill. As you mentioned, the one place they could get it, they found it.
Ooh, back to the faster mid play. This is how they got their first round. But it also went way easier for Fasher compared to this. Down to 2 HP and losing players ramp. Fiku's smoked off. There's a threat on all 3 entrances to A. Oh, Nexa burned out. Regali down to 12 health. Sure, you got that op up, Cat. Sure, you got a second round, and you sent Big a message. But Big have battled right back. Fiku also on the brink of death. Look at the bars here for OG. There's nothing remaining that should keep them alive in the face of all these rifles. Sure enough, Process having a bit of a round. Adds 3 kills to the tally. The Academy players coming in with all 5.
Does a great job working himself around the A site. Holding down both choke points. pretty solid here. And Regali was the only one with some extra money after that last round, so they had the op. Even though last round was sort of an eco, they aren't. I don't think they'll be able to buy again. I do like that it's a split at a faster timing, but they have been pretty comfortable inside of middle. Oh, he went back into the smoke.
That's a little crazy.
And the op now.
Oh, 2 deagle kills. Hold on.
They have to go back and get the bomb. This actually slows things down a tiny bit for the CT side.
You could grab the gun, but
yeah,
didn't
he
hold
can't
the
see
gap.
the cross.
Keto came through. Back of Tapson, guaranteed. A site looks open, they think, but we've got Crimbo on an op, awaiting them on ticket. Keto's dead. He crosses back.
And the bomb hasn't moved just yet. Tapson walking through the halls as Fasher walks up to him. Op in hand for Fasher.
Ah, he's done.
Knife out, and he's dead.
Sin, great push up through the apartments. Allows for Crimbo to start making his moves, but there's a lot of time for the 2 remaining players to try and grab this back from Sin.
Regali got to go get a gun, and then they're going to attempt this. They both have half armor right now.
He's not going to get a weapon. He's going to come at it with the Desert Eagle, and Sin, as opposed to sitting around, gets closer back to the B site.
Now, this comes down to whether or not Sin thinks they're both together. We'll see if he takes the peek. At the moment, 30 seconds, and we get past the... Oh, now they both show themselves in... Oh my goodness. Wow, that's really good amount of damage. But there's no time to go A. Sin knows this. So how does he protect the bomb? Behind Get right now.
Fiku has lost track of him. You can see him. Scared.
Not
spinning around. Getting
hear that
closer.
Footstep. Oh!
Sin out in the open. Gives it over to Fiku. Another round OG win with just pistols.
Now there was a chance that Fiku drops default and tries to plant the bomb, and they has no idea where Sin is. So Sin's trying to catch him coming out of the window, misses his timing. And if that bomb gets planted with the amount of time left over, it could also still be a fake. So I understand why he's still playing actively. We'll give credit to Fiku for tapping the idea to just go around. That was sort of just like, emergency, this is all I can try to do, but it works.
Now in hindsight, I'm looking at that Montu push back through the connector smoke into the pistol rush. That's what started the unraveling of the A site. If not for Sin's push into apartments, then that round doesn't even get close, I don't think. But he dropped the bomb, slowed it all down. And this does leave Big in an awkward position. Big moment for OG. It's the economy's in question for their opponent. Could have been a total blowout of a half, and now OG will be bank on their own defense. Nothing. Big will have 2 deagles, 5-7. See if they can give OG a taste of their own medicine.
Ooh, was that missed?
4 big members on this site or nearby. OG open up, start using some util. Montu gonna get cleared out by Fiku. Good for a headshot on the entry. Fasher now with smoke top con. This one's looking good. OG, go ahead, take your 4th.
Okay, goes into a more of a real round. We'll have Big buy up, and I just want to know what OG are going to try to do. With, like, if it's going to be another fast play or if they're going to try one of their slower defaults, but with a different idea in mind. There's definitely a couple ways of calling. IGLs sometimes do more of one or the other, and you could default with an idea to say this is the kill we're looking for, and then this is the site we end up on. Or you default with no specific plan in mind to say what kind of information can we get, and then you make a decision later. And players respond differently to both these different styles, I would say. Some teams are good with the openness and want the freedom and liberty to kind of press an advantage or take a pick or something like that. And then some are better to know, you know, what's the intended goal. It's hard to say which one OG are going with at the moment.
Nice nade. Fasher, yeah, gonna come and swinging for the multi-frag. Working out. Nade on Fiku, softens up a second. A1 Ness can't quite stop Fasher. It's 3 kills for Fasher now. Climbing that scoreboard real quick. kind of stunning big after they put up such a strong start.
Nexus said in the pregame interview that if things don't work out, they're open to changing roles, changing things around to see what'll work better. We saw Fasher as sort of an underpass lurker. It was getting countered a lot, but look at him as an entry.
You know, losing a couple of rounds to only pistols, something to just laugh off if you're big. If you still close the half, 11-3.
11-4?
Yeah, that's 15. But you lose 2 rounds like that, it costs you your own economy, and then OG make this half close? It's no longer a joke. You missed your chance to have a total blowout of a CT side on your opponent's map pick. And we're not at that point yet. But we can't forget about how this all started, how the economy for OG started to look good. No last second attempts on the site, so 4 survive for OG. 2 on big. We go next. Nice job by Fasher. Not giving them much space to breathe. Money's still shady here for big. So that door is very much open now. This could very well be 5 rounds straight for OG to close with.
They're coming in fast.
All right. 5-7's gonna be up close. Oh, they line up. It could have definitely been a second. And it could still be a casualty. As Montu sits on the stairs holding the angle, Nexa crossing over bottom con. He's got support behind him. But that support's starting to get unraveled. Nexa being a nuisance. Montu has to deal with him up close and personal.
It's a good fight for him.
Yep. And as he gets that frag, he can turn his attention back to Palace, watching the smoke and thinking that someone could have crept out. Keto just did. That USP, we'll see what weapon it can pick up. It looks like the op is stranded. And Crimbo just dies out to the AWP. He's been spotted off of Tetris. It's a recovery from OG. Nicely done from Keto, creeping out the smoke and reopening A.
Yeah, they stayed patient. That's probably a situation where I think Mantu feels like he has to do more because he has that. He's like one of the only 2 guns. No rifles. In fact, just him. And he does a great job with the op, but then also was sort of in his final good position near the staircase where he could have a lot of counterplay. And I guess he was worried that maybe they pull back, go to B. So that was something on his mind. But OG stayed patient. They stayed calm. Let the kills come to them.
Yeah, he definitely kind of waded out into the open waters. Op announces itself. It's OG picking up the tempo in the last few rounds. Crimbo, secondary op, hits the ground. Tapson's fast rotate and the arch player now known about. So OG got the picture built. Sin's burning down to half. And that Van player is going to finish him off. Tapson crawls out into the crosshair of Fasher, who has definitely had an uptick in performance throughout this multiple round win streak. It is Regali trading back, and it is Montu 1v2. Oh! Nice kill on his counterpart. USP to the bench. Oh, he just can't kill him. 28 damage out of 30. It is a hell of a recovery from OG. 5 in a row for a 7-round T side.
Hey guys, Naf here. I'm going to be analyzing just 1 round. Alright, I see this guy's got a Ruby M9, Fade gloves, and a Howl implement. This guy's rich. This guy's got a lot of money. He's doing a little A-Ram smoke. He's just throwing some early nades, you know, to prevent a rush. You know, it's pretty smart because his teammates are doing a mid push, so you know he kind of wants to fake out that he's, you know, holding the bomb site close. And so yeah, they're just fighting out mid. The T in holes knows that maybe there's the players playing close, but now they kind of just realized, you know, they're fighting mid, so maybe they're just stuffing to slow down the A players, and maybe the house player kind of just realized that, and you know they're fighting out mid, and they said, hey, they're fighting out mid. Let's try to maybe fall back, maybe try to go back A, check out that we just need, you know, just fall back and try to hit a site. They're prioritizing mid, but the CTs are doing a really good adjustment. to, you know, fall back and figure out what they want to do. And right now they're kind of doing more of a gamble. They're leaning more towards A. One guy gets taken out at A site, but they know they're doing just an A hit, but they already have 2 players here pretty quick. It's a shame the guy in the site couldn't get an early kill for his team. Right now, you know, this player's kind of jumping. Wait a second, this is me. Holy cow, it's me. I'm jumping out A site, I'm killing 3. I remember this is at an event in Dallas. This is against Astralis. And yeah, and I took them all out. That was good. I do. I think this was ESL Pro League season 8 or something like that, I think, or 7 or something. It was like one of the ESL Pro Leagues in Dallas. It was, I think, maybe the first Pro League that I played with Liquid. I think it was like me, myself, Twist, Nitro, Taco, and Nitro, Elige, Twist, and Taco. Yeah, and Zeus is our coach. And we're playing against Astralis in the grand finals, and we won this map and then lost all the other maps.
I'll run.
Molotoving. Ready? Molly. Yeah, Molly. They smoke window. Yeah, let's fight, guys. Up, behind box. Head up. I'm with you. Many B, maybe. Out with one. Nice. We gotta break this wall, man. No one has under. Window, open field. B, B, B. Wahrscheinlich alle. Ja, for sure. Jetzt einer down. Sehr sicher beide. Rocket down. Tot. Not bills. Big close to you, ne? Wieder hat Kills. Gold Street.
There is one.
Nice, Mann! Richtig gut gespielt, Junge! Mann! Well played, Alter. 100%. Nice, guys!
There's this. Who let blood on this team?
Yeah, dude.
I'm
All
the
these
only one
German
speaking
celebrations.
English.
Good job, dude. Nice, bro. But honestly, in hindsight, OG 2 eco rounds that could come back to haunt big if this series gets close or if they even lose it, because hell of a start to the half. A couple weird rounds go the way of OG, and then they string 5 in a row with some faster tempo. The speed that OG started to play towards the tail end of that T side, Big just got caught off by. Out. Now OG play their defense. We'll see what Sin, Tabs, and God B have all been cooking. Regali, dual Beretta's up. Hanging on and waiting. Smoke comes down towards Arch.
It's like a Beyblade. You just pull the cord, let it rip.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. Now they know. But bomb dropped. All looking good here. Fiku comes through with the headshot. It's a 3v5 attempt coming back. But you got Crimbo and Montu. I like those odds. One goes back to clear apartments, making sure the flank's not there yet. Fasher is indeed coming through apps. But Montu's also trying to give cover, because if Crimbo tries to plant bomb, he's worried he's going to get rushed. Now he's lost his teammates. Keto, that's a headshot off of Cat into the apartment window.
I can buy you Sage.
Crimbo?
Oh, no, you didn't die.
Getting away.
Crosshair Is.
Now Keto could still be a problem from the site. Fasher has an angle out from apartments. And Fiku's not going to peek. Keto comes through, gets it. OG tie this game. And I didn't think that was something that was ever going to happen.
That's true. Yeah, they pulled it together. I mean, their slow defaults didn't work. Not capable of doing that. They tried it. And then when it went to the fast rounds, everything went a lot better. Their entries made them look way more ferocious. So, and also in this 3v1, they locked down everything. Communication looks pretty solid here for OG. That's nice. And they tie it up.
Vent. My fault.
One flash to make a world of difference in the hands of Tabson. Keto's looking lethal with his M4 covered in big stickers. God. The Germans.
He died in a gun shooter, so it's not like it matters.
We went really deep.
Oh, easy mo down here. Unarmed
Really
pistols,
deep.
dead quick.
I think it was like
3, 4. You gonna ace big?
Oh, we went all the fuck out, boys. All the fuck out.
One death, no big deal.
You got everyone except the guy who replaced him anyway, so.
Oh yeah. We're gonna do a full screen cam for this one. This is as crazy as it gets. It's not crazy, it's just nice and simple.
I think it's just you.
It took some time to get to this level. So what we doing here is pasta salad, kale arugula, and then a pasta or a salad mix, a little bit of mint leaves. I don't know what kind of vinaigrette it is, but we got some vinaigrette from my brother's workplace, a little bit of blue cheese, and just enough to sauce up the salad. And then we added pasta, penne pasta, which I could cook a little bit longer, but for me, that suffice. Yeah, just simple salad pasta mix. You know, cold, something you can have cold. Take out the fridge and literally just pop out.
80 on almond.
Fucking fire, bro. Fire.
Nice.
It just took a little bit of time to kind of get to the idea that this was what I was gonna establish, because I was originally just planning on like mac and cheese. But you know, this is a good alternative. And the mint leaves, bro. The mint leaves are really surprising because it's not too much like overwhelming flavor in here. It's very neutral. So the mint just helps give a few bites really some, you know, some oomph. In its own way, it's almost a spice. But I probably won't do it again. Tastes a little weird. Tastes a little weird chewing on the mint leaf, mint stem. Alright. I ain't gonna chew on the stems. I'm gonna just rip some of the leaves.
Both.
Can't celebrate too soon. This game is tied up, 9 rounds apiece.
And that round was extremely close from beginning to end.
I like Crimbo as a player. I think moments like that.
Well, it's nice. It's literally just raw veggies, bro. It's literally like the epitome of summertime food. Something nice, light, nutritious,
man on a mission,
and just simple.
He has autonomy.
Simple seasonal ingredients, you know.
Yes.
Balloon. Where is this world going? Oh. To the grave with Nexa. Corner. Occupado. Fiku. Gonna show some presence. Bomb runs up that connector, and it's all good. A is yours for the taking.
It's time for you to tell me what the scoreline is going to be at the end of the game.
I don't want to predict anymore.
Guys, events.
I don't want to make a prediction. I don't know either, to be fair. But,
2 heaven,
I think
1
this will be a
vent.
very close second half. I'll say that much. I don't really see like Big just running them over all of a sudden.
I wish I chopped the kale a little bit more.
No, I mean I have big in this matchup. I've got big
Because
on
the
this
piece that I
map
just
still.
had was so big, bro.
I think OG were able to set a tempo with those aggressive rounds that just ended up getting them a few more than they'll finish with. Let's go 16-12.
It's nice, bro. It's like
All right.
the seasoning, the vinaigrette seasoning that I added. It's not overwhelming, but then every few bites you get like some really seasoned or like some really sauced up bites, and it's just like complimentary sweet to something that's just not generally bland. But I add a little bit more salt just to kind of give it a punch, because I'm not really tasting. I had a little bit of salt. I just didn't taste
I
it.
think for a while it was just so underplayed on the T side, just hitting B in the first place. So it's not even about when you push halls that you're looking for a fight, but when you push DP halls at any point in the round, your A site becomes a lot stronger. And I think Nex I feel like been good at figuring out when to do that. Early attack coming on the A side here for Big. They've got players in good positions, not the best guns here for OG, but Keto could really barrel stuff them with his MP9. It's just scary for him knowing that they could come out of A ramp. Let's see if he can figure out the perfect timing here.
There's a whole pack of them coming out of that ramp as well. Gives up his angle.
Resmoke screen.
Gonna try to play close instead on ramp. Dodging the flash.
Yep.
Perfect. The same
Yep.
threat that we were trying to call for up on Palace, and he gets it into the ramp position right when he needs it. It's gonna cost the last two remaining members of Big half their health. Tapson does pick up bomb and crosses over. Palace player manages to get past the op. A missed chance from Regali. He's got support nearby, but the plant's on the other end of triple, and Fiku, well, his gun's empty, but he gets away with a frag, comes back, and finishes off Tapson to boot.
Nice one. That's so nice out of Keto. Basically wins the round, right? Double spray down on the A ramp. There's one player coming out of Palace slowly. He locks that down with one of the weakest guns on the map. So that's pretty much all you need. 10 rounds here for OG.
It's just unfortunate that they get the back-to-back lineup.
You know, he doesn't want to get lamp flashed. He doesn't want to get basically blind is the only thing he has to be worried about, but if he does, it's over. So team does the rest. Now he'll have enough money for grenades as well.
One event.
But still, full strength buy here for both teams. Ops in play on both sides.
Vents, bro, vents.
Flub frag in the mid window. Could have been thrown top mid, but everybody's good on the Big side.
Pillar.
Having a game. I feel like his absence of form next week is gonna hurt. So again,
it's Montu versus OG as well. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, man. Obviously, that one had some time to cool off.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, Keto's wound's still fresh. Oh, Nate does still come out. Now, do they know about Tapson? They're gonna let their guard down. Nah, Keto. Oh, has to, in fact. Was just about to catch the guy top mid, and instead, Crimbo comes to save it. Process has died. He tried to peek out from Palace. Regali keeping that off in between both ends of the attack. And now we're looking at an OG who's about to take a lead back.
Man, so good at testing mid here, CT side. They are causing problems. The one player that they lost was this ultra aggressive push to the top of mid, but Regali picked one out of Palace. They won 2 fights inside of mid to the CT favor, and now it's the Tapson who's bleeding out, and Crimbo. Regali inside of the halls awaiting their arrival.
Nice repositioning coming out of Regali. Sorry, Tapson. Op fight. Regali's gonna play that pillar to perfection. OG, 11-10.
Yes. Now they're in the lead, and now Big don't have money. So, I mean, I like this a whole lot better, I'd say, for OG. T side, I found it overall very disappointing, even though they won a lot of rounds on the comeback just because their lack of default victories. But here on CT side, they're showing that proactivity that you kind of wanted to see on T side, actually.
Sure. Yeah.
So that's sort of a nice sign.
Fair point.
It's definitely strugglesome when you're in IGL and like your teammates use grenades you need, you know, for later in the round. You wanted to call a default, but like nobody knows the value of their smoke or what your idea is for the end of the round. So you become too severe about the call and just like don't use anything basically, and then you know you get nothing done in the way of map control. That's why CS is so hard. Obviously, everyone's got to know what, you know, where they can push, what gaps they can take, how much they can expend throughout the round.
How much, you know, individual freedom they actually have.
Yeah.
How much could actually come back to cost the team. Run boost goes over the op. But these are Glocks. Crimbo with the Deagle. He is the man trusted with the $700 sidearm. Nobody's peeking him. Yeah, sorry, Tapson. Not gonna happen. Now 6 and 15.
Yeah, he's getting fried this game.
Golly missed chance. Oh, saved it. Nice quick scope. Process. Guns him down though. Chases him out. Remember that Deagle's still in play. Crimbo could pop a head or two.
Question: should you ever know?
Yeah.
He could pop a head or two.
Yeah, sure.
Why?
Style points. I don't know. Ask simple.
Style points. Okay. That's
Aye.
an answer, I guess.
Psychological warfare.
Okay.
Out screen. Elbow.
Mental stuff. Yeah. Got it.
Girl. Come on onto site, she walled that shit.
It's one less click. You know,
It's one less click. It's less effort. It's easier.
Yes,
It's
the brain
easier.
spends take any millisecond of brain effort that has to be put into hitting the right click before the left clicks. You're trying to time it properly. Should just be
That could be a millisecond of focus in a clutch 5 rounds later.
Exactly. Or
Yeah, I just didn't add enough salt because I just got a salty bite.
We can't go.
And it's like significant.
Pretty sure.
Not significant. It was just like
I don't know exactly what you mean by that.
that tasted overly
It's like when I
salted.
pass the tarot card readers on my stream in Toronto, and they say like, we can solve all your life problems.
no,
Okay.
no.
So what do you mean you can aim a no scope?
You know what I mean.
Actually,
There's people out there right now. They know what they can aim. Some of us can aim our no scopes a little bit better than others.
okay. All right.
It's just
I'm not hearing, but I'm listening.
Okay. If you know, you know.
Okay.
Simple.
One thing that Fallen did or said, I think during the 2016 major, when they did interviews, was that back in the day he would put like tape on the middle of his crosshair monitor so that he could hit no scopes when he was hopping.
Dude, these fast
So it kind of just becomes a perception thing where like
this is what that looks like. Frag grenade goes out.
as long as you keep a mental of where your crosshair is, you can align the gun barrel for like what feels correct.
Waits for the peak and Process gives it to him, but still these Tech 9s trying to hang on to the post plant.
Oh, Nexus got to make sure he gets this.
Oh, he doesn't. His struggles continue, and now Regali has been called on to clutch. A missed chance with the Desert Eagle. Big, due to OG, what was done to them. Twice.
So you can even argue OG are playing, well enough to win on these rifles, but now just a 1-round lead. That one's tough. Just didn't understand exactly how far they could be across the site already.
Yep.
And Sin just held W.
He missed the first guy, tried to track the second as the Palace players came through, and
it's tough.
Man, Sin just closed that distance. Rapido presto.
Yeah.
Straight in.
Back dose.
Process perched outside of the ramp. Op fight. Ooh. Montu's been hot, but Regali wins the head-to-head. Sitting on that angle. Opera goes down for Big. Process falls. There's a CT that keeps looking. He could be dropping right into the lap of Keto. Yep, sure enough. Keto comfortable here.
Yeah, well, that's the op down, right? So they're not worried about it.
Through.
They're not worried about it on a ramp. So he's kind of holding out in the open, but he's kind of free to do that.
So I'm hoping somebody just gives him a freebie.
Wow.
Missed chance. Keto's sharp.
Wow.
Let's go, Keto. He's putting in work.
Yes, sir. Now he's dead.
My fault.
But more can Big truly hope to accomplish here. I mean, that A site's looking understaffed at the moment. We could get a Crimbo Fasher fight if Fasher goes too far, but he doesn't have a reason to leave Palace. So as long as he sits comfortably in there, no issue. Doesn't even look like Big are going to try to force the issue either. So 13 to OG.
Like Tabson's more frustrated than comfortable today. But retaining the op is nice. Game's definitely not over, but hey, your op takes out an op at the beginning of the round, everything else falls into place.
Yeah, this one was made easy for Rigali. Sat there waiting. Also, Keto. Just floating. Comes back through with a second kill on Sin. That A-site is the source of 3 frags for OG. Big take their final timeout. Gob, get working.
There was this one spreadsheet of stats that was trying to calculate how many times a team won after a coach had attack. It was sort of rough. Like sometimes it was before an eco, so it was impossible to know if the stat was totally perfect. There was no one who had like an amazingly high sort of win rate after the pause. I would have guessed like Blade.
Okay.
You know, some were higher, some were lower, but
pretty full.
There's only so much the actual idea can do. Execution is half the battle. Maybe you can even argue that execution is 60% of the battle in CS. And the idea is maybe only worth 40%.
I'm not like heavy full.
If you do it fast.
And by late, I mean they're
Also rounds change
but I'm
so
good for now.
quickly. Uncontrollable variables. Nothing's set in stone. Gotta go with the flow. Tabson wasted no time to get out middle. While connectors smoked, they'll throw one more down into underpass. Flash and a frag from the CTs. So blindly vying for control of that part of middle.
And I gotta like
No peaks coming out of OG here.
could have gotten timing ramp through.
Saw what OG could pull off when they were given a lot of respect in mid. That Deagle up cat to take over the B site. Now the fight's starting to rumble.
Yeah, bigger working.
We got next, of course, inside of the B site with Rigali, so the two of them will have to hold this off, and we can see Big starting to stack numbers in apartments. Third player starting to move over is Fiku.
Nice from OG to take this risk. You know, it could still be Palace and mid connector, but Fasher clearing out A ramp.
I'm curious if this is highly expensive
lead
now.
off here on the relay, and the full rotation's coming in. Keto alone on the site, but he pretty much knows it's going to be B at this point. Just chilling for the moment as that flash is about to soar over the B site.
Still worried about mid, though. You can see Fiku holding off on the flank. Utility's going to make it weird, but he does catch Prosis. Still, it's the CTs with the man advantage. That flank is coming in. Fasher getting closer.
Not really good ones. I think Antwerp was just the best.
Great cover from Crimbo, but that flank, it hits the mark and the timing. Montu's had a great game. Can he post a clutch to keep Big within one? He knows about Fasher, has lost track of Keto. And that back market door is under question. Montu feeling small, just wants to keep himself down. Fasher starts to get aggressive, runs out, and that sets up Keto perfectly as the op gets distracted and the retake shines through.
Yeah, there was no, he's clearly had no idea where someone was out of the two players remaining, so good patience from OG, and they win that clutch. And listen, Big, they got into cat control, they got the cat split going. Tabson actually ate Crimbo's flash before he came off of cat.
Come on.
And that was one chance for them to have some kind of split, but other than that, it was just 4 players coming out of halls. And OG had already had a Fasher pushing the A ramp like 20 seconds before that. So, you know, really good rotations, really good comms here from OG.
I did.
And they stopped Big, even giving them the entirety of mid, saying it's fine.
Did 700 damage. What is it? 100, 100. Plus 139, that's 200.
Pack of players quick. Sin is ahead of it all. Flies down. Gets cleaned up by Nexa. That's his 5th.
Unlucky.
Third player already here to support, so it's looking fantastic for OG. Another B-site defense, rock solid, thanks to the utility.
Throw a deeper aim in.
And Big have just been bruised these last few rounds, completely walloped
Raise up
inside
ramp.
of the apartments this time. They get nothing going, and this CT side ends up being fantastic. We've got 3 T round wins.
Yeah,
from Big. That's it.
The first half doesn't inspire too much confidence from OG, but you know, can't judge both sides by one. And we see an OG when they switch over, they're playing like so much of a better team. Next has 6 kills. We got 2 in this round, but still, it looks like OG have had full control of this entire half.
You know, and there was this.
And it was only Ecos, right? That big one, even.
Yep, very true. You know, there's this whole conversation around OG and like who's going to be the star rifler. If one rifler starts to perform more consistently than others, will they be set up? We saw it from Nexa saying that, you know, things are still very susceptible to change early on. And tonight, we get a showing from all 3 of those riflers. It is indeed Fiku, Fasher, and Keto putting in the work, proving their value, keeping Big at bay. We were hoping that Regalia would just get maybe 1 or 2 on a good day, but for everybody to take a step forward in form, this is what OG needed to win. They didn't sign some big star. They didn't splash the cash.
Come here.
Trying to make a project. Montu hanging on for dear life. They're going to keep charging him down, and he'll survive that. So he has earned his AK, got up to 25 frags, and now OG with 4 opportunities to close Mirage.
Yeah, and well, Montu's AK will also be the biggest gun in the round, it looks like. I mean, they'll put together all their funds and still make out with a pretty good buy. They're just missing 1 AK.
Man, Fiku got so tripped out, I don't even know for what though. Krimba going fast here, but Regali gets the challenge. Fasher just gets a double mid pick on the one way. It's just unfortunate. Gets the collab.
So this one, unfortunately for Big, the T side just falls flat. On an individual level, it looked like nobody on OG was going to step up enough to take a win. Slowly but surely, they climb that scoreboard, and the whole troop looks good. Yeah, okay, your T side only started because you win a few rounds with pistols, but at least they adapted. They gave up on those defaults, the slow mid walkouts, the stringy T side. They got together, packed up, and pushed in. And it net them enough of a runway, maybe a little confidence too, to just steamroll through this CT half.
I wonder what he tries
If he
here.
wins this, I'll be giving away a Cat of 14 capsule.
You don't have one of those.
I am good for it, trust me.
Okay. Weird flex. 1 from Montu. 4 to go. You know the price of that capsule?
No, wait.
He's gonna creep out into Regali.
Nope.
Who's gonna end this show? 16 on Mirage for OG. It is indeed Fasher to top the scoreboard for this camp as well. And there was moments in this map where Rugga was looking real stressed, almost dejected. I saw some rolling of the eyes throughout the struggles of OG, but they all came together, all contributed.
Yeah, and I missed this one entirely.
He averaged a singular point, but after transferring to Santa Clara and eventually putting up 29 and 4, shooting 44% from
Hey, the only one I really care about is
pick in the
freaking
draft. A remarkable
Brady Day.
story. Sadly though, his summer league didn't go quite as planned. He actually has one of the bigger sample sizes, having played 7 games between Sacramento and Las Vegas. In Sacramento, he did pretty decent, 15 a game, shooting 48% from the field. Vegas, not quite. Hawkins' ability to shoot the basketball.
Alright, here we
the
go.
same thing applies to the 13th pick by the Raptors, Dorothy Slippers Grady a Dick. He averaged 16. Thing applies to the 13th pick by the Raptors, Dorothy Slippers Grady a Dick. He averaged 16 and 6 in his 4 games, but he shot less than 30% from 3. We all know that is not very telling. In fact, I think Grady actually turned some heads with what he showed with his shot creating, especially in the mid-range. 12 was the Mavericks, who after a trade down selected Duke
Oh,
Big
so
and
you
last
just
year's #1 high school
underperformed.
recruit in the country, Derek Lively.
That's cool. Alright, let's
Committed
go to
4
like
personal fouls and given on 5 for 11 shooting. In his second game, he would get off to a slightly better start. At half, he would have 6 points. Oh wait, I mean personal fouls. A whopping 0 points. Unsurprisingly, Twitter was having a field day. He then goes to Vegas, where he averages 17 and 8 across his 3 games, shooting just 35% from the field and 26% from 3. 5 for 15 in his first game, 4 for 18 in his second game, but luckily, he went home on a solid note. He dropped 26 on over 50% shooting against the Blazers. Undoubtedly, he struggled in the Summer League, but again, it's the Summer League. There's no problem having takeaways. The fouling tendency is one for sure, but be careful assuming that one of the best perimeter scorers in college basketball is going to continue to struggle with wide open attempts beyond the arc. And then finally, we reach the player that had people waiting in line all night to see him play. One of the greatest prospects the game has ever seen, the #1 pick to the Spurs, Victor Wembanyama. This was one, if not the most hyped up debuts in Summer League history, and for many, a disappointing one. He shot just 2 for 13 from the field and finished the night with 9 points and 8 rebounds. Now, he also did block 5 shots, but the excitement surrounding that side of his game was negated by him getting dunked on. For those out there concerned, I do think it's worth mentioning that LeBron James scored just 14 points in his Summer League debut and actually also got dunked on. Now, luckily for Wembanyama, his second game was a much different story. There was something very clear between the first game and the start of the second. Wemby was nervous. This was unprecedented attention. He was already in the same news headlines as Britney Spears. Defensively, he looked overly conscious of the 3-second rule. Offensively, the expectation of being this off-the-dribble scorer seemed a little overbearing. We were seeing him hesitate, not running out in transition at the speed we're accustomed to. But then in that second game, he got the ball in the basket a couple times. He was getting to the free throw line. Slowly, the confidence was clearly going up, and it felt like it was gone after flexing this and one out of the half. Then we see the Spurs start to shrink the lead. Wemby comes back into the game in the fourth, where he is not shying away from the moment. A fadeaway to bring it to 4, a block on the other end, and then a 3 to make it a 1-point game. Unfortunately, the Spurs couldn't close it out, but Wemby finished the night with 27 points, 12 rebounds, and 3 blocks, to just 1 foul, shooting 9 for 14 from the field and 2 for 4 from 3. It was a disappointing first game, but he ended up walking away from the Summer League with one of the top performances, if not the top performance of all the rookies. It's a recent development that the Summer League is even talked about outside of the spaces of diehard basketball fans. It's especially a recent development for players to be heavily judged for their Summer League performance. It's all about takeaways, and if you went away from that second Wemby game not seeing something special, especially given the context of the hype and bouncing back from that first game, you might need some glasses.
Might. Sure. Let's just finish this. 'Cause this is pretty sick too.
Barney, can I borrow the Plow King? Take what you want, sexy leprechaun. Just don't shoot me with that dart gun. Oh. Let's see you do better.
Oh, wow, first person perspective too. It's kind of cool.
Oh god, I always cringe at that. Homer kind of glitches into the camera there. There's a couple of bugs in this video. I think there might be sort of 4 or 5. You should see if you can spot them. There might be more actually, to be fair. I'm sure you guys will find them all. One of the things I really wish that I had have added for that destruction mission is having cars deform when you crash into them. And there's definitely the technology to do that, but it was just a little bit too much work and our time was better spent elsewhere. But yeah, we're about to go into the newly remastered area of the map.
This I have not seen. But I also never played this game, so I don't know the full experience of it compared to like what I remember. There was one Simpson game that I remember
This was
playing,
the
but it
main
was
area
not
that
hit
we
and run.
focused on because it was all about getting the first 7 missions of the game ready, and this is the zone you do spend quite a lot of time in, so we had all this remade. I love this red barn, man. I think that came out so good. That and all of the new pedestrian vehicles, and these signs too. I'll have to throw in some of the signs because there's way more that I've left out of the video, so I think I'll put those in at the end. But this is the Blind Big Brother mission, which is such a weird mission. There is no other mission in this game like this one.
How can I sleep with that camera? Oh, sexy girls could be watching me on the internet. Stupid cameras, you should be smashed. I'll destroy you at your power source.
This mission is a complete mystery. I don't think anyone really knows why this mission made its way into the game, but it's really the only mission I think that you do on foot. And my theory is that the Simpsons Hit and Run was originally going to be more on foot focused as well as car focused, and then they sort of canned that idea, but they left this mission in the game. So this was a really weird one to code in because like it didn't match any of the other mission types. It really is its own thing. And Corey Lon redid all of this interior, gave me some of these art pieces, and I had to code in the little elevators and things like that. But yeah, I think it turned out really good.
Oh, this is pretty sick. That seemed fairly simple though. This is pretty sick content though.
Return to your ugly families. I am the smart. I am the smart. S-M-R-T. I mean S-M-A-R-T.
Alright, the next mission is the first follow mission in the game, which is basically just you have to follow the target and not let them get away or whatever. And, dude, I don't know the story of this game. I played this game as a kid. I didn't understand what was happening back then, and I can safely say that after a whole year remaking this game and studying the missions, I still don't really know what the hell any of it's about. Oh yeah, and the first cutscene I had to make was this one. It was interesting making the cutscenes because I decided to make them in-game, which is different from the original where they were pre-rendered.
In other news, local citizens are outraged over the discovery of surveillance cameras throughout the town. We go now to City Hall, where Mayor Quimby is fielding questions from an angry mob.
These miniature cameras are an outrage. Spying on our women's dressing rooms, bathrooms, and locker rooms is unforgivable. I think I speak for all Springfielders when I say, where is the sexy footage?
In other unexplained news, strange black vans have been appearing all over town.
Marge, that black van is spying on us.
Oh, homie, you're so sexy when you're paranoid.
Ah yes, the first follow mission out of the game, so you have to follow this black van and see who is spying on the Simpsons. And a lot of games when you have to follow someone, you have to like keep enough of a distance so they don't get suspicious, but in the Simpsons Hit and Run you could get as close as you wanted without failing it, so I just coded it the exact same as the original. If you get too far away from the van you fail the mission. And I just sped this little bit up because, I mean, you've already seen this bit of the map. Man, if you guys could do me a massive favor and just not look at the screen for the next 20 seconds, this area of the map, I'm so ashamed of this area of the map. It somehow looks worse than the 2003 original. I don't know what happened there, man. We just didn't get around to it.
Well, it's just a transition between that and that. It's quite clean though.
The next mission is Bone Storm Storm. I love this one. It's such a good one. It's based on Season 7, Episode 11, Marge Be Not Proud. That episode first aired in 1995. Oh my god. But this is a great mission, and you have to smash into the Bone Storm truck and collect all of the violent Bone Storm video games, as Marge puts it.
It's pretty...
This area here, though, is pretty much completely redone now. We have a new public library with working Xerox machine. We have a new grocery store, so a lot of work done here.
Mr. Burns is spying on everybody. We've got to follow him.
Not now, Homer. A new violent video game has hit the streets, and we need to get rid of it before it warps any children with its bloops and bleeps.
But that game sounds awesome.
And therefore should be destroyed.
I guess. I love to sit.
Wow. This is pretty solid content though. Like in terms of a remake, the graphics are really fucking nice. And I was watching this since the very beginning, at least in terms of like the development of it, since he uploaded his first video, not the streams of them. But to see where it came from the first episode to now, it's just crazy. By the 5th episode, you kind of start to see, you know, it was taking place, especially once he had all the artwork design rather than just trying to redefine everything into higher resolution from the old assets, from the game assets.
I just thought I'd show you guys a little bit of a closer look at some of the traffic vehicles that Corey Lum redid. We were still using the old 2003 ones, which was a bit gross, so we had them all remade. They look great.
Okay. Timing is crazy.
Vitality rematch is on the line. We've got Big down a map, folks. That's right. You may have come in here and thought Big were the odds favorites, and they were at the start of the series, but right now they're not. OG have surpassed them with a map 1 win. Overpass in order to determine again who plays Vitality for a spot at the fall finals. Loser of this to the showdown. And we know what happens at the showdown, Mohan. Upsets, tragedy, heartbreak, all the things you love to watch from the comfort of your own home.
Yep.
The players themselves
do not
deal with that. So fight on, brothers. Big, come together around your new opera of Matu and figure it out, whatever it is you need to take this map. It is your choice, of course. Overpass is where Big wanted to take this battle. Let's see what they've got in store for us versus OG.
Overpass has provided us some interesting results here at groups, right? Because everybody thought Complexity are going to no problem Astralis. Astralis won that game earlier today. They smashed out Complexity.
Smashed them.
Not only that, but it seemed like Vitality were definitely going to be able to win their Overpass match. Was that also versus Astralis? Who was that versus? That was versus someone else. Ninjas in pajamas. Yeah. And Ninjas in pajamas said, we're not even comfortable on the map yet, and won.
Yes, they did.
Now Big picked this map, and OG, I mean, when's the last time they played it? You know what I mean? So does that mean that they're... I won't jinx it. Let's see what happens.
All right. Well, Keto's brought all of Big's secrets with him.
That's true.
Tabson's gonna peek out and catch Regali in the water, who was a little preoccupied with watching the door that never opened. Got the graffiti push coming through from OG. 3v3. One up in heaven, still smoked out, but that smoke now fades. Fasher wants to come through. But now it's his chance to do anything,
so
and his teammates are all dead. It is Crimbo in order to put up multi-kill towards graffiti and get pistol in Big's back pocket.
Lock it down, Big.
Crimbo. I expected better things from him on map 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, highest rated player for Big, clearly. Majority of the team down in the red.
Yeah.
And
actually, you know, I hate to call out Papa Tapson, but I was feeling like a lot of awkwardness out of him in a lot of the rounds of Mirage. I feel like the creativity wasn't there. He's doing some of the regular stuff, and then it looked a little bit frustrating for him. So he got some kills, you know, but if I had to be honest, I think if I asked him, he'd say, yeah, I wasn't feeling it today.
Sure. It's all right, man. If you hate him, you can say it.
I love Tabson, okay? I love Tabson. I love Brazil. I love everybody.
What do you hate the most in this entire world?
Ooh.
And I mean hate.
Ooh.
What do you hate, Launders? What gets your blood boiling?
Construction sites.
Oh.
Yeah. I hate Vertigo too. Bring back train. You know, they found cobblestone files. They went digging. The data miners. Just saying. Scout shots down long from sight. That is a very stacked bomb site, for the record. OG have put their pieces.
Okay, Timmy.
Put their pieces in place. Process will push. Double kill off the Mac 10. Fasher, that's a Galil to be had. Ooh, sketchy upgrade. He's got the armor. They're trying to press him, but there's a little gap between the two peaks of Big. And now, Fasher has managed to take another one down with him.
This smoke has been the most important CT smoke of the new generation of Counter-Strike players. Just the front sight smoke. It slows T's down so much. It's so hard to deal with. It makes your truck angle hard against the wall so much stronger. And now the CTs are set up to stop them. There's almost no time to plant. They have to dive this, and Nexa has to dive them.
Oh, he gets the scout, but the planter comes up.
Oh!
And Nexa.
It's OG with the force buy win. 2 kills from Fasher up in bathrooms. 2 kills for Nexa in the clutch.
Not gonna lie, I don't know if this is... You tell me if this is smart or dumb. I would have jumped across, shooting at the default guy, and went for long.
As opposed
maybe
to
just ran
stopping
across. Yeah, I wouldn't have.
Sure.
Yeah, I would have tried to skip this angle, but it's a big one.
Where did the toothpick go? Oh.
Sad German.
I was walking out.
Sad German music.
Games, and Lottie was walking behind Montu and goes, "Montu, you want some snacks?" He's like, "Whoa, I got scared."
Lottie making sure the troops are fueled.
The wrong troops, right? He's no longer on OG.
Oh, right. Oh my god, you're right. I was like, what's so funny about this story?
It took me a second
as
well, yeah.
Wow, Lottie goes the extra mile.
Oh!
See ya.
Not bad.
Oh! 2 scout kills coming out of Montu.
Oh my god. Is that the round? He's fueled up. It's not the round, though. It's not the round. This is a good, fine position for Keto to be in. He can multi from here. You know what I'm going to say? He's going to multi from here.
Showers. 2.
Not too far away. That's 2 T's equipped with M4s, 1 runs. So Keto hears that.
They're trying to bait
Yeah.
Trying to bait him into pushing.
Sin came back.
So I guess they're gonna hard clear it.
Maybe that means he just lines him up. There's a multi-kill. There's the first. Crimbo coming at it. Oh, let's go, Keto. 2 headshots. And then they catch one out in the open ground. Process slammed. And Montu, I'm sorry, your double scout kills in vain. Nexa has shown up on map 2 already.
And it's not to say that Big's position was bad after he got the kills. Not to say that that was like not the best advantage you could ask for. It's just that the CTs were in fine spots for how far Big had gotten to, where it wouldn't really feel like you were down 3 to 4. Of course, if Keto died, whole different story, but it's telling to say that. You know, Montu hits 2 scout shots like that are insane, and you're still not super advantaged here on T side. It's a hard map.
but a map they picked. One gets ahead of the Malo.
Damn, you said it in European.
I did, yeah, on purpose. It's weird that they say it that way.
Is it? I mean, we're the ones using slang. They're just using the first half. Well, I guess both slang, but we're adding the letter.
Molly.
Nobody. Connor. Molly. Okay.
Regali. Easy clear for Crimbo.
Unfortunate.
Just looking to climb around. Oof. See ya. M4 is just shredding flesh from bone right now. Don't get me wrong, Big have a chance to win some rounds in this half. But it looks like OG are done making any kind of mistakes. You know, no hiccups versus rounds like that. We go back to Mirage. It happened once to them. A time that Big flooded out from Palace and got up into Keto's face on Ticket. But it happened twice to Big. OG were the kings of the eco rounds. At least on map 1. Can't be affording mistakes like that. Nothing costs $1 in Denmark.
It's just so true and so real. We're calling him the Royal Arena. I mean, he's Romanian, but he went to school here, right? Lives
Yes.
here. So that's...
Well, I just remember last fall finals being here at the hotel across from the Royal Arena and seeing Regali. Like, he was present at the event.
Right,
He was kind of hanging out with a few players, and we were talking to him. He was explaining how he was now done school and playing full time.
Yeah.
And just crazy to think that he is now involved in the circuit, trying to qualify for that same event 12 months later.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet.
Felt at the time, I thought he was going to Liquid to replace OC at one point. I really did.
You know, I think anything was possible. I just want to know what didn't happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's so much stuff that didn't happen in that off season, and we heard some of it.
Man.
But to think the amount of offers and deals and counters and things that fell through, that's even maybe even more interesting than what actually happened.
You know, I heard a rumor today that there's a picture out there of Electronic in an EG jersey. That's not right. I don't know, man. I'm skipping beats today. I got that lag.
We're on land, son. Come on.
Regali splashed off his angle. Quick pop, you know, Big sensed no danger elsewhere, decided to just go numbers out monster.
Yeah, the setup is a little weird, actually. He was alone.
Yeah, had some support from Graffiti. Keto duking it out from heaven, trying to keep them at bay, but now they've already been able to extend out further forward through the site. And this bomb site belongs to Big. Short does not.
Okay, Nexa.
That's Nexa on a little reach, but sees nothing for now. Big have some post-plant positions.
OG have no nades. They might not need him, though. We'll see.
It's going to have to be a headshot from Keto or Nexa. There it is. That kicks it off. Activates the peak from ramp. That then there gets the heaven player out. And it starts to fall like dominoes. Taps and swaps and clutches. 2 kills from inside of the site.
Clean, simple
Big
clutch for
their
Tabs.
Nicely handled. Nicely handled. Time was on his side.
That.
But he definitely could have
It
died.
be
And
like
that
that.
round would have been won by Figu. So
It
well
be
played.
like
Nice
that.
try from OG. Certain situations, you might even pull away in a 3v3 just because you're not having grenades, but they had 3 great positions to attack from. The problem and the culprit of OG losing this round is Regali is sitting on Monster Pillar with an op. With no one in heaven, no one on CT, 1 player pushed off of short already, and no other support. So they weren't exactly ready for a monster hit. And they also put the op in jeopardy for the site hit. So like, you lose your 1 rifler in the site, you still have like an interesting spot, but it gets a whole lot scarier when they know the op's down. Can't be in heaven, can't be holding off of short. You can take all kinds of new risks. And they can also use it against you, the post plant. Or carry it forward and give it to Montu. Oh, it's not coming. They assembled it so fast.
Not rewarded.
German engineering.
Yeah, is it that good?
With a Polish guy on top.
Oh. Regali kills Tabson. Oh, dude. Fasher's position's gonna catch him now.
Forgetting about this. I mean, I would go fast here. Yeah.
Okay. Crimbo's holding it though.
Oh my
God.
God.
What's up, dude? Yo, Crimbo's ice cold.
That's my bad. You know, I said I would go fast here.
Crimbo got the chain on, sitting on the flank. Oh,
Oh,
Montu
wow.
shot. Regali
Oh,
survives
wow.
on 17 health. Oh, Crimbo reacts to Keto. German on German violence. Somebody called a Krankenwagen.
Was it ambulance?
I think so.
No.
Or Krankenwagen?
I was in an Uber, got hit by an ambulance in Berlin once.
Damn.
Yeah. That was a car with a machine and James, and we spun out. Crazy, but okay. Regali.
Low health.
Oh, he's done. 30 seconds. 2 full health CTs. 1 on this 5-7. Why does Crimbo have this deagle out?
I don't know. Where'd Crimbo's gun go? What's Where?
They're just coming up the stairs behind him. He still doesn't have a gun.
Nexus slowed down though, so the flank's not that fast.
If Fiku could just win with 1 kill.
That's it right there. Drops bomb.
Yeah.
Crimbo's 10 HP and has lost a weapon.
Where the hell did his gun go?
Picks up bomb and dies out. It is OG 4-2. Something weird's in the water.
It did so much for him that round.
What happened? Where'd the gun go?
Only 1 mag? Forgot to buy ammo? Crimbo talked to us.
Odd. Nice shot from Regali to start it. Good hold from Crimbo, catching the flank as Fasher looked to really maximize the moment. But at the end of the day, it is big back to pistols. Crimbo's preference, apparently. Very odd. Don't get lost in the sauce now, boys.
Egos are always possible on A. What you need is for the CTs to give up too much space, and you find those gaps, and then you hit the A site. Basher's here on the stairs. People are watching him, but he finds the perfect time.
Yeah. And doesn't overdo it. Keto sensing a chance, peeking around the side of bathrooms. Whole bunch of bodies. Big old backup players. Crimbo's got that Desert Eagle still.
They're calling for rotational support because of that death.
Molly left side bath.
They're coming through it.
Yeah. Forces them out. Fasher able to clean that one up and ready for the second peak. Nicely done from Fasher. I like this round from Fasher.
For sure.
I mean, his enemies are weakened and easy pickings, but still, that top con peak didn't overdo it. Jumped right back down. Instant rotation up 10. Just clean and easy.
Yeah, disengaging is a really important part. Yes, 100%.
And I mean, I'm coming into this project for OG as a Fasher critic, personally. You know, he
Not a fascist?
I'm not, no. I'm not, no. At least not on weekdays. And, yeah, nice to see him kind of finding his groove this evening across both maps. Don't do this to yourselves, Big. Don't implode like a submersible. Boost into the short water. We've got one in there. Nice flash. Beautiful. Oh, actually, it's never mind.
2 taps.
Team flash. Not ideal. Still a chance for Nexa to bring it back.
Flash worked. Are they running through still? They are.
Yep. Dropping bomb.
They're too spread out. They're too spread thin.
Totally
you know what I mean?
Owned. They tried to hit the gas pedal.
They were just
accidentally spin out.
Yeah.
There's a team flash too. I thought that was just perfect timing catching the jump up, but on Luco.
The attack is quite disjointed. Keto has to pee, or Crimbo. Keto is no longer on big. Oh.
Nice shot from
And
Monty.
it was like you said, though, Wait, is that? Oh, sorry. I thought it was. Wait. Oh, Fasher was up top. I thought it was Regalia on an op there. He's actually off short, and he showed presence. So you know what? This might offer up a kill for Regalia if they didn't know who it was. There's that op shot in, but it's 36 damage.
Thick cement down here. Crimbo tagged up a bit more, down to the half health. Lots of bodies on the B site for OG.
Fiku's playing it very risky, but you know, they're not facing him. The only risky part is that they can swing from stairs as well as from beneath him. We'll see what happens. They're getting too close without the bomb right now. Crimbo is probably the one who has to go and take that back.
Man,
and they'll die off of long. Fasher looking for some support. Crimbo goes down as well, and now they're leagues away from the bomb.
And there's nobody to go get it. Montu gets clipped by Regalia as he was just looking for a piece of cover. You can keep taking the site all you want, but you can't plant.
You know what? They might as well just keep going, though. 40 seconds? I mean, I guess at a certain point.
But Fiku killing Process and Nexa catching Sin. You're right. They could have just kept going. The kills were there. The duels are presenting themselves.
I mean, you wouldn't think they wouldn't have the bomb in that spot, so at least they'll come to you, but that one's weird because it's like 5v5 and they'll like, leave the bomb back.
I just feel like things are deteriorating on big side.
Fasher's looking good. Fasher actually, I think, I'm going to check on his overpass, but playing on Fnatic, this is one map that they definitely played a lot.
Okay.
So this is, you know, we're an emergent map pool here for OG, so they're not even sure which are going to be their favorite maps just yet, but I think overpass might actually make sense. Fasher from OG, Nexa previous history with OG on overpass, no problems there. I would say it's definitely one of Fasher's better maps overall.
Putting in the work this evening. He did it back on Mirage as well. 1.29 rating from him.
Oh my
You're
gosh.
still on a fascist.
It's just a rough series right now.
Only on weekends.
It's just like Regalia's been taking a lot of great duels against Montu in the one-on-ones. But it just feels like outside that Taps and Clutch, there's just been a little momentum coming out of the big group.
21 frags, 1.31 rating. Topped the board for OG, despite it being real close. Tight-knit pack on map 1. Ooh. Dink from the Tech 9. Regalia's wounded. Still, he's going to drop the bomb, and then Keto is here to clean up everybody else. This is a solid OG defense.
They're mopping him up.
I would have painted this series as like a big 80-20.
80-20?
I thought so.
I mean,
yeah,
I would be
really
like,
did.
I'd be pretty close. I'd probably be like 75, 70, something like that.
I really, you know,
but it's like odds said, you know, 1.5, 1.6, something like that. So you know, and I think that's. I get it though. I get it for sure.
No, I mean, I'll openly admit, like, I'm not blown away by the OG roster, you know, like with it all coming together, and I thought like there's no star potential, but if they all contribute, if everybody has good days.
Yeah, now I hate to be a, you know, real negative about this, but this isn't a game that you can sort of measure that.
That's also true.
Yeah. You know what I mean? I mean, you could be happy about the result, but the real tests are like, these guys play Vitality tomorrow. So do Big, of course, but
right.
Brick by brick, of course, brick by brick.
Yeah, you got a point.
And at least for Regali, consistency has been pretty damn good so far. Groups, I would say, it's getting better at least.
Fair argument.
One outstanding map per series, even if they lost, into now maybe a whole series where it's just straight up dominant control. And I'm loving the Fasher overpass CT side, that's for sure.
Good. Yep. Also, shout out Nexa, because on the first map I was concerned for his well-being, and now he's right up there.
Now I'm concerned for his opponent's well-being.
Exactly. Exactly. And I suppose when we look back at OG's outing so far here in Copenhagen, I mean, they opened up versus FaZe. Lost that one. I crossed my wires. Okay, yeah, they did. They did on the 14th of July. And then they played versus G2. So put them somebody of their own caliber? Not even looking close. At least you're on this map.
I wonder how many overpass picks at this event. I mean, I can already name 3 that have been
blowing up in people's faces.
Yeah. And, you know, in a totally unexpected way. It's not like, you know, Cloud9 picking Nuke versus FaZe or whatever. It's like
3v4 chance though, very truly well into live. Regali, great chance to flex what he's got, but it's a one and done from him. We said good things from the Fasher CT side overpass, and that continues to reign true. Looking for his 4th on the round. It would put him 14-7, and it would close a 1v2, and Process gives it to him, but he doesn't finish the kill.
Oh, and you make a play like that and
so
a perfect
close.
read and you don't get the kill. Oh.
8 HP.
It's just
That's
rough.
all Process had left to live with.
Damn, that's tough. That's tough. But he's still, you know, you gotta love how confident he was about that. And he made it look like he was going for the short rotation with the flash, and even had a few bullets to work with, but Process won. That's what's important for Big.
Nice 3 versus 4 in that round as well. Kept it simple. Walkout monster, trade train. We got Big taking timeouts. 3 rounds on this T side. We saw OG pull back their T half on Mirage and then run with that momentum in the second. It's not too late, Big.
Yeah, it's definitely not too late.
But you got your hands full. Regali, Fasher, Nexa, all putting up big numbers. Not just fluke rounds, but consistent routes to victory, round after round. High multi-kill potential, clean setups. We'll see what Big comes swinging with here in round 12. 2 out into the short water already. We've got Fiku on an island. Oof, gets back. And Fasher again betrayed. Same situation, Process and 12 health.
That was perfect molly.
It's gonna disassemble the boost. Frag goes a little too far.
Need.
Risky business throwing Keto up here, but nobody's watching it.
Wow.
3 players inside of short and no eyes for that.
It's just a dissemblance.
The perfect counter, and now they'll start to look off the short.
It's just good setups from the nade util to just the positioning. Holy shit.
They were trying to assemble a boost, so it's been counter tactic after counter tactic for OG that have worked out every single step of the way.
Smooth moves from Keto.
You boost, I boost.
Well timed on all those engagements, and we'll get the Montu Tabson 2v4 attempt. Smoke in front of them makes that way harder. They've still got a little time to wait. They really want to try to milk this moment for all it's worth.
Yeah.
Keto and Tabson locking horns through the wall.
It's a facade. They will not try.
Done. 9 for OG, and another round where Big get 1 win, only to be shut down in the follow-up.
Yeah, and we're looking at a pretty damn well-prepared OG.
Yes.
Having not played this map with this roster.
Yes.
Like, clearly, they're not putting together fluid tactics and transitions like that on the fly, right? But again, it's not as if their players wouldn't know how to do it. It's just the smoothness, right? It's right after they just mollied the counter boost, put pressure on short. They go for their own. They find it's double timing to push off of short, the comfort, the confidence. This would be a tough way to go out for Big, especially considering how they, they fared before the gauntlet.
Yep. It's looking like Big, we're going to get something done this week. Instead, showdown. Fasher, yeah, he's going to finish off Sin. Pistol, no sir, not enough punch in the USP. Crimbo versus 2 outside of Monster. Bomb's coming as well, and Process is back. More players here for Big than OG.
They flash short.
They phase the smoke, but Process is just the Tech 9. 8-4 goes down with nothing. Fiku takes 2, and now Crimbo's got a nice timing on this short play if he wants to push the issue. Keto up in heaven. Keto's always up in heaven. Looking for the contact, he gets it. Quimbo takes his head off, and we've got a Regali 1v2 clutch attempt queued up. Quick wrap around from Quimbo. Flash over. And
They're gonna
Regali
swing?
giving him a chance.
Oh my
nice
God.
snap.
Oh, that was nasty.
But better nade. Quimbo.
Just a
chucks
good
one
drop
up into the
nade.
heavens, sends him down to hell, and gives big.
But that was a
their
clean
fourth.
snap.
Yeah. And you know what? I think they can get just like isolated rounds and still be okay. Because they're at 4. Like 5 is kind of okay. It's not that bad. So we'll see if they can stumble on by one. Nice round out of Crimbo though.
That shot from Regali.
Yeah, huge.
Low. Money's busted for OG, so 5 looking real likely. Unless the Kings of the Force pull it off again. Nice. Process didn't forget about the second player, and Regali, oh man, big chance. Here's him coming. Good trade from Montu with the Galil
And that's
as
the
well.
guns.
No helmet, I don't think. One bullet makes it way easier. They've now lost their M4 and will have to bank on a Deagle 5.7 P250. But watch Big take all the time they need.
I don't know how you can do such a forward. Like, same thing with Chiron. Chiron plays with such a forward lean.
Throw that nade
It's
out.
kind of weird.
Montu keeps himself down. Oof. Crisp.
And then you have on the complete other end of the spectrum, like OG JDM, bro.
You're just toying with him.
Fucking just wild ass positions.
He's still alive.
Honestly,
Down to 35 seconds.
he's not taking any damage either. They really want the trade, but they can't kill him. He's getting more shots in. One more to go.
Get the frag.
Oh.
Dies to a Glock at the end of the day.
And they eventually leave. It's fine, man. This guy is too much.
That's so ridiculous. Gonna be careful just to make sure there's nobody hiding
5
in the
rounds,
corners.
dude. They got 5 rounds.
Yeah.
You know, not the prettiest half, but they got 5. So, I don't even know if they'll feel that bad.
At the end of the half, Launders, all that counts is the numbers at the top.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
And they're pushing a connector here immediately so that they can go and help
maybe
out
a
with that
sixth.
A1S.
Will be guns in the next one for OG.
Lag.
Also, is
Taps
Gob
and
here?
kills him.
Is Gob there?
Yeah, Gob scoped him.
Oh, okay. I just haven't seen any, you know, like Gobbergy. You know what I mean? Gob energy.
Sure.
Out of the back, from the
Right
back.
there.
Yeah. But taking it easy. Raga also Danish, looking to get it to the Royal.
True. Those Danes locking it in quick. Heroic. Kerrigan. Maybe Astralis.
Maybe Astralis.
Maybe. Just maybe.
Maybe Magisk.
Yep. Very fair.
God,
Play
they're
with my
everywhere.
hairs in the
Yeah,
front,
big.
you know?
They're
That's a
actually
different
everywhere.
view.
God damn, you know.
I'm so
For a
used to
little
just
country.
putting in back so I can have a full clear vision. But then my headset's usually tilted forward.
They're like Popeye.
And honestly, when Danes are talented at something, they always let you know.
I mean, yeah, honestly, they're pretty good. They're pretty good at a lot of stuff. Got to give them that.
It's true.
Handball, whatever that is.
Yep. Danish driver leading the F2
cycling
racing series right now.
They're really good at exercise.
Good at exercise. Counter-Strike.
Counter-Strike, not a sport. There's gotta be something good in there.
Final attempt. Now the Danes are in our ears listing all the things they're good at. Badminton.
Yeah.
Producing Counter-Strike events. There's another one.
There we go.
Shout out production.
That's only real. Yeah.
Molotov down on Monster. Final hit of the half. It's been pretty slow, but it feels like Big have been trying to, you know, squeeze something out of it, and they're getting there. Progress, baby. Step by step. Whole pack of players ahead of that.
Oh.
Right into the meat grinder named
Right
Few.
into
3
it.
kills with the A1S.
And that's just a simple 2K. I mean, Nexa was there, but he wasn't really part of that.
Very clean.
It was just
shooting
really
from men with
Fiku
one
and
bag.
Keto.
And again, that's putting
Oh,
his
it's
name up
clean.
amongst the rest of the pack. It is all of OG coming together to defeat Big, or at least to get double digits on the CT side.
Yeah, that is nice.
Tapson leaning forward like Jabby, trying to get the advantage versus these sharp shooters in the sights. He'll catch one off, but Nex is there to give it cover, and Fasher is the closer. So it is indeed double digits from the OG CT side. Can their offense finish this off?
I think if I was on that team, I'd be the water boy. I would just bring them water with electrolytes every day, you know?
Who do I pick if I have unlimited money and I'm an owner? Myself, because I'm gonna still playing, of course. Then I will take Simple with me. And then I will take Zyvu as a third guy, as a rifle. Because I know that he likes to play with a rifle as well, and then he's, like, we saw the clips with him. Then I will need an IGL. I will take Alexi, my teammate. And then I need one more guy. I will go with get right to the beginning of the contest whenever he was on, like in the good lurker.
Firstly, I have to pick Forest. My former teammate, I love him. I think he's a great player and one of the goats of CS. Device, of course, I think he's a great player. We just have to stack these teams. I'm picking Zyvu as well. I think we need to have some other players as well. In-game leader. I think then we have to pick Carrigan. Also been at the top of the game as in-game leader for like since CSGO came out basically. And our last player, I mean, you just have to go simple as well. Like, go five amazing players, and you just have to win, I guess. I can be an analyst. I get a good coach, and I can just be an analyst and help them with the small stuff.
Right. If I had unlimited money and I can choose 5 players, I would choose Zywu, Nico, Exile. I'd probably choose Twist, and I'd probably choose Rops. Those are my 5 players. Those are the 5 goods. I think if I was on that team, I'd be the water boy. I would just bring them water with electrolytes every day, you know?
Say myself, Fallen, Fur, Twist, and Stewie. Those are players that I enjoyed playing around. And I think a lot of them are super talented. Fallen, you know, he was a wise professor, in-game leader. For a player that
NA.
In terms of his play style and his personality and somewhat. And, you know, Twist, my fellow Canadian, my good friend. And, you know, Stewie, him and I had a lot of good memories, and I believe he was like one of the more smarter and intelligent players I ever played with, and he taught me a lot about the game. So yeah, he was those would be my 5 or my 4. You know, I included myself in them. So.
Go-to answer would probably just be 2018-19 Astralis with that low. I think that it was very special to be a part of that team. If I had to do a little more current one, I would maybe take Blame F, I would take Stair, I would take Magisk as well. Yeah, and then I think maybe pick Yabi from Heroic, and then me. I think that would be really crazy. You gotta go with Sonic as the coach as well.
Prime Coldzera, I'm gonna pick Zywu as a rifler, simple on the op, then Kerrigan as the IGL, and then I'm gonna pick Rain as the entry. And the coach is gonna be Gary from Furia. And I'm just the owner. I'm just there with the money.
With the money. Man, I'm bad.
One is running up here. He's left side long. Alone off angle position. I don't know. The shot. I'll try to hit the wheeler. Toilets one toilet. I didn't see anything. Should be all A. One low. Yeah. One toilet. Headshot. I go away. Long and ace out. Double is golden. He's bank. There's no bomb. Smoking stairs. Bomb is C-spot. I tried to search him. I can only default. Go SWAT. Last SWAT. Nice! Nice, next shot. Bank. Nice. Nice, Julia, man.
Nice, boys.
Well, Big wanted to take the series to Overpass, and they did put up a fight, but it was no easy feat getting the 5 rounds that they did. We saw some slow ones, some burners. On an individual level, OG looked sharp all over the map. There were problematic moments
like
for Big to get rounds. Everywhere, all the time,
Like
and some breakdowns, I think, in the strategy and kind of calls and responsibilities. We see Bomb spawn, for example, in that mic'd up moment. It's not the kind of Big that inspires you out of the gate, but now they've got a CT side to work with. So, their map choice. And, unfortunately, for Fiku, dead real quick.
super easy.
Boosted 1 tap. How much did OG prepare on overpass? What's their T side gonna look like? Can they play as a pack? We're gonna get a pop-off from somebody, because everybody's doing work. That's the OG formula this evening. It's what got them through Mirage as cleanly as it did.
Letting the T's get very close right now. I mean, there's still 2 CTs here, but Tabson's got to hit a zinger, I think.
Nexa with the smoke just threw that one out.
Oh,
there's the zinger. Looking to put Keto in a box. Off the flash, the repeak, but they're getting just ever closer. Step by step, he jumps in. Okay. Oh, Keto trying to charge down his ex-IGL, and this is definitely Big's pistol.
Yes, and it's a much better taps into map 1. That's nice. I think the pistol's like the only thing that keeps this map alive. And no, I mean, 5 rounds can be good. It can be fine for sure. CT come back on overpass, not unheard of, but it's going to be like 13-5, I don't know. Now, I think OG managed the eco after round 1, so that will be the set. Oh, wow, there he is. Forgot about him. How could I?
Very much here. Blocks all around for OG.
Oh yeah, no bomb plan.
Nexus says, don't you dare spend a penny. I feel like Crimbo's had a frustrating day. Has been putting forward the big performances that he had previously in their group matches. But, speak of the devil, gonna go ahead and farm 3 frags. Process here to help him. Clean conversion as you'd always expect versus Glocks.
Confidence round.
But yeah, I feel like Crimbo's operating on a shorter fuse today. You know, I've seen some frustration.
He has been getting frustrated.
Gotta keep an eye on that. We know his potential is very real. Also, chance for Montu to just dominate CT side overpass with an op. He had a phenomenal first map. Fasher, ooh, victim of the smoke play. Sin crossing over into the AK upgrade, trying to fight his way out of here. Regali's trying to keep him boxed in, and sure enough, that one doesn't come for free. 4v4.
He was left alone to do that. Keto will search up the part of the map that Montu left. Now, he could still die right here. It's free for Tabson. Multi-layered CT defense here on the A site.
Feels very risky for Keto to just walk out. But I suppose since no trade frag and nobody else fighting by Fountain, Fiku just bests Tabson Galil over M4.
That keeps it 3v3.
They're gonna go long. A is so clear right now.
Yeah, and Montu was the guy who was here. He left. They are now starting to push Monster, so Montu can start to leave. It really comes down to, will OG play fast enough? That was the story of Mirage.
Yeah. Got the utility for this hit, but CT put a smoke in front so that they can still challenge. That smoke's given a huge gap for Montu. Oh, yeah, he's got to press into it.
Oh.
Does so at the worst possible moment. Nexa takes his head off, puts another smoke down on the same spot, and you've got to cover this connector flank. Fiku, loses the fight to Process. Suddenly, that bathroom side seems sketchy, and Crimbo is inside of the bank. It's a plant.
Oh, great timing by Crimbo.
Wow, he cleans
Holy
that up.
crap.
That's a beautiful round out of Crimbo for sure. Stairs flank, pivotal. Every single part of that was just so important for Big to go correctly. If Crimbo dies, they still lose, you know, but if they get the stairs and Crimbo, well, now it's over. Here's the kill that started it off, but they boxed it up. Sin made sure he couldn't leave. Nexa found the trade and then taps and brought one back. Each player sort of tried to go for more and got punished for it. That's a pretty big opportunity, I would say, for OG for sure. They're back on pistols. Oh. Wow.
Trying to chase him. Next is on the hunt with the Deagle. Fasher is going to open this one up. Enough upgraded pistols here to definitely do damage. They've all got Kevlar.
Yeah, true.
Careful now. 2 round wins just like this already in the series. Back on Mirage. An M4 now acquired. Sketchy, sketchy, sketchy. It feels like CT is kind of, scared enough that all of the OG players could just group up and hit one of these bomb sites. Utility looking good down here on the B site. 2 smokes between Crimbo and Prosis. They're pressuring Monster with some flashbangs. They're gonna put the boost up. I mean, Prosis is dead.
Yeah, well,
surely.
Can they actually see him on this corner? How far does he have to edge out? We'll see in a second. It looks like they're gonna take the peek now. Oh, the cover from Crimbo is right on time.
All right, never mind. Prosis standing tall.
Crimbo is so solid.
Crimbo. And now they're just gonna go into the monster hit. That M4 is still in the mix. Oh, Viku with the Deeg.
And just like
Prosis
that.
just sits down beneath the site. We're gonna get vision out from heaven. There's no utility for the T
Okay.
side. Tapson comes through with the
Now
cover.
it gets a little bit interesting because money's a little bit more fair. Let's see how they kind of take this round in OG. I feel like you take a play a little bit long because I feel like Montu's their A player. So I think if you can get Fiku on that long play and push him back side, you take up to Bathroom Con.
Would have loved to see if you could see that corner of the box.
It's all about early bathroom presence. You don't need to have full bathroom control, but you need to get at least a little bit of connector control. You need to get into connector control. Yeah, Montu's holding. And then, oh, it's Montu Tapson. Tapson's on the pass.
Big bringing it back.
Or connector, I mean.
It's 4 in a row to start the CT endeavor. Viku naded down to 65. He kills.
Why am I thinking Fiku's on CT? Holy shit.
That was just a jump spot. There was nobody even boosting Sin. That must have been a killer shot from Fiku.
True.
He dies, sure enough. Oh, but Fasher also putting up some headshots. Montu spotted, wants to reposition. 4v2 for OG.
Yeah, he sticks around. Not bad spots for the CTs in terms of activity. This is...
Ooh, Montu hears this.
Yeah, but Keto will take... Oh, now it's just Montu versus 3. And they just killed Crimbo on short. That's the kill. That wins the round here for OG. No sense in Montu even attempting this. So the plant will go down, and OG will keep the lead. That's what's key.
Right. Quick and simple GGs.
You know what? Again, 2 and 3 alive on the last 2 rounds. Luckily, they had 1 with 3. Luckily, Montu saves this off because it'd be a stringy buy otherwise. That CT economy is so pesky. So fickle.
Very realistic.
Oh, fuck. Nigga, what?
I heard the op's gonna be 5,000 next year.
I don't know why it
about
thought that this was
I was complaining about
that.
Molly being too expensive.
Nice shot, dude.
Oh my goodness.
Ah,
Oh my
just like
goodness.
that. Yeah.
It wasn't even a jump across.
No. There was actually like a micro adjustment from Fiku there.
Wow.
Very clean shot from Fiku. And he had a player right in front of him on that smoke. I mean, he dies half a second later.
There actually is no buy at all. I thought they would be able to scrounge up something. Instead, they just got half armor on Prosis. That's it. Some nades. Uh-oh.
Well.
Oh no, bad timing for. Oh man.
You got the one weapon of the round.
Wonder if Montu goes for that if he gets if he gets the nade there.
Next thing you know, by the time they make contact for the second time this round, it could be anywhere. There's still a gun to be grabbed too. You know Crimbo's thinking about it. T's aren't watching it. They've completely evacuated that half of the map. But Montu's coming hunting. Regali versus Montu. It's right there.
He's here so early. Maybe they walk into him. Yes, they do.
His reposition is sharp. Rest of the players still just with pistols. Good flag.
Jeez.
Montu being set up to succeed here. This will be a one-man army round win. Fourth player is Fasher and takes him back.
Yeah, but he goes so far. I mean, listen, it's 2v5, but he was the only rifle. He's dumbass a couple of times. I think they kind of need to take care still, at least until guns can be recovered, because as far as I'm concerned, it's still winnable here for OG.
Of all the other guys, only Prosis has armor.
Oh, there's the
Nice shot. Tabson picks it up off Montu's dead body. Fasher loses his teammate. He's been spotted outside of the bathrooms, but it's going to be a grueling run to the A site. Big with a single op on Montu. That immediate peek into the pipe versus Fiku. The reposition lightning fast.
Yeah, that was very nice. Why would Keto walk into that? Well, Montu 3 seconds ago was over on B looking for a pick inside a short tunnel, so ran at full speed for that one. Fasher going to try to save this. His feet are going to get spotted. No death though, and now it's a gun carried forward and a chance for OG to at least fight here. But they lose to Montu. That went up, and that was just a money padding round for OG.
Yep. Huge boost to the economy.
Thread is getting loose. Well. Okay.
Nice flash from Tabson to help him out. And we can talk about it being the one-off, but a couple tidbits of utility make a world of difference. Tabson with a real turnaround between Mirage and this map as well.
If Fergali can figure out how to find an op kill in this situation, that'll be unreal. Because of course, easier on TD overpass. T overpass, you're not even going to buy your ops most of the time. So how are they going to set it up? I mean, the most natural thing to do would be the 5-player boost and then see what happens. But that might be a little bit obvious to Big. We'll see. If they try to go for something else, like Regal. Oh, sorry, I thought they were not going to have enough money. They've got it together. Full buy behind the saved op on OG. They won't have to do anything gimmicky.
They're looking at that B site fast though.
Yeah, which I think that's what makes OG.
Nades? No? Okay. Never mind. No frags for the T's. He's looking at that 2-man boost and thinking
they're trying to
would be a perfect round for that artillery strike.
Yeah. But they're trying to exec, so they don't want to let him know. But you know what? It's not a bad situation to go for it.
Got 2 players close.
No full flank, no CT push, no one playing right side monster. Very vanilla here for Big.
A struggling Sin back on Graffiti. Flash doesn't blind them. Second one will. Stuns them for a second. Big just sliding off the bomb site. Crimbo down in the water, dies. Graffiti player will add 1 to the tally. Fasher, he's also found Tabson. We've got Prosis looking to come around the site. Oh, the spray connects. He's able to track him through the smoke, falls down into Keto.
Yo!
Gets traded by Sin and a missed
That's just great for Sin. That's just fortunate opportunity for Sin.
On the struggle so far this map, but he puts up a 3.
Prozus, you could kind of tell he was going to fall himself into a death.
And honestly, not the ideal setup.
Just fully committing to that spray, he wasn't really going to have an opportunity.
When T's can get that far through the site, that it's actually very scary for the CD side, but they couldn't find a target for so long. He wrapped it.
It's kind of good for Sin.
And I feel like Pete was even lucky to get one. CT
water play, that pick play.
Very good defense here for Big.
Now the money's a problem. Now OG have seen that lead disappear. And now Big feeling like they're finally in the driver's seat. Man, we know they had to dig deep on that first half. A test that they got through with 5. Still a good amount of pressure being applied by OG. It's got Big reeling back, but it's also got majority on this A site right now. Montu extending off of the safety of the bomb site. That temporary cover won't last forever. Could have been, but isn't.
Yeah. Shies him back off that push. And looking towards B. Anyone off of short? No, not quite yet. So Nexus serves as the bait, the fake here, that it's going to be some kind of A commitment. And They get ahead of the Molotov.
Keto real far up. Ooh. Shocked that he gets Process.
Yeah, that's one gun. That'll be hard to get back, but 30 seconds. They still have time to try, and Biku a sharp shot.
Montu, too scoped. Has to jump back. He'll get into cover. He's lucky to be alive.
Oh, this won't be the most easy retake in the world.
And they're going to save for it.
Oh my god, are they not going to go for it?
No way.
Wow, they actually give up. That's a hard shot from Biku, but a clutch one.
Damn, Montu was looking for kills inside of the bomb site, and they hadn't even crossed over yet.
Yeah, true. I guess a hard call to make. You say they're on short, or
a little misunderstanding in just how far that distance had gone.
You could say he has the audible to make the, you know.
I also want to say shout out Keto, because he took Process down with him when it looked like he was just dead to rights.
Yeah,
already out,
very
exposed.
true.
His teammates
With two players
behind
about
him.
to peak, for sure, for sure.
Yep, had to soften that bomb site up and did so.
They definitely got to, I mean, both teams got to tighten up, right? That's just...
No, that's kind of why they're in the bottom game of the gauntlet.
Yeah, there's just so many rounds here that are just like, one player's like, I'm going to win this round, no problem. We already have the advantage, we have better guns, and then they die, they give up a gun, and they lose the whole round. We look back and maybe forget at how many maps are lost to these kinds of situations, but it really adds up.
And I mean, this is a match where basically everybody's providing. Kill spread from OG, 19 to 15. Sin is kind of the only outlier, but we just had that impactful round from him. You saw the pop off from Tapson, the praise. We got to fight, folks. But we've also got OG map up already. Can't forget about that. Guns for all.
Yeah, I think Nexus calls make or break this situation for OG. They've shown they can win these rounds. They've shown they are way more comfortable than you could expect on overpass. And there's a world where this game is won on the T side, even if Big picked it. I'm going to put a lot of emphasis on him, whether or not he can lead the troops in the right direction. Montu, oh man, Montu's honestly been so good, but right here, massive pickoff from Regali.
Man, he wanted to deal with Fasher. Instead, he just peeks up into the scoped op. Man advantage for OG. Took Big 14 rounds on their T side to win 2 consecutive. And OG would be pulling that off a little sooner.
And Big are not moving anywhere. They're not doing a double monster push. They have short control, just spotting it. 2 watching.
Nope.
No one on the A side. You're saving. I'm sorry.
Done.
Don't
Just
even
like that.
Don't even move. Run farther away from the site. Let them plant and call this round, because OG are touching 13, 2 clean picks, and that's it.
Wow.
Oh, Montu's gonna open himself up. Because it's not like he peeked into that angle snappy. Regali just got there. Just got there. Counter-strike. Game of milliseconds. And this time it is OG's. And then we get this.
I think it's also quite a... I don't know if... Did Regali buy the op? You know, sometimes you're just not even expecting an op to be there on the other side.
Sure. Pays the price. Very important. Big hold on to these 3 weapons. Money at a low for everyone, but the rounds keep getting added. Two rounds in a row on this T side. Seems like a golden ticket for OG.
The default's looking a little better here for OG as well. Ironically, Mirage was a little bit of a struggle. The pick of Big is the one where it looks like OG are showing some more comfort.
Gotta be his last chance to get into it all. That shot from Nexa, man, that just sucked the soul out of Big. If he slows him down inside of A, maybe we get a rotate. Just 2 instant frags. And 24th rounds added to OG's count. That's a sea of CT round wins, folks, at the top of your screen. But it's OG breaking into new territory with the back-to-back. Regali softened up immediately. Utility here for big in round 2. They're going for the boost. B site. Keeping eyes on short. Fiku has nailed some nice shots from behind that smoke, but right now, ultra passive OG.
Again, more comfortable defaulting. Actually, their one sort of explode on B did not turn out too well. Big one around there. Here they're peeled back on all positions. No short control. No one in con. Overstacking on B, holding for Monster, but not actively spotting it. Just playing from the barrels. Taps in one floater here on the CT side. Let's see if OG can scale appropriately.
Man, Tabson, a lot of responsibility here with just the FAMAS. Sitting up inside of the bathrooms.
You know, Montu doesn't have his op, but he is a very sharp rifler as well.
But Regali's hunting for him.
Yeah.
Jump again and
it might come.
Boy.
Missed it by a hair. Regali has to decide if he got spotted. Taps it. Starting to flank.
Yep. Oh, but he loses out to Fiku, who's got the better gun and the instant headshot time, though, folks. 15 on the clock. M4 inside of the bomb site. Montu's gonna get squeezed.
GG.
Trades him back. Bank player comes through with one, but can't stop the plant. Does
oh my
get
gosh.
Regali. It's a man advantage for the defense. It's a retake needed soon enough. That dumpster smoke will fade, and Process kills Nexa. Falls on Fiku. He gets just one.
Damn.
Multi-kill when they absolutely need it.
Wow, they grinded that one back. That was insane from Bank to hit that second shot on Regali. Fasher put himself into an awkward spot to simply die to that peak. And there were a couple of players just didn't lock up into their post plans as quickly as they needed to. Like, they knew Montu was back dice. They took out the support in top bathrooms. They knew everyone was coming in from rotations, and yet they were all exposed to Sin in these different positions as the retake started to take place. One Molly and Bank, they don't have to think about it, but instead, they wanted to overcrowd the A site and got uncomfortable doing it.
Hey man, today's been a good day, man. You know, it's just been vibes.
Like that.
Almost at that 5-hour mark. We hit that 5.5-hour mark. You know, if you're on the stream, make sure to hit a like. Much appreciated. We doing this for the rest of the week until we get this fucking series done, this tournament done. I'm probably never doing this again. Not to this extent, you know. Not to this extent. Maybe sometime in the future, but not like this. This is different, bro. I like to be casually watching these series, you know.
Laid out a spawn Fasher.
And for a popular series or two, then I would watch it.
It feels like Fiku has been really pulled off of that B play that he was kind of making his mark with. All right. Nexa's got ideas.
That's a big call, man.
Man, it's a huge call out right now.
Okay.
He's been inside bathrooms a ton of times. He's actually going to
But Prozis is already pushing out. They're starting to get some early information.
A little bit of timing could give a chance over.
Oh yeah, they're just not even like.
In, more bodies spotted.
Yeah, you already got Sin rotating.
So tough to get past this.
Tap Sin's up banana. Yeah, bathrooms. He's behind the bar.
Sin's been added into all of the mix. Nexa gets damaged in the back.
And this is a little bit of a weird situation because you had Keto who kind of just pushed a little too early. Ooh.
Yeah, but now they know it's really heavy towards A, but they're still coming in this direction.
45 seconds.
Ready for this?
It's leaning out.
I don't think so. This is a good spot maybe from Tapsin, surely.
It looks like Fiku will get caught by this, but you
never really know. Wow. There's two amazing duels that are about to take place. How does this happen? Is Fiku clear? Yeah. Wow. 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 2 on 2 though. Yeah, this is all on Crimbo. Big money.
15 seconds. They have to rush in. They have to hope the one person covering gets this
oh,
shot.
big money.
And while blind, he'll finish off Fiku. Fasher with a chance. 5 extra seconds, but Crimbo makes the difference. 2 kills in the B site, stoic as ever, big by the skin of their teeth.
Wow, they saved the day, man. That's honestly massive plays out of Fiku. Like he's getting some really critical shots in to give his team a chance over and over again. But Big are a little bit too clutch, and Montu, while he did start on B, the call was interesting to get up towards long. They didn't go fast enough to punish him for that start. Got back just in time, was very careful about it. Won over Regali, which is a huge victory for him and for Big. And now 13-13, another buy-in for both squads.
Let's go.
The water could not be more opaque at the moment. It is impossible to tell who's going to come out ahead.
Fiku, good damage. Sin taken down to 60. That's 3 B defenders. Montu already starting to pull back off that forward-facing A setup. But then the server falls silent. It's been scary every time they've tried to peek out into short. They're losing their heads to Fiku more often than not.
Evan Smoke coming in. Monster is the right place to go. Another strong call.
And this is just a straight 5. This is a 4. Oh. Wow. Wow. And Keto. Oh.
Just rails them outside of Monster. How does he manage that?
21-18, really getting a good game.
And yet Process with just that tiny little
You know, he started this tournament off just being kind of more of a negative than anything, but you know, as he's kind of warmed up, adjusted, and had time to kind of just play these games and understand what his positioning needs to be in these games, he's only gotten better. And that was a very good play from him. That was just good positioning because they just kind of put money on that. They had the 3 on B, which they're managing, like, which they've been doing every round, but like, you know, they kind of had the call, they kind of had the feel, and they were very aggressive, ready for that.
Gonna try to boost up the rifle to catch somebody on B. It's being watched. Sin coming around. That's 2 T's confirmed. 4 defenders down on B. Bomb back by ladder, so nothing can happen too quick if you're OG. Hoping for something like that.
Ooh.
A pickup. Sin evaporates.
Yeah, they give it the AK over to someone with full armor, so
that AK can be passed around the entire pack of OG players. That rifle, they want it. The peak. Keto 1, and that's it.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, Crimbo, multi-frag.
GG.
Comes in big with the M4.
One of the first times I've seen Big like pick a timing where they.
And so now they go up to 15 after giving OG 2 rounds back to back.
They have stopped a lot of OG's attacks, but honestly, OG asked for manufactured some very good situations to get killed, but now surely.
Dink on the barrels. Crimbo, 4 and an ace. Crimbo decides enough's enough. Big's 15th is all his.
Yeah, you know, you don't have to be super aggressive, but it's nice to see some tactics at moments where they think the attack's coming to try to answer back.
Just solid shit from Crimbo right there.
Surely with that ace goes Crimbo's frustrations.
He takes to the top of the board, 24 and 17, most kills, least deaths. Doing damage down on that B site. Very important impact the last 2 rounds. That 2K he got when he slipped into the site as OG went for that late rotation. Buy all over. A real chance for OG to extend this play into overtime. Speed presence out the gate. You want to avoid that op on Montu up in bathrooms, but you're just going to keep meeting Crimbo in B, his bomb site. One more chance to shine, to close out map 2, to push us into Ancient. Smoke at the front of the pipe. Man, the entire team is out there. They've got nothing. And look at that deep control, of course, from Tabson up on A. Or no, excuse me. Sin.
Yeah, this is the best looking CT round so far from Big. Let's see, they set it up.
Blind lineup, not a problem. Process pinned against the wall. Crimbo's fire burns Fasher. 5v3. And all of a sudden, OG, what was looking to be a pop-out monster, is nothing but a fizzle. And they're stuck here. They've got another set of utility, but their flank is so compromised. Sin activated after that last volley. So you can try to just walk this out. Barrels player, pillar position, Keto. It's just the single kill. And Tabson's here to help him. Nexo's gonna try to trade, but he's at front of the pack. And sure enough, Crimbo in the last 3 rounds.
Oh, they were all out there.
Massive. 28 kills is
I was thinking about Sin. Bro, so we got one more map, bro. I was ready to start playing now. Bro, sometimes, you know, they just be extending these series for just unknownly reasons. Why do I have to go to full 30 rounds, bro? Oh, is that 29? That was 29 rounds.
Racing to Mr. Burns' mansion, you can see there's a door that spawns over the power plant so that you can't go that way. And that happens in the original game too. There's this door that spawns in to stop you getting around it. There actually is a bug that lets you get around it in the original game. But yeah, we have to race Smithers. And, you know, one thing I'd love to make better is the AI. I think they could definitely go faster and be a little bit harder to beat. I wasn't really trying that hard, and I still beat Smithers pretty handily. There's so much driving in this last mission, so it's a perfect time for me to say thank you to a bunch of people. Thank you to Corey Long, who... Look, the point of remaking a game is that it looks beautiful. Obviously, I can code in new features and stuff like that, which is cool too, but like, obviously, it's about the graphics, and if you go back to episode 3 and look at how bad the graphics were, she is so responsible for this remake, probably more than I am. So thank you to Corey Long. Thank you to Sam. He was also remaking The Simpsons Hit and Run, and he reached out to me, and he had figured out how to do some really clutch things. He wrote a script that reads the original source code, figures out where every coin is, and then spawns them into Unreal Engine for me, instead of having to place them all on the level. Like, some really clutch stuff that saved, like, hours of time. And thank you to Billy, who emailed me a completely remade family car without me even asking for it. He just sent it. It must have taken him hours to do. I can't imagine how long it would have taken. So thank you to Billy as well. And yeah, the more I think about it, the less I can take credit for the remake. It really was a team effort. And I've always worked on my own. I've always been a solo guy, but it's really made me realize the power of working together on stuff, how much more you can get done.
It's a pretty good fucking mission.
Alright guys, trade deal incoming here. I'm trying to get some more followers outside of YouTube. I'm going to post the next remake on my Instagram, so if you could give me a little follow, I'll be posting more game dev stuff on there. And I'll put it on Twitter as well. The link for my Twitter will be in the description too. But anyways, thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next remake. Bye.
Is that can be realistic? Yeah, I guess like that's how to people like you can't share your work, but as a fan, it's a fan passion project, not a profit-driven ripoff. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but that was pretty sick though. Still, how long do we got left? Probably like another like 10ish minutes. First day out of jail. Let me see if oh, that's all they showed. They ain't showing the other one. I respectfully don't need to profit off of the situation. I am into Architectural Digest, but sometimes their content is ass. And I love Raina Wilson, but they do this every time.
So I'm gonna start with.
Oh, it's just a fucking clip. Never mind. I thought it was one of those deep dive NBA deep dives. Alright, let's check some members only content.
Tengo pila de cuadro. Shut the fuck up.
That was too quick.
Yo tengo pila de cuero. Hey, that was good. Like, is this pronunciation? Yo, Venom, Kai said go play baseball. What? That nigga's like a little brother, bro. La wey, tiene curazao, patella la wey, tiene curazao, patella la wey, tiene curazao, patella la wey, tiene curazao. Yo, bro. What the fuck? Not for real. This how big I do. That's a big ass tool. Man, I'm worth a lot of M's, nigga. Me too. I said I got a lot of M's, niggas. Me too. Last year I made like 1 M, didn't shoot. This year I made like 2 already, didn't shoot. Motherfucker on the way to the big group.
Is this just a car ride?
Retarded. Niggas so retarded. Niggas.
Look him in his eyes.
Hey, go.
Hey, yo, let's see.
Boom! Say that nigga the rest. After that, I'm gonna have to invest in the vest. When you pull it to my chest, it gon' catch up. Cut up that nigga thing for the spin bar. With my name, that motherfucking car. Niggas know about me in the streets and I'll fucking die.
Alright, we chill. Alright, we chill.
Bro, stop trying to pressure me. Stop
Pressure me. Hold on. My niggas don't try to pressure me.
Yo! Nigga said niggas come my sex and I get an erection.
That nigga say, if niggas in my section, I'ma get an erection.
Hey, yo, wait.
Oh!
No, cut the beat. It's crazy.
Nah, bro. I got the best song for you now, bro. Oh my God, bro.
Niggas come in my section. Niggas get.
I'm not gonna lie, could we get like a eventually, of course, an AMP Escalade with the 2022 ones?
You know what? Bro, stop saying shit, bro.
Bro, you know what?
Y'all be scared, nigga.
No. The reason we're not gonna do that is because we don't go anywhere together. It would be useless. If it was like 2020,
I'll be using that motherfucker.
If it was 2020 when we was all tightly knit, then they'll be
We
different.
been shut up now. Like,
we have an AP Range
Y'all
Rover.
niggas be scared to spend a little.
No, because it has the third row of seats, and the new ones basically are
Let's
like
be
Tesla
honest, bro.
autopilot.
Believe
They're really good.
bro, we should get it, and like we gonna step out for the day.
And then, but then he also got the performance model, and it's
Why you
mad
making
quick.
that face, bro?
180,000, bro. It's mad quick though.
We're not gonna go nowhere. But I've been had said that though, like truck shit. I've been said it.
Yo, y'all know.
If y'all let me do it, I'll do it today.
We can
I mean,
spend,
tomorrow.
but we can spend that shit.
I go tomorrow real quick.
Y'all
and do
better
it. That
go.
shit was nothing. I go to Escalade, come back with it.
What's
He
good,
got the
Trump?
stimmy. He got the stimmy for this.
I can send me every month, bro.
Stimmy for what?
Every month, I
Like just in case the account, you know what I'm saying? He got the
Oh.
stimmy.
Oh my God! Remember we had to.
Yo,
Thank God, thank God.
I remember the first time y'all niggas was like, Kai, it's your turn for the stimmy. Bro, oh my God, yo, bro. I think it was the stimmy was like 4,000.
Yeah,
I was like, no, it was like 7, no?
Nah, it was like 5.
Oh, wait, was that for the crib? What was that for the crib?
The crib was 4. I remember calling that niggas. I was on my dad. I was like, I mean, 4,000, 4,000, 4,000, 4,000. Y'all niggas like, nah, we gonna have to see about that.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, I got my shit out.
4,000, okay.
Big stick, it go TikTok. Niggas know me, I'm on a block with the big Glock. I get high, nigga, I do big rocks.
I'ma go to
I fuck your
Dr.
bitch in my
Miami,
crib
nigga.
with a big cock.
I'ma go to Dr. Miami, get surgery so I
Uh-huh.
can have a big cock.
Wait, then I raised my hen. I'm cooking up chicken. That's a big cock.
And then I raised my dog. He fucked my girl. That's a big.
Don't give me a rope.
I'm not done though. Niggas know what I see. A, B, next letter is C. Yeah, bitch was yours till she went to my aunt me. She did me in that crib when it was 1, 2, 3 in the morning. I gave her some. I'm not even done though, nigga. My first plan is plan A. If I fuck up, it's plan B. She fucked me without the then she had to take a plan B. I got my dread head shack in the cut. He look like Mark Henry. Niggas mad cause we smacked up a nigga like Mark Henry. I'm outside wearing no black like Mark Henry. I'm Henry, Siri.
Davis, don't do this now. Not for all those people.
I knew they would shoot the entire time. I simply allowed you to get away with it.
Bro, you're not about to do this in front of everybody.
I knew it was you, I told you.
Oh, never me. Get him. Go see.
Nigga. Our dad's gonna start shooting niggas. We out, fuck it. We out, nah, that.
Oh, nah, fuck no.
Nigga, we out. Let's go start some beef. Fuck it.
I just want to just do a drive-by, nigga.
Bro, like, let's hit a nigga like, what is that? Maybe having switches.
Nigga, no.
Can I get anything, girl? Cool. That compression on that motherfucker is high.
It doesn't hurt. I got shot twice. He said dance.
I said dance.
Give me that. Hey, shoot that nigga. Now, if you shoot me, I'm
You're aiming it at my face. I have no glasses, Davis. You would literally get your ass beat, bro. I'll lose my job and beat you up.
And then I'll beat your ass.
And then what?
Then you gonna be dead. Nigga said, then what? I never shot it, baby. I'm giving you the fucking shot, bro. Can't go. GTA. I hate that. Put your hands up. Put your hands up, bro. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
Yo, you feel RP?
Put your hands up. Put your hands up. You're feeling.
You put it in my head.
You're actually feeling. Okay.
Guess I did not. Guess I did not.
Yeah. What do?
Give me the knock so I can knock out.
Oh! Oh!
Hey, Kai! This guy good. This guy's so minute, buddy! This nigga!
Stop! Don't end that shit at me, bro. Don't end that shit at me, bro. It goes off randomly, look. Stop!
Alright, duck.
Duck. 3, 2, 1, duck! Duck! Bro, you play too much. So you gotta stop playing. Oh, shit.
Yeah,
bro.
put it down.
Shit.
Yeah.
Put down.
Yeah.
Put down. What? Chill, bro. Alright, so shut the fuck up and give me 10. Nigga, I want to choose already. Nah, don't do that. You bugging.
Yo, I can tell we about to leave.
We about to leave this bitch and go right home. I already see it coming.
Alright, look. I got one bullet in there, alright?
Alright.
You ready?
Nah. What you doing?
Nah, don't look.
You about to do it to yourself?
Nah, well, shit, I'll go first.
Oh, we being pushing back. Oh! Let me go next. Ah!
Don't you gotta roll?
Do it.
Who next?
No.
Why you scared? You grown man, come on.
Ah, fuck it. No, don't knock me. What the fuck?
Alright.
Crimbo putting in big work at the end of Overpass in order to get us to Ancient. Now the Unicorn
Ancient. This was an insane map too, bro. An insane map too. I don't even understand it, bro.
No hard feelings.
And wow, has the ratio just completely shifted. I think it was like 1.565 to like 5. Like it was insane.
Against Navi, they beat Astralis. OG only got trounced by G2, and I don't know.
This is a lot more balanced.
OG are totally unprepared. I know they're definitely partially going to be comfortable on this map. I know Regali likes this map. Nexa likes the map overall. OG in the past were pretty good on it. So we'll see. It's definitely been a week where upsets are possible. This is not a guarantee for big, but it is looking good.
Right. Somebody's going to the showdown at the end of this map. Somebody else locks in a fight versus Vitality. Fiku, opening kill, but we've got Prosis on boost. He waits, and they stop watching.
Oh my god, they don't clear him.
Taps away for the bomb plant. Very nice. 1 bullet kill. Fiku, though, coming through big. He's gotten everything so far this pistol.
Oh, wow. That's an amazing
Gets an
second kill.
assist on Nexa's clear, and now Keto is looking to catch Crimbo in Donut, and he will.
Never mind.
Crimbo is just watching that side. Turns
Everything
attention,
Prosis did didn't matter at all.
Top-rated player for OG coming into this third map.
I'm loving Fiku this series. Quick. You know, it's not like he's just been hard carrying with 30 kills every time, but every round I see him get a kill, it's a round he's moving the... It's a kill he's moving the round forward with. I'm appreciating Fiku a ton. Big Fiku fan at the moment.
Impact at the start of the rounds, impact at the end of the rounds. Fiku finding his groove in this new OG lineup. Prosis, 5-7. Whoop. Fiku almost just got blown to smithereens. Instead, they'll be met by a smoke. We got a whole pack of players on that B ramp. Monty better back up. Better throw that frag. Throw that nade, 200 damage, guaranteed.
Here it comes.
No.
Nope.
Wow.
Oh, okay. Now the nade? Oh. Yeah, a little too late.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
But okay. Listen, a parting gift through the smoke. Nice spam. Got him off the plant. These little 5-7s, do they pack a punch?
Oh, they're still annoying them.
Way.
3v4 right now.
Hold on.
3v4 and look.
Now one gun will get picked
their
up.
health bars are depleting.
But it's the MAC-10. You are indeed correct.
Yeah.
Depletion has occurred.
They had 2 liters of blood, but now they've got like, you know, between 1.5, 1.7 liters of blood.
But depletion isn't deletion. That's yet to come.
Yeah, but it's a little bit of secretion.
Ooh, juicy. They don't go for it.
Yeah, I guess they don't really know.
All right.
You gotta know, you know?
Still, could do some damage here. Ancient bombs real big. Keto?
Oh!
They all get cleared out, so a very
And
costly
somehow
round.
One guy who lives is on the other team, and he gets an AK.
I was kind of
That's not a bad day
confused.
in the office.
I'm not gonna lie.
If the office was
Whoever
one
was
day,
flashing towards main and decided to go top cat, while the two of them went to red room,
Go buy some watermelons,
down
get
mid,
shooting.
and then you had Matu who was on long. Like,
Probably
you
got some
know,
free
I thought they were
watermelons,
gonna
you
wait
gotta
until the 2 guys pushed up CT.
I need 200 watermelons and don't
So
ask
that
questions.
at least that way, when you flash in, they could be blind. You can kind of get like you can trap in, and then you have the rifle that goes cave. You know,
Asher wasn't very
but sure.
solid at
No
this
timing,
when they were taking
pistols
mid
only.
in that match. That
You
was a big
managed to
problem,
get
honestly.
them to all have to pay off, and you know, if you get the win here, I mean, you kind of have
maybe one of the players
a
who
lane
controls
into
slightly,
good
like,
economy
as an entry actually,
against OG. Or,
excellent as a lurker, sort of. Not as good.
We say reimagined. We almost saw him get reutilized on Mirage, right? Because just like you're saying, his lurks bottom mid, and just that wasn't very inspiring. But then send bro out ramp on his own, and he was cracking headshots. So again, I think Nexa touched on it in the pregame interview. There's still a lot that can be changed in this team.
I think let Fiku lurk, you know.
All right.
Because he can also entry. But yeah, he's definitely super solid at the end of rounds. So
kid's got depth to him. Fasher, blindsided by Crimbo, hiding in the corner. MP9 drops bomb. That makes it weird for the one player up on site. It is Regali. Cool.
Oh, composure.
And beautiful close.
Oh, that's gotta feel good.
Regali and Keto.
it doesn't matter, bro. It just does not matter. OG.
3-0 and they're saving, bigger saving.
I just don't get how big, like, it's really OG that screws themselves over in these situations. In these losing situations, like every map that they've lost on, like lost a bit, it's really just because of themselves, man.
Prices, we got rollback prices.
I sort of know what you're talking about, but I feel like that was like 15 years ago.
Is it roll back? Rolled away.
Something.
Roll over prices.
I know you used to go to Walmart all the time to play on the free gaming console.
No, Blockbuster.
Oh, Blockbuster.
I beat Super Mario 64 while my mom was at work over the course of months.
I haven't been to a Walmart in some time. Do they still do that? Can kids still play video game consoles at Walmart?
Blockbuster is bankrupt.
No, not Blockbuster. I'm talking Walmart now.
Walmart did have it, yeah. I don't think they do that anymore. Okay. They had one. I was playing N64 at Walmart, actually.
Kids don't know
when I was a kid as well, but they put the TV like near the ceiling.
Yeah, dude, you crank your neck.
Yeah.
But hey, it was worth it.
It was.
Yes, it was.
Sometimes I'd show up and there'd be another kid already on the console, and I'd just stand there giving him the stink eye.
Yeah. I'd just kick him back in the knee, you know what I mean? While they're looking up. And just yell, posterized.
Oh, no nade.
Made easy by these smoke grenades. It's just the P250 behind it. Sorry,
and
yeah, you got half of OG looking at you in a second. Oh, nice damage.
He's still up.
Still a little chance. 5-7 in Process's hands. Oh, they're playing with nades too. He's got him. Double! And Montu from behind.
Shut up.
Oh, the pistol.
No way.
It's so stupid. It's like
they didn't clear this position because they
Big just find rounds.
Shit grin. Process knows that what he just did is nasty.
Damn, he did that with the MP9.
They just find rounds at times. It doesn't make sense though, because like
Tapson set it up.
Yeah, once Tapson gets his, it's like everybody lets their guard down. You know, you've dealt with the
annoying guy who's too
yeah,
close.
seriously. But it's just weird how
actually,
OG kind of controlled the whole round at times.
Right here, right now.
Even when Big have good opportunities and good advantages, it just feels like OG has a bit more control. They just have the lesser skilled players. So moments like that, it's just like, wow.
Sin serves up the full
But then you have
Crimbo
Regali, you have Keto, you have Fiku, who are all high performing fraggers, and it's not like they're weak, you know. They like this series they've been performing, so it's just weird that
cowards hiding with their
I mean, overpass was overpass, you know. You take it to 29 rounds and you really can't just fight. You're just not even getting double rounds. You're just fighting for every round, basically, it feels like. But
OG's money, force them into
no, this was fucked.
And we've got the CT economy thriving. Process 6,300, Sin 6,500, Montu 6K. And that's with the buy already in, because they've got 3 free AK-47s, and that's the best kind of guns. Free guns. A-site looking evacuated at the moment.
Yeah, and that's a very scary thing to do on CT. And listen, even though there's a guy in Donut, if he's not close to the end of Donut, like, it can get sketchy. Fiku, where was that?
That was a deep outside B door onto ramp pick. Keto already getting boosted. That will catch him off, but Tabson wins the duel.
Yeah.
Worried about middle, though. Prosus has to go back through Donut.
They're not ready for a second player to walk out, or maybe they're just looking for other things to think about. But right now, I mean, the map is getting chaotic here. The T's are just everywhere at the moment.
With that Donut smoke, we can see, you know, Tabson pulling back from the A site. Prosus getting back into Donut. That second walkout, Rigali.
Yeah, he could have walked across. The CT was smoked. There was definitely potentially more players there. They know about Prosus, but he's still got a good angle to fight with if he finds the timing. Let's see if he can do anything. Because this is sort of the last chance for Big.
He could be hidden back in Donut. Instead, on a more aggressive angle, Prosus is going to have to do something spectacular. Sin clears Fasher, shadow advantage, Prosus headshot. He knows the one back in Temple's there, but Rigali's sharp on the AK. We've got a smoke up for Donut, which makes it way easier for OG, but they're still third.
I mean,
and a reason to be.
He can go B, or, oh.
He's gonna plant behind box. CTs don't want to charge him down, but they get him off of the plant spot. Rigali hears him running through the site, and it's cleared out by Big.
Oh, there were so many mistakes in that round, man. That was not just one way either. That was both ways. There was opportunities. I don't even know who sort of deserved to win it more, but it's got to be some nerves coming into that communication. Everything, honestly. That was a rough one. The guy boosted up. The lurk that took place that Tabson got caught off guard by. Fasher not getting a kill right here on Sin. He has sort of the perfect lurk position. They're not ready for anything, but they come in and they still win. I mean, even the plant spot versus Donut for Nexa to put it down there when it could have been back box and they could plant for Temple and back site. You know, you can have Donut smoked, but people know the lineup, you know?
Right.
I don't know. I hate to be so negative about something here, but just at least it wasn't just one team making mistakes. It's Big letting things get a little too chaotic, and OG not making the most of the chaos they created.
OG's a little bit of utility thrown instantly, so we'll see one fly out mid. Deagle's all over. Who's got the best Deagle on OG? I think it's between Fiku and Keto.
Rigali.
Oh. Yeah, but watch this.
I'm watching. Oh,
meanwhile,
Nexa.
Yeah, sorry. I baited Chev.
But you Rigali. Oh. All right. It was spread. There was spread.
Okay.
It was on him.
Little slide out by Prosus.
But now it's... Yeah, see?
Yeah.
Didn't even shoot. At least Rigali shot.
My guy clicked, bro.
My horse didn't fall over. Fiku, though.
Yeah, they find an opening. Long range. Fasher just took a bullet. Poor guy. Oh, Dabson keeps it sharp, deals with all the deagles.
Not bad.
And Fasher's having a rough start on this third map. Just for the record, waiting for that to get online because he's had a good series, but he's 0-6. You know, that whole second map was all about everybody contributing. And this third map is the same. 7 to 4 kills on all of Big, 6 to 4 kills on all of OG. And then there's that Fasher 0 frag out liar. So let's get him online and we'll have just as tight of a game as we did on Overpass, which is really what we all want.
But he has troubles.
The best CS. Oh, poor guy just ate a nade. Runs out middle, 0-7. James Bond in the chat. And a frag goes deep on elbow. Softens up the majority of what's left of OG.
I really don't think this is the spot he likes, to be honest. Again, it's feeling just like G2's game already.
Nexa able to return the favor. At least one. Though Big aren't scrambling. Prosus has this real affinity for playing inside of Donut, not back on the bomb site. Kind of giving away to OG, but it's not like they're taking it, so they're not getting punished.
Big rap coming here. Over over to the B site.
Got the op in position.
OG don't have the most utility, but they do have 2 smokes, molly, a flash. Like, they can do a few different things.
They've got precisely what they need to try and take over this B site. And now that Regali's come to join them after having scoured through middle, it's going to be this one volley of util into the commitment. CTs also have a bit of util. Ready to throw it down at the perfect moment. Double Molotov.
Oh,
Can't
no
push through
smokes.
that.
That's it.
10 seconds.
That's it. Like,
Oh, they're still going to try.
No, why try?
They're still going to try with 6 seconds. The bomb has to go down now, and it doesn't, so they miss their chance. And if they die after time, it's even worse. No time. Double Molotov perfectly put down by Big.
Yeah, that was a lot. I mean, I guess they almost were able to get that plant off, so maybe it was worth a try, but I think that could have gone even better. That could have gone even worse for Big, or better at least.
Feels like the player with bomb didn't have the time to afford having his gun out.
Yeah.
You had to accept your destiny as the bomb planter, and get in there with the bomb, hope that you get cover. That's the only way you're
3 ADR. He has less ADR than he has deaths. That's an interesting stat.
God damn. I mean, I guess I called him out for being 0-7, but I didn't think we'd bring up the 3 ADR graphic. Just remember, it can still get worse.
That would be impressive.
And depressing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna fade this smoke.
I reconsider my position as a fascist.
Regali falls down. Good. Good for you.
Win-win, I guess.
There's hope. Regali wants you to step into that peak. One off, one AK here for the T's. Sin and Crimbo. They pinch down on it. 2 easy pickups. And we've just got OG stuck outside of this B bomb site. Again, fire in front of them. Again, not all the tools they have to work with. Now Montu's comfortably posted on the angle. Man, you still don't have a lot of money. Sin catches another headshot. Sharp. Nasty little angle out from Cave. Sin off to a fantastic start on map 3. 11-4 now. Frag
This
Grenade's
is
gonna finish
insane,
off
though.
Nexa. Fasher with an op in a 1v4 met by Montu. Big on fire. 6-3.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shutdown. It is a bit of a shutdown. So first 3 rounds to OG into full pistol victory for Big versus the A attack into a very solid comeback on CT side. And the comm was, the game's not even close, boys. That's what Tabson said to the troops. And now at this moment, I think it's really validating that statement. It feels like it's going to continue to be easy for Big unless OG bring out a new gear. But at the moment, like, nothing in the way of mid. They lost like a round where they had kind of given to them on the A site, and their last 2 B attacks have failed.
No money for OG on this
Tough job for
side.
Nexa to be like, what's the next golden call here?
Yeah. Oh, and they had no money, and they did clock out 2 rounds ago, so
Fasher's allowed to
they've
get some
just been
mid-control this
fucked
round.
economy-wise.
Poor guy was pummeled.
Yeah, you know, and the problem for him was getting to this point. Let's see if he can do a bit better now. He's already in the window.
Ooh, Tapson's behind him.
Nice.
There we go. Chance for Fasher to shine. Flash blinds him, but smoke fades.
Great shit for
Fasher.
Fasher.
3 kills. He's done everything OG could have asked for. But they still have a problem here. It is Montu on Donut in A.
Yeah, somehow the round isn't over. The 2
All
CTs
within
are
22
the
shots
perfect
too, though.
spots to deal with the attack
Oh
coming
wow.
in. They know
Oh
Fasher
wow.
was here
What is
inside
this
of mid
timing?
Crimbo. Will he go forward with a fast peek
Yeah.
underneath the crosshair?
Now they
Fasher,
got ball control.
He's got 4.
Montu
He knows
looking
he's gonna have
cut
to do a
down
fast
another
peek.
before Fasher comes at him from that CT peak. It's a counter opper. Regali falls back. He's going to hear all this. He's ahead of it. He turns around
Oh.
and misses his shot because Fasher pulls off a banger of an ace.
He had 3 ADR into a goddamn ace. Oof. Inside of middle, the nightmare position for him. Montu makes an excellent play, just misses the shot, but moving out into Regali was such a brave move, definitely the right idea. But here's Fasher on a swivel, controlling everything from the window.
Getting it done.
And as I said, it's just getting him there. That's the hard part.
Yep.
And the hard part for everyone, but now we'll build up maybe some more confidence.
Yep. It's right back into the pack, right? OG in with a fourth. Instant hit into the B site. Sin slides.
Wow, he was 0 kills for 10 rounds. Holy shit, I didn't even notice that from Fasher.
Collapse inside of the site. They thought cranking that dial would bode well, but instead they get smashed. And the smokes are up, so there's a chance to recover at least with the bomb plant. See if maybe magic can happen. Regali fixated over on Long. It's the short push that comes out from Sin. And I mean, he looked like there was no pressure on him. From inside this cave entrance, Sin's having a 15 and 5 half, 10 rounds deep.
Yeah, very nice from Sin. He was great on map 1 as well. Despite the loss, he was the top fragger on the team. Definitely showed up. It's been a great addition. I really feel like we're going to be talking about Sin a lot on this lineup. He's not one that comes on where I'm like, who knows where they'll be in a year. If we see, I'm like almost positive he's going to be around, and especially with the statement that he'll be the IGL, but then also the fact that he frags. Already hard to kind of see the team without him.
Damn. OG facing that hard reset. Molly bounce. Sin ahead of it.
Yeah, Regali's flash.
Somehow Fiku got flashed there.
Yes, Regali's somehow.
Next, I can't get the trade back. Sin falls away. Regali doesn't have his op. And with bomb outside of the B doors, it's pretty spread out big. No contest in middle. They're gonna go back at caves, where Sin usually resides, but right now it is free for the taking. Crimbo's on the back lane.
So crazy mid control though.
On B.
Like they're kind of stacking towards B here, but I mean,
I think if they wait long enough,
this really is all about taps and is it Prosus and taps and just getting into that cave control. Now you have Keto who's kind of positioned.
Control back, taps in with a clean pick off as he starts the surge.
And look at that, just rotate. Look at that rotate, bro.
But we can see from
yeah, now they're gonna anchor 3 towards the flank, and they're gonna be hard to clear out here.
And he'll get the first, a second, a third player's here and looking.
But he peels back just enough though.
Yeah, okay.
Comes back once Keto has to have that crosshair towards top mid. Final attempt for Nexa 1v3. Knows that Tabson's still back over towards mid, so the timing's ticking here for Nexa, and he's got a smoke to create uncertainty to maybe pull this off. Tabson decides to take position up in cave, and with the smoke, he still has his angle. He created this spot, this chance, this opportunity to take OG to 5. And the peek from the cave is all big need. Tabson sharp as ever here on this third decider. 3 kills in this one, 13 and 7.
Tabson's just gone up, bro.
Been getting better,
especially just after the first map in the first game.
So much better on overpass. Maybe even better here. Fortunate that they caught the team flash opening kill to start things off on cave, but they showed up to cave to fight. They got it. Not a fun way to die. Not that there are many in general.
I think spontaneous combustion could be kind of fun.
Apparently, that's actually slow. It can start at your feet.
Oh.
It can just be a fire while you sleep.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Gee, from like what, static in the sheets or something?
But you can have that one. You already locked it in.
That's why I have silk sheets. Flannel sheets? That's a death sentence. Hop on a close angle. Fiku and Keto. Whoa! Bait out the shot. Montu getting played with.
Oh!
Keto. Clean headshot. headshot.
This fast-paced energy, I'm loving it. Okay, and there's just nothing for these two to do right now. What, they're just gonna go through it? Really? You're gonna try to run?
At that op posted up.
But then you got that doing
So far, so good.
back tempo control.
Kept himself hidden behind box. Look at that, a free
Oh
frag.
my gosh.
Sin's gonna try to follow through. Nexa.
Oh, but they're not gonna expect Nexa
Side
here.
of box, they're definitely gonna forget about him now. Feels like Sin got so close, but now that he's the last player left, he has to answer at a 2v3 retake.
What?
Oh, that's gotta hurt.
Oh, that's gotta sting so bad, man. Next up, he peeked out at any time. They had no idea he was there. But when there was no spots left to check, and he was the only person.
What the fuck, bro?
God, I can feel the sizzle on that one.
Yeah, this is a very, it's gonna be a very sour end to the day for OG. The way that some of these rounds are lost, and I mean, no one to blame but yourself for sure, but yeah, they know there was an opportunity, obviously.
Still a couple rounds to be had. Don't give up yet, OG.
Oh, wow, wow, wow.
A critical headshot that comes through, keeps himself alive on 12.
That all depends.
Smoke on Donut that actually
literally could have changed so much if Keto gets that first pick. It like processes like a quarter of a second, like just late picking up his gun.
Through Temple. Timing's gonna get a little weird here as the bomb approaches that critical halfway point. We've got still flashbangs aplenty.
We're all coming from CT, so there's not a lot you can do. The tempo challenges fucked. You got one flanking with Fasher, gets a 2K, and you're just exposed. Fuck.
From Fasher and Nexa, and OG, that's why you don't give up. 5 with a chance at 6.
Yeah, that's a crack of the whip, and this is OG doing what they did with the previous lineup without Nexa. A lot of A attacks, a lot of explodes through smokes, and just really trusting their entries. And on this one, Regali puts on a magic show. How it gets the second one is ridiculous to me. So really well done on this attack. But this is where they're comfortable, and they got their 5 rounds now on T side. Maybe they should continue to keep it simple.
And why
literally
not
just
target
saying, yeah, go for it again.
Yep. Looks like a bit more attention towards middle this time from OG. It's Fiku on the front. 2 more behind him.
Uh-oh.
That nade could be bad. Oh. Pretty rough for Fiku and Keto. Queues up these M4 headshots. But they will still inch closer into the angle that Montu had held. But he's forced back. First by the flashbangs. Molly doesn't spread just yet. But then they give up mid. Ooh, they're getting sneaky. You can see Tabson and CT Spawn concerned with that red room push because Montu lost the angle. I mean, there's a very real possibility OG have players in red room right now. And it's even drawing back Keto somewhat. They wait. Process peaks, clean headshot. And now he's just gonna hold on to the boxes, force them into him, force them into Montu. Tabson's gonna have a chance at timing, but Regali's at least able to answer.
Wow.
Moving up into Tabson though,
That's
that
just good
temple angle
positioning,
strong,
and then
20
it's just a
seconds,
one-man
and
left.
piece by piece. This time, they
Bada bing,
hold
bada boom.
3 times the charm for big. Double
you're
digits
doomed.
on the CT side. If it wasn't for Pistol and those first 3, OG would be dead in the water.
Going to the halftime break.
16-13, it finally happens.
Hey, that's 1, 2, 3. Hey, yo, you scared?
Hey, don't be pussy. Don't be pussy. Come on now, you got it. Hey, yo.
Bourbon hunting in Florida goes crazy. Quiddish? Childish. Bro, I don't know what else to watch, honestly. But we got 2 minutes.
Don't you dare throw this away.
So if we're making cheesesteak.
So like, when was the last time that you had a crush?
Today.
Dang.
Yeah. When the last time you had a crush?
This is Reese, and he has a red carpet in a week, so I'm gonna make him a suit because we're sustainable kings. Fit check. Oh, I'm not flexible. Oh, let's go.
I'm at Mood in the wool coating section. Wool blended coating. Good swag. Doesn't have a price tag, but I'm getting it anyways. Oh my god, it's raining and everything smells like pee in New York.
We back in Brooklyn. 5.5 yards of speckled wool, $220. 2.5 yards of silk twill lining, $45. 10 buttons, $15.50. Spool of thread, $3. 1 zipper, $4.50. Altogether, that is, I'm gonna do the math without a calculator today. $288. Stay tuned for the making of. Bye-bye.
You usually need sand to make glass. But this entrepreneur crushes bottles back into sand. And in about 2 years, she saved 4 million beer bottles worth of glass from landfills.
Once a can is full, we will dump it into our glass mountain.
Workers scoop the bottles up with this loader and dump them into a crushing machine.
And it'll go up this conveyor belt and hit the hammers where it'll be crushed and then turned into sort of a mixture of sand and gravel and labels. Everything that's bigger than 3/8 of an inch will be taken out. So that'll include labels, metals, anything non-glass will come out of this process.
The sifter filters out any leftover label pieces and sorts the sand by size.
You just scoop the unsifted product, put it in the top, and it'll shake it all down until it's...
That's cool. Doing something for the environment.
Pro, more. One more. 2 more left side.
Drop flash. 2 more. Ist Flash Headshot, ja?
Ja.
Ja, side dead.
Don't see him, 1 temple.
Jakob Bombe. Ich halt kurz hinter mir.
Bad smoke. 1 temple for sure. Donut the other guy.
Donut right side and temple. Donut dead, temple probably.
Nice!
It's
okay.
You on fire, bro. Come, bro. Let's go, boys.
I know they can switch to German, like, you know, when Montu's not around, but it's kind of happened what happened when Smooya was on the team, and then they ended up like, let's go German again.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? I'm just kind of like, I don't know.
Well, I think Montu, he's not going to mind as much.
I don't think he minds.
I think Smooya would feel neglected.
And switching makes sense, but like, sometimes he was alive and they would speak German, so I don't know, maybe he can understand more than he can speak.
Understandable pop-off though. Tabson and Sin both finishing that half with more than 100 ADR. But maybe the reason they switched back to German is because they had to listen to Smooya's accent. Right? Montu.
Yeah, he's, well, if
Way less
they
jarring.
lose this game, he's also British.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Polish when he wins, German. English when he loses. German in the server. Fiku getting squeezed right now. That cave hit coming.
Oh wow.
Fiku falling back.
Oh wow, Fiku gets 2.
Well done. Nexus slides out for the short smoke. Tabson a little late on the trade, but at least it gets it to the 2v2. And we're gonna need a pretty critical
This is a
retake.
double CT long
Pistol
here.
and full conversions.
Wow.
Oh, was 3 of the 5 from OG.
Wow.
If they pick up both pistols in this
Crimbo.
roll forward with that, then OG looking toast. Come on, Keto. Clean kills needed. Crimbo holding on the pillar, taps and gives him a shoulder.
God damn.
About with that headshot to end it.
Yeah, nice
Those
one.
are 2 clean plays right there, bro.
pistol.
Quite insane.
Was the, who won
Quite.
the first pistol? OG won the first pistol, 3-0 start. Okay, so big. They've had a fair few pistols though. A couple of times it's been converted on them, so we'll say that. But they've done pretty well from the perspective of pistol round victories in this series. nail that conversion.
Scout for Regali, pistols on the rest.
I got a weird question. Where did Dexter end up in after
Nowhere.
everything? Nowhere.
Nowhere, as far as I know.
That's a huge player on the market, for sure.
Dexter, however, is on Fnatic.
Oh, imagine if they were on the same team. That would just be a nightmare, like from a casting perspective.
Yeah, yeah, it's all about us, you know. So,
yeah.
I mean, that was like when Nico plays Nico.
Yeah.
This is close to them. You can smell them. Smell like schnitzel, and pretzels. They're right there. A little bit of pierogi.
Beer.
Yeah. Sweaty lederhosens.
That's such a slander.
He's got the headshot.
I don't support this.
And the Deagle. No.
Oh, but he does get the second.
Ooh, that would send a wave rippling down big.
It happens. It happens sometimes.
Especially with such low health. But guess what? You've got Sin. 20 and 8.
But you got faster.
Okay.
Right up their ass right now.
Yeah, but he's 6 and 13. His fall off has been real. From map 2 to 3.
He got an ace and 1 kill in this map.
That's what I'm saying.
Holy shit.
You know, he had his round, but not his half. Sin gets blinded. Pistol damaging him. He was that HP pool they were hoping to tap into.
8 seconds. 7 seconds. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Scout shots connect and OG bounce back.
Oh man.
3 kills from Regali, bro. 3.
Decide to look forward
What
to
the
another
fuck?
conversion. How many of these can you really sustain mentally? Big, it's another round where you win the pistol. They can't win the layup. Nice round, Regali, though. Honestly, that's,
Jeez,
that's 3
man.
kills.
That one's just lucky.
3 kills right here.
That one's nice.
Beauty of a round.
The third one's just a little unnecessary. Nathan motion.
This one Big thought they had something to be proud of. It all gets taken away. Good. OG need that. Can't be going down as badly as they did, losing pistol and letting that run away. Would have been a, 13-5. Fight, my boys.
Oh.
Okay.
Give Tabson a deagle, and that can happen. He's 20 and 10.
Oh my god.
No way we're gonna do this.
Right through both ears. That's pro.
But they don't have bomb.
Brain splattered
They're
on the
like
back
so
wall,
far
down,
away
but
with
now
bomb.
Bomb's still an elbow.
Oh my god!
What is happening? There's 3 bullets in the round, and all 3 got kills.
Oh my gosh.
Ran through A main, no problem.
Literally,
here.
CTs can't do anything now. It's
Just go.
Yeah, just go save. Wow.
If there was ever a round.
And then the and then the damn. Sick deagling coming out of Big.
So,
yeah.
How do we build a narrative for this half?
Nigga, you don't, bro.
Momentum shifts directions once again. It was looking like there's a chance for OG to come back into this after stealing away the second round after the pistol. Now that hope is instantly lost again.
Deagles are brutal.
The Deagles are crazy.
3 bullets out of Big, 3 kills.
I guess the question is, does this mean that Big will, simply close? I don't think it's going to be that clear, but just the fact that they're on 12, everything else aside.
Yeah. I mean, if anything, this weird back and forth thing we're doing right now with Force Buys
favoring the T's.
Yeah,
favoring
favors the
leader.
T's and the guys that are that close to 16.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
OG need a strong economy, all the guns, and utility as soon as possible. And
Bro,
this
what
back
the
and forth
fuck?
is not going to make that easier. Increases the chances of that economy bottoming.
It's kind of like just the center of my monitor.
They've
The
gotta make
bottom
do with
center of my
this, and it's
monitor
not horrible. 3
is.
rifles, 2 SMGs, healthy nades.
Could be worse.
Oh, I guess that's just because of where the power source is. Oh, my monitor feels hot. The rest of it just is fine.
Ooh.
Oh.
Tactical.
Yeah, they're confused.
Oh, OG have a chance. I would put money. I would literally put $1.
At the re-molly the pocket of mid just to be safe.
But I'm not a gambler.
It's fine, it does happen.
It's going to bring Fasher into the action again. An ace and 1 kill. That is his map so far on Ancient. He's going to peek down into elbow. Saw more where he got 1. Then the fight on the other side is between Sin. Oof. And a damage Nexa, but the SMG swings out, makes it awkward.
But
Process into the red room.
That's a big lurk, man. He hears some footsteps as well.
Yeah, but Fasher also stopped running.
They know that 2 are on the right. This should be Montu going towards B, but all right. First
Wow, what timing for Fasher. That's unfortunate, bro.
Was just trying to get into the cover.
Now this makes it a little bit unclear, you know. Process with 100 HP on that kill, and they have a lot more strength, but I think he's worried, and I think the CTs are feeling good about trying to catch him.
I think he saw him.
MP9. Yep. Beautiful.
Oh, wow.
Little mow down.
Just
Did
like
the
that.
same thing back on Mirage. 2 kills from the pocket off Keto's SMG.
And just like that, back and forth we go.
But again, I think the points are all still valid. That if you know Big are coming back with a buy,
yeah.
And this continuation of back and forth could get Big even closer to the finish line.
Place your bets. Who will win 2 in a row? Is it going to be OG right now? They don't have a great buy, but they just won this round. It's very unlikely it's going to trade again, right?
Yeah,
what do
no
you
way
think?
they feel safe.
The buy is so bad for Big, actually.
They literally did more with less. If they have Deagles, they have a chance.
All right, they're setting up for the A attack. We've seen some weakness over here, but Keto's been good.
Right now he's alone.
Yeah, they're so heavily leaned towards B. There's no op in CT spawn. The T's are going to get out. They're going to get out.
For Donut. Keto holding. Cuts down.
Oh my god,
only
the one gun, and they take Temple. Fasher flashed.
Oh, Crimbo.
They didn't see him.
Nope.
Wait, what?
Blindsided, but Temple's compromised. That's the rifle going deep. That rifle could catch off the rotate, but Fiku survives. 8 health for him, and now the pistol's desperate. Smoke ahead of Fasher, frag for the 2 T's left, and it's gonna go a little too far, so they'll move bomb ever closer. Chuck a nade out themselves, and pick up some scraps. But now there's 1 smoke left on Tabson. He throws it down to the CT gap, and they'll at least get their plant. What more damage can they do? And is it possible for them to pull off the improbable? A 2v4, Deagle on the site, AK slips into Donut, and if Nexa gets caught here, then Tabson can turn all his attention back to the site. Fiku walks around through the smoke! Oh, Tabson! A double kill! Bombs at the halfway point. Nexa's got the kit, but the smoke doesn't cover his cross! And Sin connects to the face! 1 player pushes in, the damage is on!
Oh my god!
3 shots!
Heat seeking!
What am I watching?
No way!
What am I
They
watching?
do it again!
The lineup from
They're
Tabson
just trading
down
back to back to back to back to back to back.
2v4.
Wow. With a Deagle and an AK. I mean, this is legit. Look at those.
That's
kills.
insane. That's the insane moment.
So great
But
shot from
this,
Sin. Very clutch. And 2 bullets on the mark through the smoke. Who needs points of reference?
Rugga's devastated.
It's a tough way to lose. That one's more like, wow, what a play from Big than like necessarily mistakes from OG, but it'll feel the same because the sheer numbers coming in for that retake, you know?
What a roller coaster.
Man, you know, on the anti-ecos, guys,
What do you do?
have someone Temple just spotting. Just have someone Temple spotting.
what do you do?
Why do teams keep doing this where they have 1 Donut who's floating between mid and Donut, literally responsible for mid and A, when they have a window player at the same time on an anti-eco? Just keep 1 Temple. Don't let them get Temple control. Stop assuming your Donuts guy is going to get a massive mow down every single anti-eco. Doesn't work like that.
Way too much. Too much for 1 man. A main's been the bane of both teams' existence. You saw OG consistently finishing there on their T side, and we've seen Big crack through a couple times already. 5 rounds in this half, back and forth. No consecutive round wins, but my god, do Big have a hell of a chance right now, and it would come with that 14th round as well. Big moment.
Oh wow.
Fiku presses out.
Oh
grabs
wow. Oh
Khalil,
wow. Oh
and could
wow. Oh
chase them
wow.
through A main, which is a completely open bomb site for the record. But do they concern themselves with the flank fast enough?
Either just smoke your flank and push for control and plant for CT, or go back and fight it.
Temple player holds off. Khalil spotted. Tabson versus Fiku could be a very critical duel here.
Yeah, don't write off Fiku.
And he's playing it patiently. He's got the lesser weapon. Oh,
he can't escape. He can't escape, actually. He's locked in, but Tabson lets him go.
Smoke fades on Donut. That could activate the pistol players. MP9 in the mix there. There's also a scout over towards Regali, and Fasher gets a headshot. Look at the man advantage.
Wow.
Oh, Tabson's dead. Now just falls onto him. He actually gets that backstab. A headshot onto Keto. Scouts on him. And as he sprays towards both, he gets away. Time ticking fast. No kit. It's done. They may have taken the site, but they haven't taken the round.
Oh my god, they get so close, but no kit, no money for that. Kit's down in A main on the flank.
Oh, and they only get the scout to save. Was it the scout? They only keep the scout to save. Wow.
With this kill here, and then
this is tough.
Frags him from the back.
With a Keto kill, it was all over.
Crazy retake. Got very frantic.
Wow, another timeout. This gives OG a chance to cool off, honestly. They can talk a little bit as well. If only just a stress break. But there's some ideas that need to be discussed for Big to make sure that they land cleanly on the dismount. 14-7.
Oh, OG are just gonna force.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're stuck. They're stuck in this position, just stuck in the mud and spinning their tires.
It's just been it's been such a bare knuckle fist fight here in so many situations. Too much to think about.
Blood, guts, and glory. It's Big, 2 away from taking it, locking in a matchup versus Vitality. Yikes.
Forget about trying to figure out what went wrong. Just keep going.
Fight. Don't look back. Focus forward. Try your damnedest. Keto will do so with the pistol kill. Fiku also adds one up to the kill feed, but it is just Regali and Nexa on B. Open mid, open A. Nexa's gonna waste no time. And there's a chance that the two of them could just pinch into middle.
Yeah, Regali, you know, did a lot in this last eco on the B site.
Good with the scout.
Great with it, for sure. But looks like they're smartly going to avoid all action. They can allow OG to come and grab these guns if they want to inside of mid. Just focus on A. It's definitely not a bad idea. Clearing out all the close angles, they'll find nothing. And Regali will slowly lodge into the position that I kept sort of vying for. Actually, seeing nothing inside of Temple, going into CT. Where will he chill? Or is he going to go back? They just don't have enough information, so...
They're so lost. It's not even their fault. There's just too much map for them to control. So, Regali maybe gets gifted. Oh
yeah.
My god. Damage as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now they actually have more health than Big, and they're going to go for this.
Dude, they almost lined up for that first shot.
Yeah. That was scary. But I like how Monty's pushing up here.
Fantastic idea with the scout in play. If it
trying to get some from an advantage, and Crimbo's just gonna manage, bro.
Exposed to this. He finishes Crimbo. Montu full health. His position now known. It's a crossover from Nexa. He's got the
he
smoke.
does have a kit.
He's gonna put it on top. He's also working with the kit. But as he comes off, Montu swings, and now he knows. Back onto the bomb is Nexa. He's gonna stick it this time. He's gonna stick it all 5 seconds. And OG have robbed one back.
Oh my god, he had no idea where the bomb was planted right there. It was too hard to figure out. I mean, I could totally sympathize with that in that smoke, but had to basically make a different play to make that a little easier. Nicely done from Nexa. Realized if he's gonna be that far back, I can stick it. And I don't really have a choice, honestly. So the craziness continues.
Yeah, we thought the 2 round wins in a row would be the end of it.
That was the only 2 round wins of the half.
Yep.
In a row.
But this story's got another plot twist.
Okay.
OG's buy has 3 MP9s in it.
Oh my god.
T side will have less. The door has been reopened.
Reopened, but honestly, I would rather be T with this buy, for sure. Process is the expert MP9 player on the server.
Sure. Very true. Also, Regali scout. I mean, that headshot onto Sin right here.
Insane.
When they, I mean, that could have been.
Yeah, that would have been.
That could have been 2 noggins.
Nice.
Could have got 2 birds stoned at once.
Instead, just turntables.
Yeah. Yeah, this one keeps on spinning.
This is the call I would make too, honestly, if I was big.
Back to
like
A.
low guy, big explode here, but they do have two now. They have Keto in a better spot. They never even played back defaults to stop this hit before, but
oh, easy.
He'll manage it.
Nade finds its home. Keto
But it's just a full rotate. It's literally just a full rotate at this situation. I don't see
There's no lurk and play inside
and Thompson's just gonna get the bomb plant.
Thompson kind of knows that you need to take this.
He's got it.
Yeah, he needs to get
But he
Temple
lost
right
that
here.
chance at getting into Temple. Now the MP9s are coming at him. And they're going to clear this for sure.
And he still gets one. Wow. Wow.
Headshot, but Montu's right there with Tapson and the boost up onto the green. Now no.
Wow. Just positioning.
Is very clear.
Just positioning from Crimbo, man.
From that coveted 15th. Fasher has had a troublesome third map, to put it politely, and he's not going to get anything further. It is indeed big with 15.
Yeah, they get there. They finally get there. I think the call makes perfect sense. I like the setup a little bit better here from OG. I still would like to see, in situations like this, it's still considerably low buy, so using Temple, but at least they use default with someone in Donut. It's just that they don't get enough kills.
Yep.
Keto does a bit better, but again, it comes down to the guns they have available for the retake as well. But because of the weakness in the retake and the low buy on the CT side, I think that's why that play made even more sense for Big to go with. So now, you know, they can end it, of course.
Yeah, you don't want to go one more?
I don't know. I'm just assuming that, like, someone who's supposed to win the round will eventually do it. That's what I'm betting on.
And this is just unfortunate for OG.
What do you got?
Excuse me for rooting for that.
Big also have drop bomb, and Keto is very aggressive right here. Obviously don't have any donut control, but Fasher is kind of holding off and towards back in his red room.
Deep inside A main,
Yeah.
so they'll know that it's not going that way. And Fiku's 5-7 with the first. He's having a rough map, but he's having a hell of a round.
What the fuck, Fiku?
You're kidding.
Okay, it's beautiful. I gotta say, that was pretty nuts.
This just can't be real.
This is crazy. This gotta be some record. In this half, there's only been 2 rounds that have been won in a row.
Only 2 rounds consecutive, the 20th and 21st. And that's when we thought Big had this one wrapped up. Instead, it is the triple 5-7. $500 pistol with a massive bite. Process is gonna make it away. Fast enough, he could have left, but instead OG keep going. Fiku with a grin because he knows why not.
That's crazy, man. But yo, that was insane. That was insane work with that.
Big have nothing.
Pistol. Oh yeah?
They have nothing. 3 players with less than 2K.
So are you saying that OG are probably gonna win 2 rounds in a row?
I'm saying no chance. I'm saying anything is possible with what's happening.
You mean they have nothing, or like? Oh yeah, it's really is nothing.
Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow.
No.
I'll say you never know. You never know. Okay.
28 and 16, Sin 25 and 15. They are the
2
2 stars
D-walls.
of the show for Big.
The only thing that could make this game better is if they literally won this round, like with nothing. Like that would be the only thing that. Is that the only result that will actually follow based on what we've watched so far.
The only thing that could make this better is a
Yeah, they're just using this round for more anything, just to calm.
That would make
the
this
green
better.
room at the moment. Oh, that's the real show. Oh yeah.
I remember when they used to do these plays back in the 2016 to 18 era. It became a lot more common during that time.
His peripherals.
Fake tack. We technically can't even count this round. You know, if they're just going to use this time to talk about something and then OG win because they didn't even care about winning it, this doesn't count as 2 in a row. And then we can try again next round.
I love the way you move the goalposts. Well done.
And from Canada. Wait.
No.
Okay, I was like...
Yeah, I was going to say, don't get excited.
But honestly, why do they have 2 people and they're both patrolling this angle? No one watching the beef. Like, they're seeing...
Teasing him with his hands. Oh, either.
Going towards A is looking like the better play.
If they win this round.
OG are playing so safe right
win
now. They're
this
just
round.
Which can actually, ironically, be scarier. 15 seconds, they're going to run into the site. Keep your guns out.
Keto, go ahead, have some fun. Oh, yeah. Down 4. That's exactly what you need in a situation like this. Something normal.
Yeah, thank goodness for Keto, bro.
Them for just for playing super safe, because again,
of course,
what we've seen, play safe, try it. But yeah, sometimes you don't want to play even super safe versus pistols because you give up too much space to some very good pistoling players. But that round they had nothing. This round they also have like a little more than nothing, but not that much.
Yeah, they got a something.
They got a something.
I can't believe this game's still going.
Yeah.
But I'm all for it. I mean, if OG survive this sort of a start.
I feel like now it's starting to actually get very interesting in a fun way.
Yes, in a fun way.
Shaping up to be one of the games of all time.
It is a game. Molly's over. There's no follow through immediately with this. They're still holding on to Process's full set of utility. Gonna phase smoke on Fiku. He was there a second to go, but pulls back as they walk in.
Oh, man.
He's alone in cave.
Wait.
Oh, they got close.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, he's with the deke. Oh, he's in the open.
Oh, it's 5v3.
Just with pistols. They bust into the bomb site. They kick the door off the hinges, and Fasher has to try and hold this back line. We've got now an M4 in the hands of Tabson. Fast flank from Keto, and poor Montu backs up into it. Crimbo's got to pick up this slack. Oh, doesn't even react. And all of a sudden, it's 2v2. The retake could still happen.
Oh my
Keto
gosh.
just tearing them piece by piece. Process on the other side of the map won't get here in time.
Yeah.
OG11.
Okay, they go for the stick. Keto was
What
actually
the
open to
fuck?
in that moment, but all right.
Did Crimbo lag out?
I think he was licking the wall.
Ah.
You know?
It's the condensation inside of caves. You know, moist walls.
A calorie is a calorie.
Yeah.
Is what I always
say. A little sodium probably in there. Like, it doesn't even move.
Maybe some moss.
Moss. Good for the digestive system.
Maybe some ice cream.
Maybe. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you a normal gun round.
Can't tell how you're lying right now, so I'm going to assume.
It only took us 11 rounds to get to a full buy for both teams in this second half. Today you have witnessed something. Fiku falls away from the cave. 3-man B setup. Montu's op shot. Red room is so open. And Tabson's gonna go slip through. But Keto's peek. Oh! Denied by Sin. He has been so sharp this third map with Tabson. Then they press out, and Fasher holds it off. It's two-sectioned. 2 players slightly delayed behind the first one.
Yeah, but Tabson's lurk, oh my god.
Oh, but the CT push won't happen. He's got this. Nails him.
And he's watching the flank. They smoke it off now. That's the sight theirs. It's your game to lose now. They're in a post plant with donut control. 3 rotators coming in. Can OG pull this off?
Montu holding mid. Snapshot into Regali, but the second player crossed. Gets his finish on Regali. Goes back 2 for Montu.
Thank you for Montu.
And there he sits on 17. Fiku had a fantastic series until Ancient, and it's over. It's done. It finally finishes, folks. A 16-11 scoreline on Ancient. A zany, wild ride.
I don't know what this was, guys.
To a match versus Vitality.
But this led to a 3 p.m. game. 9 a.m. till 3. Solid 3 hours each series, bro.
As funny and as zany because they won.
Yeah.
They won and they move on.
And with
they
that,
know they could do better on another
we
day.
are at the 6-hour mark.
And everyone here on Big is, of course, this is him versus his old lineup. And, man, I mean, congrats to Big for being able to move on. I don't think a lot of teams are prepared to play a third map in these series here inside of groups.
Yeah.
Ancient should have probably been a bit better between the two, but still, not the map they would pick first. And with the massive changes that have come out of the break, no surprise to see, you know, a little bit of rust from rosters that have done better on this map in the past.
It's indeed excusable. You know, it's a good shake-up. It's some fun entertainment to round out the night, and it is, of course, a very real deal for Big.
Tapson, what's your interview gonna be like?
Steal that fall finals spot. It is a tough fight, but it is one that Tapson has secured.
And they certainly did secure it, but it was a hard-fought victory here, Tapson. And I want to touch all the way back on Mirage. At this point, right, it's always been a good map for Big in general. You start up 8-2, but then it starts to slip away. And even going into the second half, you couldn't grab any momentum. What did you see the problem was?
It was just my calling, nothing else.
So you were calling this?
Yes, I definitely was calling, and I called really bad, to be honest. The T-side, I didn't feel it at all, and it was a little bit stressful. But other than that, I'm really, really proud how we managed to always come back from certain scenarios.
So how are things working then with the calling? Is it map-based?
No, it's most of the time me. Obviously, Eli is also there sometimes to give some input. Karim is doing it as well. Basically, everyone is giving some input, but most of the time it's me calling.
Okay, thank you very much for clearing that. When it comes to overpass, though, this was a lot of back and forth. You guys winning out the clutches, the key rounds as well. But you guys had played it here where OG hadn't. Was it a lot of learning on the fly?
No, Overpass is a really good map from us. We feel really comfortable on this map, even though our T-side was a little bit shaky. Same goes from there, like my calling wasn't on point. But fortunately, we have a really good city side. Everyone's playing this position really well. And yeah, it's the Overpass. It's a huge city side map.
And for Ancient, you're down 3-0. It starts to look a bit of a problem early on for you guys, but you get that crazy pistol round. It got exciting, and then you rolled through 6 more rounds. At that point, did you feel like, okay, look, we're back in the driving seat?
We always felt that, to be honest. Like, it was never like that we were basically afraid of doing something. We felt very comfortable. We put a lot of practice into Ancient as well. We knew that it would be an important map here, and I think it paid off. We beat Astralis, we beat now also OG. We lost only against Navi, and I think yeah, we can be really proud of the performance so far, also in Ancient, and in general also in the best of 3.
And next you've got Vitality though to try and get through. What are you feeling about that?
Going to be a tough one for sure. But, for now on, I'm really proud what we managed to achieve here. I think we can maybe poke the bear a little bit, you know, and we will see what happens.
I like it. Now I've got one more question for you. It's from our Blast TV viewers, and they've decided to ask you, what was the first online game you played that was not Counter-Strike?
Not Counter-Strike?
Yeah. It's many years ago, I'm assuming.
I think like Metin 2 maybe.
Ooh, what's that?
It's like kind of like World of Warcraft where you need to farm and stuff.
All right, I like it. There you go, Blast TV.
Okay.
Big pull off the reverse sweep, and if there was ever time to use skew with, I think it is the second half of that last map, because I have never seen anything like it. Back, forth, half buy, full buys, semi buys, whatever you could put together, Big edge it out.
I was this close taking off my glasses, so I couldn't see it. I was this close. It was not pretty, I'm not gonna lie. Back and forth, none of the two teams could find a footing, and it was not the prettiest of games, but I think it was fair.
It was not, but I do not want to hear the rest of that, but that is probably going to be it for today, and by probably, I mean that's it for today. I'm going to chill. I'm going to do some shit for this afternoon. I got some shit to do. It just be like that. We going to have a longer stream. We still did 5. We just about hit that 6-hour mark, boys, so you know. We going far. We going long. What's it looking like for the rest of this week, though? WG. Yay. Alright. So for matches, it's literally just tomorrow and Sunday. Again, 9 till 12:30. And this is just for advancement into Fall Showdown versus Fall Finals. Yeah, so it's literally just advancement till this is Fall Finals usually. When is Fall Finals actually? Because I was there during the Winter Finals. In Copenhagen. November 26th to 23rd. Okay. So yeah, I mean, like that's really it for today. I ain't got much else to do. We kind of seen some of these really good series, But what else is there? Liquid Australis. Nai versus G2, which is going to be an exciting series to watch. And Big versus Vitality. Yeah, I feel like these are obvious maps, but for the next 2 days we're gonna be up. Check in tomorrow at 9 a.m. We gonna be up. We gonna be streaming. But for now,